All right, everybody, we are live. So this is going to be a fun one. 10 hours of live stream. It's like crypto Big Brother without any of the Big Brother people, I guess. I don't know. So for those of you who've always wondered what Oliver looks like in person, there he is. There he is right behind me at his desk. It's actually somebody else's desk, but we moved them so that everybody could get a glimpse of Oliver because we figured that's what everybody would tune in for, right? Would be have a look at Oliver. So here we go. So as you can see on this nice screen right next to me, the CoinMetro bond sale. Actually, I should probably confirm it. This is what startup looks like. I'm about to confirm it's live. We should probably make sure that it's live before I confirm it. And look, right off the bat, first guy who posts these ridiculous fake CoinMetro people. Jesus, man. All right, delete. Okay. Hey, Brian. Hey, Brian. How are you? Nice to see you. So, not really sure how this is going to work. Guys. I'm going to be answering questions. I'm going to be working, answering questions. I'll be in and out of this room. Different people will come in and out of this room, answering questions, talking, chatting. You'll catch people walking by. Obviously, we're going to be here for, well, it says 10 hours. Maybe it's going to be even longer than that. I have no idea. You may see me come in my pajamas at some point at like 2 a.m., pissed off to respond to an email or something. That'll be, that should be fun for everybody, quite memeable. But for now, yeah, I guess questions, throw them out and I'll answer them. While I'm sitting here working, which would be a bit weird, like I said, you're going to see me pop in and pop out. This is actually a live stream. We're showing what it looks like in CoinMetro's office. Unfortunately, we couldn't get multiple cameras set up for you guys. Maybe we'll have to do that on the next one. So we tried to get the best spot on the first floor where most people kind of interact all day long, and that's in this first floor meeting room where I'm sitting, along with, and you have a little view of one of the main entrances, obviously the CoinMetro logo behind me. You guys might remember this from last week's live event series. And yeah, so it's going to be interesting. I'm not really sure how it's going to pan out. Obviously, take a look at the bottom of the screen. You'll see that the funding, just a bunch of questions just came in, great. The sale is live, so go to our invest page, go.coinmetro.com/invest. Make sure you find the CoinMetro bond, check it out. Yep, Brian, we're showing a day from the office. So yeah, not really sure how it's going to work out, but we're going to see. It's not my office is actually adjacent to this white wall here, so I'm actually right behind there, but my office is kind of dark. And then I have all the green screen stuff in there as well. So, plus, not everybody walks into my office every day. So here, you're going to get a glimpse of some other people as they're going about their day. I have today new affiliate who was amazed by KYC process. Well, that's cool. Thank you, Brian. To be fair, obviously, since the beginning, we haven't caught a lot of people that were too enthusiastic about KYC. So I always like to see when people find the process easy or intuitive. That's great. Yeah. I did put on a blazer. In fact, I can even button the first button for you guys. Really put on the old panache here. So yeah, I figured it wasn't a t-shirt day. I mean, I still have a t-shirt on, to be fair, because I literally have about 100 t-shirts now, CoinMetro t-shirts. I would say normal people might say that's a bit odd, but definitely makes waking up in the morning easy. Pants from yesterday, new t-shirt, pretty easy. Better sound setup. Yep, we got our condenser mic. Condenser mic, is that what it is? Condenser mic? Yeah, condenser, that's what it is. Which shouldn't have much echo in it, so that's good. We are in a glass bubble, guys, so echo is kind of what happens in glass bubbles. So it isn't clear. USD XCM is synthetic or actual? Well, when we launched it, it was definitely actual. But I think at some point we probably will, if we haven't already, go into synthetics, simply because until the book builds itself up, you're going to have, people that don't know how to trade or don't understand slippage and things like that may get a kind of rude awakening. So yeah, let me check for you guys while I'm sitting here. Definitely not synthetic. This is not yet. Looks to me like 100% actual, real USD. We're not pulling from any other book at this point. And you can already tell by the chart. Somebody got a decent entry price, 1.2 cents, literally just now. Not sure that an order actually filled, but definitely see a blip on the chart. So yeah, that's actual. So it has no synthetic liquidity yet pulling in there. So yeah, guys. So how many new clients from USA signed up already? Do you know some numbers? Yeah, as far as clients from the US, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I can look real quick and find out how many have actually gone through the process of making a deposit, which involves actually getting having their KYC information passed on to our provider. Right now, that's sitting at, let's see, 44. So 44 people have gone through that process. There's definitely more than that have signed up. But as far as those who have submitted documents, either those that are pending from today or that have already been approved, 44 now. But again, we haven't really started to open up. I mean, we've made an announcement. We've done a little bit of advertising here or there, just to test, especially to get some feedback. Right now, really, because it's a secondary kind of KYC process, even though you're not submitting new documents for the most part, you are having to go through another process. So because of that, we want to make sure we get some feedback, see if we can make that journey a bit easier, and not have 1,000 people come in and have an issue. So far, there's been a few issues that have popped up with documents not being accepted. Some documents that we accept, this provider doesn't accept. There's been a few like issues with blurry documents, things like that, where they're clearly readable by a human, but the automated service on the provider side can't read them. So we have to adjust a bit the documentation that we accept to make sure that it's in line with what they accept. So there's some little things like that. So we're still kind of working through a few of those. Though I think for the most part, it's been pretty smooth. There's been a few people that got stuck on the provider side. And again, we're kind of learning on each one to understand how that provider works. As I've said before, man, working with providers is essentially the salespeople tell you one thing, tech tells you something else, and the end result is something entirely different than the first two things you were told. And that's pretty much every provider. So at the end of the day, you got to be ready and flexible, and you want to make sure you kind of scale up as you should scale. Scale up kind of like this and not like this, because you end up with bigger issues. Synthetic will give you internal arbitrage opportunity. Actually, that's true. You definitely have. For the most part, we are pulling indicative rates, so there shouldn't be too much of an arbitrage between euro and USD value. But there definitely could be arbitrage opportunities between the equivalent XCM to USD and XCM to euro value. That's for sure. Will marketing spending be increased regardless of bond success? To a certain extent. Yeah, to a certain extent, for sure. So yes, the answer to that question is yes. What do you think about pre-sale CM bonds? Are you satisfied? Everything went smooth? Pretty much everything went smooth. There was a few minor hiccups here and there that we kind of fixed on the fly. And there's still a few things, some beautification things, other things like aesthetical stuff. Some things that still need to be kind of amended here or there. We have we're going to be probably changing in and out that video you see on top of the CoinMetro bond page a few times. We're actually making a professional video, and on Sunday and Monday we'll be filming it here in the offices. So you guys will see that in a couple of weeks. And we're not just going to use that for the bond, to be fair, but it will be what will be up there after we replace what's currently there. So there's going to be ongoing work, but to be fair, yeah, I think we compared to what was in the whitelist. Obviously, we didn't see everything in the whitelist come in the first few days. And a lot of that is because people need to move funds around. A lot of that is because people simply take their time. Even when we do equity rounds, even when we did our larger equity round last year, the money kind of trickles in. It's not that it all comes in on the first day. Even when you have a signed agreement, it takes time. And then even then, some smaller pieces may fall through. That's just the way business works. So on a whole, yeah, I'm pretty content with the way it went. I mean, obviously, everything in life can always be better, but it can also always be worse. That's a good point to make. So yeah, I think it went well. We got about 50 people in the door. We got a little bit of a cushion of money, so we started off this sale already kind of moving forward, which is great. We have a lot of people that are also waiting on additional documentation, which we've been putting together. And I think probably by the end of this week, it'll be ready to roll. And that'll bring in some larger tickets. We have some other people that have been asking us for the ability to send in Swift wires, which we do have. We just haven't made it public yet. So probably will be made public before the end of Q4, but it hasn't been yet. So we've been kind of helping those people with Swift coordinates and things like that. And obviously those transfers take more time than a SEPA transfer or a cryptocurrency transfer. They can take days, sometimes even up to 1 week, depending on the sending bank and what type of correspondent bank relationships they have. So at the end of the day, yeah, I would say, Brian, that yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I think we're moving in the right direction. Whoever writes the MA summaries now, they're great. The person deserves a small raise. It's a good question. I don't even know who writes the summaries right now. I kind of feel bad for them because I know those AMAs can go on for quite some time. And I know that because I can talk for quite some time. I'm going to have to talk for 10 hours today, so we'll see how that works out. I don't know if I'm going to make it, guys, but I'll give it a shot. You're going to see me at some point having like my liquid lunch. Actually, I should be having that right now. You guys are keeping me from lunch, which is terrible of you, but I'll do my best not to pass out here at the desk or at the table. It's a conference table, not a desk. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know who does the bond. I think they might actually being done by maybe Cody, Dread. Jesus, I don't know. To be fair, call Oliver and yell at him for our amusement. Well, I think we should wait till a little later in the day for that one, since he's busy over there working. Oliver, when he has his headphones on, means he's working. So if you catch Oliver without his headphones on, he's not doing anything, or he's at least not doing anything that that is valuable. So you see him with the headphones on, let him roll. Let him do his thing. So yeah, I'm gonna, as in between questions here, guys, in between banter, I'm gonna actually try and get some work done. We did call this day in the life of a fintech startup, which, to be fair, on some days can be quite hectic. Kind of cleared my schedule for today, seeing as I knew I was going to be sitting here all day. However, I'm sure something's going to come up. It always does. It always does. That is Oliver behind me. Yeah, I said that. I guess you weren't on in the beginning, but yeah, that's headphone guy behind me. That's Oliver. So if you were wondering what he looks like, well, there he is. So make sure you zoom in, get a few headshots, and make some memes. Quality ones, please. None of that second tier meme. For tier one memes only, please. Would definitely appreciate it. Yeah, I won't be fed up with you guys. I'll probably be tired. But to be fair, I might leave the office at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, depending on the day. But I'm always online and doing something, usually till quite late in the evening, or early in the morning, I guess, depending on how you look at it. So yeah, I don't think you guys can faze me, to be honest. Anyway, I'm not going to be sitting here the entire time. I will be running around doing other things. In fact, I actually have a call, which I think actually, you know what? I think the call was scheduled right at the same time as this. So I might be missing it right now, to be fair. Let's see. Yeah, definitely missing the call, actually. Let's see if he's still there. This is me having a call. Yeah, no. He left. See, Jesus. Musab said something. I know you're in here for a daily dose of positivity. How many people at the office at the moment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we probably have 8 currently in the office today. Yeah, 8 people, I think. Yeah, so let me email this guy I'm supposed to have him a call with and apologize and see if we can get on this call now. Just got some good news from a friend of mine. So actually, our head of legal, actually. That's kind of nice. All right, so will the room be used for the €1 party? Well, €1 party probably will happen upstairs. So there's more kind of room upstairs. We don't have, we still have this whole area, this glass cube actually goes up 2.5 floors. So the area is still kind of cut off, but there's more actual area to kind of move around because some of the retaining walls don't actually exist on the last floor. So, or retaining columns, or whatever these things are called. Yeah, they might be shy to pass by. I don't know. Yeah, my email was sent, so all good. It wasn't CoinMetro related news, to be fair. And not my news to share. So if our head of legal wants to share it, he'll pop in and share it. But just some good news from him, which is cool. It's always nice to get good news. Doesn't matter if it's your good news or not, right? So it should help you brighten your day some way, shape, or form. So yeah, guys, by the way, questions don't necessarily need to pertain to the CoinMetro bond, which is obviously amazing. Everybody should talk about it and tell their friends about it and cold call people they don't even know from the telephone book and tell them about it as well in long, detailed sentences. But questions don't necessarily have to be about the bond. You can literally, this isn't necessarily our Ask Me Anything, but I'm sure we're going to get some people in here that don't know what CoinMetro is, what we do, maybe coming in to ask, I don't know, what Bitcoin is. I have no idea. But ask what you want to ask, whether that's finance related, regulatory related, crypto related, and I'll do my best to answer. Tony T asking if a growth token holder is not a CoinMetro shareholder, what are the 5% of CM equity holders share? Does it mean 5% of CM real shares give away their dividend more to a growth token holder? What it means is almost that, yes. It means that off the top, before dividends, revenue share, or profits from the sale of the company are divided up between the actual shareholders, the top 5%. 5% is basically shaved off. It's considered, it's a liability back to those growth token holders. And it's not shares. You're literally just, it's a liability. So it sits on the books as a liability. When that liability is paid, then the 100% of the net dividend then goes out to shareholders. So before that 100% net dividend is calculated, this 5% liability is taken off the top. Yeah, I'll get Oliver to come in here in a bit once he finishes whatever he's doing over there. Yeah, 20 people watching already. Well, some people don't like to ask questions, man. Some people don't like to hold their hand up for some reason. We did a live stream the other day about women in crypto. And we had 50-50. 50% of people that said they were going to attend were women. The other 50% were men. But the only questions posed were from dudes. So I'm pretty sure there must have been some women watching. Maybe they just didn't like what they heard. I don't know. But I think it was pretty positive. So I don't see how that would have been the issue. But nobody asked a question. They were definitely all dude questions. It was pretty obvious obviously from usernames being one, but also from the questions posed, I think, and comments for that matter. I still don't know how legally it works. So again, it just that equivalent to 5% sits on our books as a liability. That means after we pay, all of our costs, whether that be fixed costs, dynamic costs, costs related to liquidity provision, costs related to affiliates, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you end up with a sum, let's say 1 million, which would be considered profit. And then let's say out of that 1 million, the company decides to pay 200,000 as a dividend. Yeah. Well, before that 200,000 is paid, 10,000 is taken out, or 210,000, or 200 would be slightly over 210,000 at that point, would be actually the dividend that would be paid, and the portion that is needs to be allocated is allocated to those growth token holders up to 5%, and then the net dividend is paid out to shareholders. So it's just a simple liability, just like any other cost would be a liability. let's get the big questions out. Who will win the elections? Do I need to stash cash and prepare bunker? Before I get into that one, yeah, no, yeah, that is Oliver behind me. Yep, that is Oliver. I see. I knew Oliver was going to be a big part of the show today already. So who's going to win the election? That's a very good question. I would say every poll that I've seen that is anonymous, especially those that are done online, point to a Trump victory. However, obviously, if you watch mainstream media in the U.S., it points towards a Biden victory by quite a margin. However, you have to take those with a grain of salt, not because they were super wrong in 2016 and have been wrong in the past as well. It's that the margin of error, you actually need to double that margin. If the margin of error says 3 to 4%, that's actually on both sides. So you have potential of 6 to 8% margin of error, then in most polls up to 10. So most polls have been showing like a nationwide lead, I think, for Biden, up around that 8% mark. It was over 10. I think it was 11 or 12 just even 2 weeks ago. Now it's roughly, I think, circulating around 8 nationwide. So that really means it's tied. That means it could be tied. That also means Biden could be up by 17. But considering how the polls are run and where they run the polls, I would say it's probably a very much closer race than what those polls dictate. And the polls, was it the Flagler? I think the polling company that predicted Trump's win in 2016, they were the only one, has predicted again a Trump win. Again, should be taken with a grain of salt. Polls are bullshit, I guess polls are bullshit because people can lie in polls. Who are they polling? Are they polling truly a of the electorate? Are they polling a specific group? People can lie about their affiliations. I mean, to be fair, somebody can be registered Democrat and vote Republican. Somebody could be a registered Republican and vote Democrat. So all those things are kind of nonsense, to be fair. But anybody I talk to now, people I talk to generally are in the finance industry, and most of those guys would rather see a Trump victory. Even if they don't like the guy, they'd rather see a Trump victory than a Biden victory. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I think whichever way it swings, it's going to be highly contested. If it's said that, especially in some of those certain states, especially I think the big state everybody's talking about now is Pennsylvania. Yeah. So Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes, saying that could be the pivotal one. Florida has to be won by Trump. If Trump loses Florida, he loses the election. There hasn't been a Republican in the last 100 years, I think, that won the office without winning Florida. So Florida's a pivotal one. If Florida falls to the Democrats, there's almost no way that Trump can gain 270 electoral votes. To do it, he would literally have to win one of the biggest, at least one of the very big blue stronghold states, which is pretty difficult for any Republican, to be fair. So if the map falls, Texas, Florida, your kind of Republican mainstays fall into the Trump with everything else, because basically the U.S. kind of looks like Democrats, ding, 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 Republicans everywhere else. So obviously the population in those Democratic hubs can be much higher because they're cities, New York, Philadelphia, whatever, Trenton, New Jersey, Miami, Florida, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Washington, D.C. tend to be Democratic, but the sections of the map tend to be mostly red. So we'll have to see. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I guess Florida, we should know at some point around maybe 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the U.S. So between 3 and 5 a.m. we should know Estonian time where Florida's going, and that's going to be pretty indicative. And to be fair, we're going to probably know more or less at least how tight it is in these other states that are pivotal, Pennsylvania being one of them. So place the camera in front of you and put Oliver to a small desk next to you, and you have our late night show. We might try that out one of these days. We're gonna have late night with CoinMetro. Have like a band in the corner that we like do some banter with for no apparent reason whatsoever. Like, hey Jeffrey, got the kids. Good. Jeffrey's got kids. Nobody cares at all about the band. Literally, name me the band on a late night show. Time's up. You couldn't. Anyway, add a short Binance roast stand-up session. That'd be cool, actually. Binance roast would be pretty easy, though. We should probably aim a little higher, put the bar a little higher. Binance roast is like say anything bad about crypto and you roast Binance, you know. So I don't know. What are the advantages of setting up in Estonia? Good question. So I haven't set a company up in every country of the world, to be fair. So there's probably a good 180 countries or so around the world where I've never done business. So obviously comparing it to those countries, I have no idea. But I have set businesses up in the US, Canada, Mexico, UK, Georgia, the country, not the state, if you're from the US, as well as obviously Estonia. I've set offshore corporations up in Panama and Cyprus, I've had Japanese companies, Australia. Anyway, lots of different countries. So comparing it to those, it's a small progressive country. And usually what happens when countries have smaller GDPs and they're small and they're progressive, they get to a point where they get enough GDP or they get complacent enough where they stop being so progressive. I don't think Estonia is there yet. I think Estonia is still quite progressive in many ways. Though, like every country, there's a rift between what the government puts out as their propaganda to bring in new workers and new companies and new e-residents and things like that, and what you can actually do, when you open a company. Now, there's no corporate tax, which is pretty cool. 20% dividend tax, which isn't so bad. So comparatively speaking to the rest of Europe, most of Europe at least, the tax structure is pretty good. It's pretty transparent. It's pretty easy to file taxes, to be fair. Much easier than comparatively speaking to the U.S. I mean, in the U.S., you got to be a brain surgeon with a minor in rocket ship technologies, with another minor in I don't know, old Western filmmaking or something, to be able to fill out a tax form without getting audited. Here, you make like 5 button clicks with your mouse and log in with your electronic ID. Game over and done. So in that aspect, it's pretty cool. Setting up the company, especially if you live here, is super easy and inexpensive. Even if you don't live here, it's still less expensive than most other places in the world. For instance, if you set up a company in Hong Kong, you're going to pay maybe $1,500 US, 1,300 euros, something like that. You're going to pay about half of that every year to renew it. Banking, you have to fly there to open bank accounts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So all in all, from the business angle, not so bad. For us, I mean, I came here because of regulation. So I was in Georgia, again, the country, not the state. And I think I told the story before, but for those of you who, and I'll get to your second question, Don, about advantage over the UK in a second. So when I went to Georgia, the idea actually was to set up CoinMetro in Georgia. And the reason being is that the regulator in Georgia we heard through the grapevine, wink, wink, double wink, that essentially they were going to add on permissions to be able to trade FX and cryptocurrency under the same license. And previous to them adding these permissions, the only institutions that were able to have this license were banks. And it was going to get privatized, so private companies could actually, unlicensed private companies, like you don't have to have a banking license to get this license type of thing. We're going to be able to apply. And so when we heard that, we thought, well, that'll give us an advantage. I mean, we might pick up a small amount of business from Georgia, but then as well in the surrounding countries that have never had these type of licenses before, might be able to pick up some business. And it's kind of Eurasia, so it's in between Europe and Asia, 2 major markets. Okay, good. So we went there, we scheduled about 15, 16 different interviews with all kinds of different, from possible employees to companies where you can actually, headhunters, things like that. Also to law firms, just a whole bunch of different interviews. So we got there, myself and the CFO of FXPig at the time, got to Georgia, set up shop in the lobby, started doing interviews. We had 15 planned, and more than half didn't show up. We actually had a guy show up on the 3rd day, I think, or 2nd or 3rd day, that was supposed to be there on the 1st day. Just rocked up to the lobby, sat down in front of us, and was like, and I looked at my list and I'm like, oh, this must be, whoever, Mr. X. Well, no, it wasn't Mr. X who was scheduled for that particular time period. It was the guy who was supposed to be there 3 days ago. And I didn't even figure that out until halfway through the interview. And he was like, oh, no, I was supposed to come on Monday. I'm like, I must have missed your email or your phone call. Where he's like, no, I didn't call. I didn't email. No. Basically telling me, like, I don't really give a shit. I just kind of showed up here now because, I don't know, I got off the bus and happened to be in front of the hotel and thought, fuck it, I'll go do this interview. So at that point, kind of decided that Georgia wasn't the place to be, especially for a startup that would have to be kind of agile, have people that show up on time or at least show up, period. So I had read previous to that, this was January of 2018, I had read a month earlier that Estonia was the first country to adopt what at that point was a draft legislation of AMLD5, the Anti-Money Laundering Directive. That's now still not all the way across Europe, still not everybody's adopted it, but they adopted it before it was even finished. And part of that was to create these crypto licenses for custody for e-wallet license, as well as crypto to fiat exchange. So I said, Estonia sounds pretty good, pretty progressive. Let's give it a shot. Hopped on a plane, got here, was it January 28th, I think, 2018. And within a week, had first employee, in a few days actually, had the first employee hired from the lobby of a hotel. And then found some office space, temporary office space in the same building on the 3rd floor. And the rest, I guess, is history. So, yeah, that was a long answer to a short question. Hotbit situation. Hey, Brian, what's the Hotbit situation? There's so many situations at Hotbit, bro. Like, seriously. The Hotbit is a situation, literally. So, yeah, give me some notes on that, and I'll be able to answer you. And the advantages over the UK. So, I would say tax structure is an advantage, for sure. Filing taxes is easier, for sure. As far as banking, the UK has access to better banking. No real way to deny that. But it really depends on what kind of business you're opening. Like if it's just if you're opening something up where like fintech driven, for example, crypto driven, then at this point the UK is probably even ahead of Estonia in many metrics. Considering that they do now have their own crypto licensing, it's much more difficult to acquire. Not much more. It's more difficult to acquire. It used to be much more. Now that Estonia upped its game a bit, it's just more difficult to acquire. Bit more expensive to acquire, and obviously running the business is going to be more expensive. I mean, here, salaries and things like that, even though the tax on salaries is quite high, they're still going to be smaller than the UK. So it really depends on your venture. But just from a simple tax perspective, Estonia would be better, that's for sure. What if you raise 2.5 million before the deadline? Will you sell more CoinMetro bonds? No, at that point, the bond sale would end because the 2.5 million is specifically there for the European safe harbor regulation. That means that if we go over that 2.5 million in some of the jurisdictions where we're able to do direct advertising, like Estonia, for example, we would have to file a prospectus with the regulator. And under 2.5 or under, we don't. So yeah, the bond sale, if it hits 2.5 before the end of those 90 days, would end. So yeah, that was one of the origin stories. I guess the true origin story for CoinMetro is a much longer one than that. If you guys want to hear it, I'm game. I'll just start, and then if you don't want to hear it, just say no. Shut up, and I'll move on. So CoinMetro, actually, it was funny enough. I downloaded something the other day. Let me see if I have it here. I don't know if I downloaded it on this computer or somewhere else. But I downloaded something the other day, which were the initial logo designs for CoinMetro. And it's from 2014. Right on, 2014. How 2014, you may ask? So all right, Brian. So the initial, why 2014? So around 2014 is when I really started to get a lot of clients at FXPig, which is my FX broker, asking about how they can trade Bitcoin. I mean, lots. So I thought, you know what, I don't necessarily want to do this under the guise of FXPig, because at that time, to be fair, there was no regulation. It was super gray area. And to combine it with a regulated entity, risky. So previous to that, in 2014, I am the current majority shareholder. Hey, Jack, nice to see you, buddy. So I am the majority shareholder, Evan, who's a pilot. I don't know why I mention it all the time, but I just think it's cool. You know, when you're a kid, there's like cool jobs. Pilot's a cool job, man. Like if you're a kid, you see a pilot, you're like, wow. In comparison, if you see a bus driver, you're like, you know, when to be in reality, you know, driving a bus or driving a plane, you're still just moving people from one place to another. Obviously, the pilot's got a way better salary, better uniform, and probably gets, you know, got the good-looking chicks. Bus driver, not so much. But anyway, just funny how life defines roles, right? Because to be fair, not much of a difference in terms of what they're actually doing. They're moving something from one place to another. Anyway, I just keep going off on a fucking tangent, but we got 10 hours, man, so we got time. So anyway, so 2014, we were mining. We were mining cryptocurrency. We had a company called Mining Coin. I didn't have the website, but I had the domain ready to roll, which was miningco.in. Cool, right? Awesome. So anyway, we had this domain, and the idea was to create the first cloud mining company. There hadn't been one yet, as far as we knew. And around the same time, I thought, well, you know, maybe I want to branch out this FX Pig thing and do this, you know, another brand. So I came up with the name CoinMetro, and I had some logos drawn up, 2014. Well, the mining went forward in 2014. The idea for the crypto thing kind of fell to the wayside because I was just doing other stuff in FX, had no time. Went through the mining, bought some machines, mined some Bitcoin, mined like 300 Bitcoin, sold the machines for, mined like 100 Bitcoin, I think it was, and then sold the machines. There was like 1 terabyte machines back in the day. Sold those machines for, I don't even remember, man, but it was like 260 Bitcoin or something. I had like 350 Bitcoin or something. And to be fair, if we just would have kept that, we wouldn't have had to do an ICO, but we didn't. So yeah, that ended up turning into, over time, about the year worth of mining, 2015. Then into 2016, we were kind of idle. We were just holding on. And then going into the beginning of 2017, we started to spend the money on putting together what would become CoinMetro. We had no idea we were going to register. I was still in Mexico. Georgia wasn't on the table. Estonia definitely wasn't on the table. And then yeah, we kind of progressed down the road there. Yeah, once upon a time. So yeah, guys, I think 2014 is literally when, at least the name. At least I created the name in 2014, which, to be honest, I didn't remember. I thought it was right around 2016, 17. But yeah, found these old logos, and yeah, this was one of them. So the train inside the circles meant 2014. So pretty cool. Yeah, Roger. So you won't be seeing me sitting here hopefully for 10 straight hours. It'll get real interesting probably around hour 3 or 4, to be fair. But I'll be in and out. So I'm trying to do a bit of work from here, which is kind of difficult, but you know, I'm trying to get my shit done. And we'll come in and out with different things. Obviously, if you guys have specific questions you want to ask to somebody like our buddy Oliver, he can always roll in and answer them. So yeah, it's 10 hours. We're going to keep this thing rolling since the first day of the bond public sale. Just keep it going, and let people come in here if they have a question, ask. Again, it doesn't necessarily need to be about the bond, but if it is, you know, awesome. So yeah, just it's gonna be a long day, man. Long day. It's already been kind of a long day, to be fair. Yeah. So I don't know. I think at some point, let's see. Here's my email. Are you free at 1:30, 3:30? Sure, we can do 3:30. Okay. So you'll probably watch me on a call in about an hour. I have to use headphones, I guess, because I don't know if you can hear everything that's on this call. But got a question for all. Okay, well, I'll grab Oliver in a few minutes here. Being Donald Trump being elected today, tomorrow we are going to be richer, I hope. Yeah, Jack, we'll have to see. Not sure really. You know, usually what happens in a market, at least the knee-jerk reactions, are the exact opposite of what you would expect to happen. Right now, obviously, we've seen some pullback overnight for Bitcoin. We've seen pullback on Ether. We've seen pullback on most majors. Lots of pullbacks as well around alts as well, and that's kind of foreseeable. People are taking profits, I think, or they're just getting out of the market, taking their profits before the volatility pops in. I think, you know, the last election I remember, the last real volatile election I remember was Bush-Gore 2000. And Bush-Gore 2000 wasn't decided for weeks. You know, the hanging chads, you remember that bullshit? You know, so when the voting card has this little pin that pokes out a little hole in the voting card. This is how the vote. I mean, most states don't have these anymore. I guarantee you, parts of Florida still have them. Guaranteed. But anyway, so you press a button, little pin goes through the card and makes a hole. Well, on some of these, the pin didn't poke a hole all the way through. So the question was, do we count this as a vote? And those became known as hanging chads, which Chad now means a whole other thing, like 4chan and Reddit. Hanging Chad kind of sound, I don't know what the hell that, I mean, I kind of have it in my head what that might mean now. I don't know. But that's what we called them back in 2000. And when that happened, especially in election night, literally you had one news station calling it for one president, one electoral candidate, another one calling it for the other within hours. And USD was all over the place, man. USD was going all over the place against a basket of currencies, going long, going short, going long, going short. That was one of my best, that probably was my best trading day in the history of my trading career. Made a lot of money real quick on shorting and longing the US dollar based on these calls from the election. Now, I think after that, I think those networks got slammed for calling election before anybody actually, when it could be called. So I don't necessarily expect that to happen today or tomorrow or the next day. But every time it looks like one person may win, and we potentially could have a lot of volatility. So I think smart people are taking some profits, taking some money off the board, because that volatility could be, it could end up being almost dormant, nobody trading. It's also another probability. But in trading, man, the worst thing you want to happen in markets is uncertainty. That is the worst possible thing that can happen. Super fear market, super greed market, whatever. No, that you can trade. In uncertainty is a bad thing. So I think a lot of smart market players are kind of just pulling money off the table, pulling money off the board, and waiting to see what happens. Do you think bond tokens will be available to buy after USD Swift deposits are enabled? Well, we're trying to get those enabled as soon as possible. So we have the ability to accept them. It's just about adding in the functionality into the back end so that they're tracked correctly, because it's going to mean you're going to have to add, a little note to your transfer, and we want to make sure that that's clear and it has to be added in. We have to add in different deposit method, which is USD International, etc. So we're working on it. We were actually some new endpoints were added to the API from the provider for you non-technical dudes and dudettes. That simply means that an endpoint is a piece of data that an API either pulls or gets. So if you're pulling information from somewhere else, then or if someone is pulling it from you, they're getting it. An endpoint just provides another little kind of hook where more information can be placed on that API. So they created a new API for international Swift transfers. So as far as I know, that has been added into our release candidate yesterday. So potentially it could be live in a few days. So I'm hoping yes. Well, I'm hoping for your sake, yes. For our sake, maybe not. But you'll probably have a shot. I think you'll have a shot. So. Tips for investors and general investment advice would be amazing. You always say stick to a plan, but never explain how to make a plan or what the plan even is. Thanks a lot for everything. You're right, I don't. And the reason I don't is that this may sound crazy, but my plan might not work for you. And your plan might not work for me, even if it works for you. And a plan that doesn't work for somebody else might work for me. So, you can look at it's like when you talk about trading, there's two contradicting things that are always said. One is the history is never you should never look at the past to predict the future. But what do we do every time we set up any type of trading plan? We do back testing and we use indicators or whatever that are lagging behind present price. So we're literally using the past to predict the future. So those two things are contradictory, which means that when you set up your plan, you need to try and figure out how you're going to pinpoint or how you're going to figure out where your entry and exit points are. One of those is just simple math. You don't want to risk 5 to gain 3. That's going to fail at some point. Unless, I've run strategies that, risk 10 to gain 2 and last for quite some time because of the rest of the risk management, that gets applied to those strategies. But for most people, you want to be risking 1 to get 2 or 3. So simple math is the first one. If you're going to risk 100 euros, you should be trying to make at least 2 to 300. 300 being more optimal than 2, obviously. Then, if you're making 3 to 1, you could lose 66% of your trades and be at break even, and without accounting for slippage and all these other things that could happen in the market, partial fills, etc. So you don't have to be that accurate, which is good. Which also means you shouldn't be trading on lower time frames. When you watch most people day trade, they're like, yeah, here's the 1 minute chart, and then I gauge off the 15 for the trend. Yeah, that's great. If you really like to get stressed out, lose your hair, get fat, and die of hypertension when you're 43, that's awesome. Great way to go about trading. If you really want a trading career, don't trade off lower time frames. Just don't do it. You can look at lower time frames to figure out where short-term trends may be happening in the market to fine-tune your entry points on longer time frames, but don't trade off of shorter time frames to start with. So if you get in on that, also means that you need to understand better how you handle risk, because 15-minute time frames, the chart may look this big, like, wow, it's in a super bull mode. Then you go on the 4-hour chart and it's literally, you can't even see the line on the 4-hour. The daily chart doesn't even look like the line is painted yet, So my advice to set up a plan would be, 1, first of all, fixate on what you're going to be looking at. Are you a fundamental trader? Are you looking more at technicals? Or are you doing both? I don't really have a suggestion for that. It really depends on how much information you can absorb. In crypto, we're still a hype-driven market. So that's what fundamentals are in crypto. Hypomentals or whatever, what's his face from that scam calls them. Anyway, so yeah, hypomentals or whatever. Yeah, hypomentals, is that what he calls them? I don't even remember. Anyway, so fundamentals, or you're just going to be driven by a straight technical analysis. I felt like Joe Biden there for a second. So for me, I would say I can't really tell you which one of those to use. You might want to use both, maybe use one. Once you figure out what you're looking for, then you start looking at longer time periods to how you track your entry and exits. Longer time periods are easier to read for support and resistance. It's much more visible. And those supports and resistance levels are much more solid, much stronger, because they held price for much more time than a 15-minute or a 5-minute chart. So start charting your support and resistance levels. They're pretty easy to spot, right? Maybe at some point during the day, I'll throw a chart on the screen, we can do this, but they're pretty easy to spot. You're looking for places where price has bounced. Find the support and resistance close to where the current price is. Then you do your math, 3 to 1. See what the range looks like. Last time price bounced off that point, where did it go? And what would be the worst case scenario above that price point? Make sure that you're setting your ratios 1 to 3 at a minimum. And then don't get out of that trade unless it hits one of those points, or you set an additional piece of your plan, which is as I go into profit, because with longer chart times, you're going to have longer take profits and longer stop losses. So potentially you may have, a stop loss, which is 100 US dollars, let's say, in price, and 300 US dollars on the long side. Maybe you get to 50 US in profit and you move up your stop loss by 50. You go to 100 in profit, you move your stop loss by 50, etc. So you trail that stop. And if news comes out, you should have that in your plan as well. If news comes out and that's going to affect your trade, you just get out. You don't wait to see what happens. Like, oh, this could potentially make me a lot more money. You're going to get in trades and get out where you would have made lots of money. You're going to get in trades that you lost money, and as soon as you get out of that trade at your stop loss, you would have made money. That shit is going to happen. Not because there's some crazy four-eyed freak behind a monitor somewhere chasing your stop losses. Nobody, and I'm going to repeat this because I get this up. Nobody gives a shit about your trade except you. Nobody cares. The broker doesn't care. The book could give a shit. Nobody cares. The thing is that what humans generally do is link up. They instinctively are placing their orders around the same price points as everyone else. And that happens because people follow similar plans. So whether it's support and resistance based, whether it's Fibonacci based, whether it's a 200-day moving average, whatever. They're basing their trading on the same metrics. Thus, the market tends to move to those price points, which is another piece of advice. When you're setting your entry and exit, don't set it exactly where that support is. You either set it right above that support if you want to be a bit conservative, or you set it right below, right? Don't pick solid whole numbers, especially for stop outs. These are price points. Don't pick the 200-day moving average as it sits right now for your stop out, or you need to be a bit more creative in how you enter and exit the market. Anyway, I think those right there should help you build some form of plan. To be honest, like I said, with really good risk management, you can literally set up a few dartboards in your house and run an experiment. Buy gold now, okay? Sell USD now, okay? And as long as you follow strict money management, you can potentially still make money. It requires a bit more babysitting of trades, that's for sure. Why don't we try to set up a trading school? Well, it's a possibility, Jack, but it takes a lot of time to teach people. It takes a lot of effort. I've done some lectures just recently at Caltech here in Estonia. I show up there with nothing. Like when they asked me if I wanted to do some lectures, they were like, what do you need? Do you need a projector? Do you need, volunteers? Are you going to need magic markers, paper, I don't know, cameras, fucking whatever, all kinds of different nonsense. I was like, nah, I don't need it. I just showed up and talked for an hour, gave real life examples, and tried to keep it entertaining as much as I could. Because, I didn't go to university, to be fair, but I went to school. And school was boring to me. So what I did was try to get all my work done so I could just sit there and not pay attention. Because to be fair, I couldn't do it. I did good in school because I was fortunate to have a good memory and I paid attention when I had to. But when I didn't have to, I didn't. And so I kind of feel for people that have to sit there all day and listen to people like me walk in and start jibber jabbering about bullshit that, maybe is interesting, maybe it's not, for an hour and a half, back to back to back. So I've done a few of those, and I can't say I don't prepare. Life has prepared me. So I spent a long time preparing to do those things. But to set up a class, you need to have some more structured lessons, and that takes time to put together. So I'd have no problem assisting in that type of stuff. But actually putting together the curriculum, I've done it before for FX, and it wouldn't make me the happiest guy on earth, let's put it that way. Thoughts on Cadena? Thoughts on Cadena, yeah. So I'm looking at the price point on Cadena right now. Where is Cadena? 13 euro cents. Yeah, they've been getting brutalized ever since Bitcoin's been taken off. So that tells me two things. One, I still like Cadena. I still think the people behind it could potentially pull something off. I'm not sitting in their boardroom every day. I don't talk to them every day. I don't know exactly where they stand with different projects. But I do think they can do what they say they want to do. They have decent experience. They come from, SEC, from different banks, etc. There's lots of things you can do right, and there's a fuck ton of things you can do wrong when doing a business. I mean, you at CoinMetro, we can go down a list of things that we do really good, and things we don't do so well, things that we did really bad in the past that we now do good, things that maybe we did better in the past and now do worse. I don't know. But running a company isn't just about, I have a great product, I have a bunch of money to spend on marketing, boom, we're going to be awesome. No, that's not how stuff works. So I think from Pumpamentals. Yeah. So I think from the Cadena side, I honestly think that they can make it happen. That doesn't mean they will. When I look at the price point, what it says to me is that the people that bought into Cadena are the majority, it seems, were there to make a quick profit or to speculate only. And when speculators get into an asset and it stops moving and then some other asset moves, it's like a dog chasing a stick. Here's one stick, throw the stick, dog's happy, grabs the stick. We'll sit with that stick for an hour. He loves that stick. It's his favorite fucking stick. No other stick in the world could compare to this stick. This is that dog's stick. He's happy as shit. You pull out another stick, dog looks up, goes, oh shit, look at that stick. You throw that stick, he runs after it. Now he got that stick. This is the best stick ever. No other stick compared to this stick. He's forgotten every other stick he's ever chewed on except for that stick. Then you come out with another stick, you get my point. So speculative investors, especially those that are retail speculative investors, are like dogs and sticks. So they see something, they get onto it, they go into all the forums, they go into, I shouldn't say forums, that was definitely what do you call that? A boomer word, I guess now. But they go into Telegram, they go into all the groups, and they're like, man, Cadena, bro, gonna change the world, man. And then someone throws another stick. and then they, dump and leave. So it looks to me like their community probably was there mostly for speculative reasons. And the people that are still in there now trying to buoy price around this 13-cent mark are the guys that believe in the company. Tells me that Kadena needs more people to believe in their company, telling me Kadena needs to do more community-based advertisement, telling me Kadena needs to build their brand, telling me people need to understand what Kadena is doing so they support the brand. That's what it tells me. I could be completely wrong. But when and it happens with XCM as well. It doesn't happen as much. You don't see, in the beginning though, if you remember back 3 years ago, right around when XCM first came out, as soon as Bitcoin would pop, everybody would sell XCM, jump into Bitcoin. Bitcoin would stabilize. They take their profits, jump back out of Bitcoin, back in XCM, and we would have kind of these reverse ebb and flow kind of charts that looked almost kind of the reverse of what Bitcoin looks like, at least on short time frames. So yeah, I still, I think there's a lot of companies out there, not just in crypto, but that can definitely do something. They're going in the right direction. There's just something they're not doing right, or something they haven't started doing. And you can throw CoinMetro right into that. I think we're doing a lot of things right. There's some things we haven't started to do at scale for, whether that's a funding reason, whether that's because we've been focused on other things. It's not only, there are people that run into business and do everything at once and also fail, by the way, but get lucky and they scale and they go. And then there's others that work systematically to build a client base without a product, or build a product without a client base, et cetera. So there's a million ways. There's a million ways to skin a cat. I don't even know if that's true though. I can think of one way to skin a cat, and that's with a knife. If anybody else has another way, I don't even know why that statement even exists. Funny story, since I'm here for 10 hours, I might as well just go down the funny story road. I used to have a real estate company in Cancun. Yeah. And there was an old guy named RJ. He was from Texas. If you've never met anybody from Texas, they speak really loud, and they like to say they're from Texas. So RJ, and they have lots of sayings. Everything has a saying. I can't remember all of them, but I'll try to bring out a few of the gems that I heard over the years. Like, I'm about as embarrassed as a whore in church was a good one. At one point he said that. I was actually with two Mormons, and they were supposed to buy a property. And he came into the office and was like, I'm about as embarrassed as a whore in church. And they left. So yeah, little funny sideshow there. But RJ, I wonder if RJ's still out there. RJ, if you're out there, I need some more sayings, I think. So if you just throw some in. Oh, what happened here? All right, let me see what we got. PP Poo Poo, thank you, Bjorn, for that heartfelt addition to the comment section here. Pumpamentals, very good. Yep, always a high IQ discussion. PP, actually, it's PP Poo Poo. That might actually be some type of foreign language that I'm not aware of. I don't know. Time is a problem. Yeah, agree with that. Yeah, the dog thing. I'm telling you, I don't think I made that example before, but they definitely like dogs and sticks. I mean, there are a few smart dogs out there that will stick with a stick. They'll stick with that stick until there's no stick left, and cry for a bit, and then find a new stick. I don't even know if that makes them smarter. Actually, it might even make them worse. I dread it, literally. So I'll give you a Bill Burr story. I got a few of them actually. So I always get that actually. How old is Bill Burr? I think he's in his 50s. So I guess, yeah, he came first. And he's got red hair, which is, I guess, is the one. I think he had red hair. He's bald now. Balder than me, by the way. Just to put that on the record, Bill Burr is balder than I am. I just like to put that out there. Makes me feel good. It's Tuesday, so, anything that can help. But yeah, so I get that all the time. Actually, every person I talk to, like if I have a Zoom meeting or whatever, I go on some online webinar or something. And right after they go, hey, dude, you know who you remind me of? And I'm just thinking in the back of my head, yeah. And they're like, Bill Burr. You ever see this comedian named Bill Burr? I'm like, yeah. So I was in London, and I was at a restaurant at like 3 a.m., a Thai restaurant. And there was this English couple from they weren't from London, that's for sure. I don't know where they were from. I didn't ask. They were drunk is the wrong word. So they were annihilated, I think is the best word for it. And I'm sitting there trying to eat like some, I don't know, noodles and rice or whatever the hell I was eating. It was definitely vegan. It probably wasn't gluten-free at the time, so it was probably noodles. Anyways, I'm sitting there with a friend of mine. I'm eating. I keep looking over at them because the woman is like drunk staring at me like hard. Like, you know, the type of stare where you just can't help but look over because you can feel them staring at you. And she's like got one eye closed, the other eye's batting around like fucking like crazy, like 400 RPMs. And I keep looking over there, and I look at my friend. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with these people? Why do they keep looking? They got like a massive fucking booger in my nose or something, or what's the deal? He's like, yeah, he literally checked, to be fair, and said, nah, everything's cool. So I'm looking, and then finally the husband turns around and he's like, I gotta ask you something. I'm like, yeah, what's up? You're that guy. And I was like, I'm a what? You're that guy. I'm like, and then, I figured I'd play around. It's 3 a.m, why not? I'm like, yeah, I'm that guy. And I've come to find out they thought I was Bill Burr. In fact, I signed the woman's shirt as Bill Burr. And she was ecstatic, actually. Took a picture with me. We went outside. We took pictures. She was drunkenly trying to tell everybody that I was Bill Burr, but she couldn't even pronounce it. She was like, hey, Bill Burr. It was pretty ridiculous. I might actually have a photo of this because I think my buddy took photos while I was signing the shirt. So if I find it, I'll make sure I post it to Telegram. But yeah, I get that all too often, to be fair. Those are some serious socks on Oliver. They're not that serious. They're great. Yeah, I have some pretty boring socks on today as well. I would have wore some nicer socks. I apologize. Can't see them anyways. Can you write on the blackboard 3 biggest advantages pros investors will get? Oh, sure, I can do that. Let's see. It's actually an electronic whiteboard. Blackboard is kind of dimming it in some way, shape, or form. All right. You see, I erased magic hand. You didn't know I was magic. You know now. Okay, so 3 biggest advantages. So let's take an easy one first. Let's say right to the top so everybody knows what we're talking about here. Jesus. When you can't spell your own company's name, it's getting... Can you hear me, by the way? Let me move the mic over here. Might be getting... There we go. That should be better. Let's get an angle on this bad boy. Oh, great. All right, so we got CoinMetro bond. Oh, let's do this like a David Letterman. We'll go top 3. Let's just call it the top 3. I don't want to have to, guys might be writing out too much stuff. Let's start with number 3 then. Number 3 on the list, we're going to go with daily interest. You can't even see it, but it's there. I guarantee it's there. Daily interest. I think that's pretty good, to be honest. I mean, daily cash flow. Who doesn't want daily cash flow, to be fair? Number 2, now it's going to get difficult because I only have 3 now. I mean, you limited me to 3, Brian. That was kind of unfair. I should have had 5, maybe. Anyway, so we'll go with daily interest. I'm going to add in that it's 8. You don't even see this, but just it's 8 to 12% annual. That's per annum. All right. Going on to advantage number 2, I think is, let's say, secondary, which means that you have a place to sell that bond. Once the primary ends, you're going to have a marketplace, or an exchange engine, kind of just like our exchange platform, but built for actual regulated assets, securities, where you can actually sell. So there's a secondary market. Number 1, I think, is the, convertibility. Jesus. Convertibility to equity-like instrument. Handwriting is atrocious. There you go, convertibility. So for me, the convertibility is probably number 1 because you get in at today's valuation, that's 50 million. In 2 years, that's not going to be the valuation. We move in the way we expect to move. 50 million is definitely not going to be the valuation, but you lock it in. You lock in your ability to convert into an equity-like ownership at the current valuation. That to me is pretty big. I think that one should be definitely number 1, at least on my list. Your list might be a bit different. Second on my list is that secondary market, because I get approached by investments all the time. In fact, I think I currently have about 12 or 13 passive investments. Actually, passive probably 8, and 4 or 5 that aren't passive. And most of those don't require so much of my time like CoinMetro, but they still require some time. Ignium definitely being one of them, which requires a significant portion of my time. But that also ties into what we do at CoinMetro, so it makes it easy. So for me, having the ability to be able to buy more or sell inside of that secondary market throughout the term I hold this bond, that's amazing. In fact, I think most investors, that's something that they would be looking for. I mean, most traditional markets suck because the secondary market simply doesn't exist. I'm not talking about if you're, a huge, massive cap company like a Mobil Oil or a General Electric or a Tesco or whatever. Those companies don't really have an issue with secondary market. But when you're talking about smaller secondary markets around the world, regulated ones like NASDAQ here in the Baltics, for example, it's hard to sell. It can take a long time. So secondary market is cool. And then third for me, which third kind of puts it far on the list. If I had 5, it would have been differently arranged. But for 3, that daily interest payment. Because this means that if I'm, in most cases, even if there was a secondary market, sometimes you don't get that interest, that end interest till the bond expires, till it's over with. So you wait 2 years and then you get a payout of your principal plus interest. What happens if I need the money within those 2 years? What happens if I just want my interest during those 2 years? What happens if anything happens to the company in year 1.5? I didn't get anything. Well, this way, not only can you sell to get to if you feel that we're not headed in the right direction, you can sell. But on top of that, you're going to get your interest every day. And I think that's pretty cool. So, yeah, we'll highlight top 3. And like I said, for me, this would be number 1. Not that number 3 is anything to laugh at, to be honest. It's still a great opportunity. But yeah, there you go. So we updated the board. I could probably make that a bit prettier, but I'm not an artist. So, ontology, thoughts and ID identity on blockchain. I think I'll take this. I'll take the second part of that first. So, identity on the blockchain. So, I mean, Estonia already does it. Let's be fair. Our IDs already sit on not a blockchain, but a Merkle tree, some type of DLT, right? So Estonia's been doing it for a long time. Dubai and other countries have started to do it as well. I think you're probably going down the road of kind of like self-sovereign identity. You can like KYC at different places and do things just by providing some pseudo-anonymous ID. And then the company doesn't even need access to your data. They can just gain access to the fact that your ID was verified and allow you to open an account under a pseudo-anonymous name. So I think we're going to get there. But imagine all these different things like ID on the blockchain and what's the other thing? Jesus, it just went through my CBDCs, for example. I think people have this idea that, CBDCs are going to be easy. I look at companies like Quant with Overledger that say they're going to link all this stuff. I can name a whole list of countries that wouldn't want the ability for another country to be able to interact with their central bank issued digital currency. In fact, I can name a lot of them. I mean, let's give it an easy one. Palestine and Israel. How about Iran and the US? How about North Korea and pretty much everyone except China? How about even Japan and China? Would they want to intermingle? How about, there's a million combinations where you see issues. And the same thing happens with the countries saying that a certain type of sovereign ID is acceptable. Would that really happen? Would we live in a world really where governments would assume that this can be accepted? Because at some level, the governments have to kind of give the green light, because then legislators need to tell regulators that it's okay for regulated companies to use those solutions. And I don't see that happening in the very near future. There's in individual, even in Europe, where there's an EID kind of framework to make electronic IDs. Estonia is not even included in it, and they were the one that invented it. I mean, they didn't invent EID, but they invented the first kind of electronic ID in Europe. I think the Netherlands is there, Germany, Austria, a few other countries. To me, that's going to take a long time. And it's also something, like I said, with CBDCs that, to be honest, I think many people overlook. I think it's a long game to be able to get to the point where countries will agree on a certain framework that would be global and kind of work all across the world. And in terms of ontology, when you're talking about ontology, are you referring kind of to like the makeup of companies? So companies on chain? Or are you talking about like just existing, like coming into being? Like I was born and now I'm on chain. I guess maybe both. It comes back to the same thing. What happens when every country has their own form of ontology and how they group companies and how they add companies and how they track births, everything? Is there going to be one standard? There wasn't even a standard in the traditional world. Why would there be a standard in the digital one? And if Iran makes the standard or North Korea comes out with the standard, are we really going to use it? Or if we make it, and I say we, Europe, US, Western world make it, would those countries use it? Does it matter? Do we care? Does it make an even worse problem if they don't? Especially for the people in those countries, are we making them like second-class citizens right off the bat, simply by not allowing them into the technology? There's a whole bunch of questions, which I think will take ample time to answer, and it's going to be really hard to implement those globally. If you had the money to buy Binance, would you do it? No. I think buying Binance's client base probably means that 80% of them wouldn't trade with a regulated company, or couldn't, or wouldn't. On the other side of that, I think buying the brand, I don't know how much value the brand really has, to be fair. People know the brand, but they also know what the brand stands for, which is come on here, do whatever you want, trade a bunch, don't get KYC. When you do, it's nonsense. Launder your money, do what you feel. And I think that, I don't know if buying that brand would make any sense, to be fair. So probably not, no. What's your thoughts on PayPal offering crypto? Do you think this will benefit CoinMetro in any way? Yeah, I think it will. By the way, guys, 9 minutes. I have a phone call. I might just try to take it from right sitting here, or I might just run into my office real quick, so you get to stare at an empty screen for a few minutes. Maybe Oliver or somebody will come in here and join you guys. Won't be a long call though. So my thoughts on PayPal. So I think everybody that says that, who cares about PayPal because it's not your keys, not your keys, not your crypto saying is asinine. And it's not just because I run a centralized exchange, but it's asinine for one reason. For many reasons actually, but one main reason. In that the people who believe in that and know it to be true, if this whole room was the population of the world, then the amount of people that think know your keys, know your crypto is important is right there. You see that little dot? You probably don't, and that's my point. But there's a little dot right here. That's know your keys, know your crypto. Now, will that dot get bigger? Sure. Yeah. So we'll onboard the whole rest of the world. Maybe we'll onboard, all the 8 planets in the solar system, and maybe that dot gets that big. But it's not going to get much bigger. It's the same reason why people use banks, why people use cards, why people don't have massive stacks of money in their house. One, for security, because people think of not your keys, not your crypto as being secure. It's like, I'm holding my key, and nobody can get access without my key. But if you hold enough, even if you don't hold enough, people always screw up with their own security. Houses get robbed all the time. People get robbed at gunpoint. All this stuff happens all the time. A company with more money and eventually insurance from the government, which will happen as cryptocurrency exchanges get regulated, is much more secure than you holding it yourself. So I think the PayPal stepping in, there's 330 million people that, they can't send the Bitcoin off PayPal, they can't bring Bitcoin in, but they can buy it, they can speculate on the price, which is what most people do, by the way. Most people could care less at all about how it works. They don't care about blockchain, they don't care about Satoshi Nakamoto, they don't care about the white paper. Who cares? I heard on the news, Martha, that Bitcoin went up by 400% in like 2 weeks. That's the guy who's buying Bitcoin on PayPal, right? And that's the guy who can now buy Bitcoin nice and easy on PayPal. And eventually, when he does, and he uses it to buy some sneakers or, I don't know, a new bong, I don't know what he's buying online. Whatever he's buying, he's going to realize that maybe it's not, I should buy some more Bitcoin. Then he's going to go and start searching Bitcoin on Google and find out that PayPal is charging him 3%. He's going to go, Jesus, 3%, that's ridiculous. Then he's going to go cheaper Bitcoin. And you know what he's going to find? He's going to find other players in the market, and people in Europe and the US and the UK are going to find CoinMetro with instant deposits, instant ACH in the US, instant faster payments in the UK, instant SEPA in the EU, and say, Jesus, I can buy here for €1 in, €1 out, $3 in, $3 out, and 0.1%. Why would I use PayPal? Oh, and I can also move it to other people. I can send it to my relatives with gifts. I can pay bills with it now. I can send it outside of the PayPal ecosystem. So I think at the end of the day, PayPal is great for the entirety of the industry, to be fair. The one player it may affect negatively is Coinbase, because Coinbase's entire kind of marketing strategy is we bring in the newbies. It's easy. We bring in the newbies. They overcharge for it, but they make a journey that's kind of very, 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 very newbie centric, and they don't add in anything else to bring in any other, Coinbase Pro, okay, but Coinbase itself. So if Coinbase doesn't have the same reach that PayPal does, and almost everybody's got a PayPal account. Now they can all buy Bitcoin there and Bitcoin Cash and Ether and whatever else. I think that the one player in the industry that might actually see some of their market pulled away from them is PayPal. That might be a reason why PayPal is also in the hunt to buy, Coinbase. It might be the one that loses market share. And that might be a reason why PayPal's in the market to buy BitGo as well. Will Indium have a bond raise equity investment opportunity for us retail customers as well? Would be interesting to see some exposure on that too. Potentially, I think the next raise for Indium is going to be more about institutions. So getting kind of names inside. So saying, these guys invested in us. That doesn't mean though that it wouldn't make sense to open it up to the public a bit too. So potentially, yeah, probably towards end of Q2 next year is when that potentially could happen. If CM did an IPO, I haven't been putting these up on the screen. I guess I can start. If CM did an IPO eventually and got listed on a stock exchange, would these bondholders get shares? Potentially, sure. The only real difference, like I said, is voting rights. And to be fair, unless the structure of the company changed in a really big way, the voting rights don't really give you don't really give you say or power to sway a vote. So yeah, I guess, but it's possible, especially if we did an IPO. We would probably need to get some of these liabilities off the books. So we would probably convert more than likely. Not saying that that's exactly what would happen, but it's a potential. Best country, Estonia, for IDs and banking. Yep, Gil, I would agree. Pakistan and India, they could definitely use the service. That's for sure. If all the CoinMetro bond tokens are not sold, will they be listed on the secondary market? If they are not listed on the secondary market, will the 5% of profits be distributed among the bought bonds? No, they're just one for the CoinMetro bond on secondary, potentially. Depends on how much is sold. If there's a larger outstanding, thank you. Oh, very good. See that? Interaction. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I got something to change. And actually, I'm probably going to run to this phone call. I may try to take it here. I guess I could try to take it here, and then if we start talking about something that I need to run into the other room, then I can run into the other room. So give me a second, guys. I'm just gonna, this little banner we got rolling across the bottom of the screen actually had a wrong link. So I'm gonna go ahead and fix that. Oh, that didn't work. Hold on. Okay. That worked. Okay. All right. So we fixed that. So to answer the question, yes, they may potentially be available on the secondary market if we don't sell them all during the primary. But the 5% is based on one growth token per one bond token. So if only 100,000 bond tokens are ever issued, only 100,000 growth tokens were issued, will be issued. So it's not that the 5% will be unevenly split across, because that would be a great way potentially to reward people. I agree with that, but it would also be It would also lower the valuation, which wouldn't be beneficial really to anyone, to be fair. All right, guys, I'm going to call into this phone call. So here we go. Life in a startup, I guess. And yeah, if need be, I'm going to run. So we'll see what happens. Or maybe Oliver wants to come in and say a few words. Oliver, you want to eat in here and talk to the people? Hey, Oliver, you want to talk to the people for a bit while I take this call? I'm sure they won't mind. All right, Oliver's eating. He'll come in at some point. He will come in at some point. Let's see. By the way, guys, if you're watching, thumbs up, heart, hug, whatever the icon is you're supposed to press to say that you really like what you're looking at. Would appreciate it. And yeah, so I'm going to be talking on this call, so don't get weirded out that I seem to be talking to myself. Well, until he shows up, let's see. How many products do you have in the can that the public aren't aware of yet? Whew. In the can, like up here in the dome? I don't know, dozens, to be fair. In some form of development, 3 or 4 in some form of development right now. And sketched out on paper and in the head, between me and the rest of the team, there's dozens for sure. All right, where is Joe? Just to clarify, the 5% is 5% of CoinMetro's profits will be distributed among the funds. So it's 5% of equity-like ownership, which means if we pay a dividend, you get your share. If we do revenue share, you get your share of the revenue share. And if the company's sold, you get your share of those profits as well. So it's not automatic 100% of profits that come in, 5% go to growth token holders. It's the same, it's identical to if you were a shareholder, because you have equity-like rights. Those equity-like rights are basically the fruits of the equity. So at some point we pay dividends, then you get your share. If we decide to do a revenue share at some point, which is possible, it's been discussed, on specific products or just some lump payment out to shareholders based on shared revenue without actually doing a dividend, then you'll share in that as well. And again, if the company were sold, then you would get your share of the profits. Is CM leaning towards one of those 3 options? In terms of selling the company or paying dividends or paying revenue share, we're definitely leaning towards the dividends and revenue share than selling the company. But just so that people know, because yeah, if 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, whatever, valuation is, let's say we get a Coinbase style valuation, $8 billion, and we get an offer to buy us out, then obviously that would be a vote that would happen by the shareholders. And let's say potentially we decided to sell, then you get your fair share of the profits made from us selling. So I just put it out there because, well, it is a right as it is an equity-like right, and I guess it would be really rude of us to give everybody these bonds, have them convert into growth tokens, and then sell the company and not give you anything. So I heard Q1 will be a good quarter for XCM in terms of pushing its use. Any comments on that? Yeah, I think every quarter in some way, shape, or form has been good for CoinMetro. It's either been a learning experience, it's been an expansion, it's been increases in either profitability, or it's been increases in number of clients. It's been rolling out new products. I don't think we've generally had a bad quarter. They might have had bad pieces to that quarter, but overall, I think as we've been kind of progressing here, I would say all quarters have been good for their own varying reasons. And I would agree that Q1 really Q3, Q4 was all about getting the final products kind of rolled out, or most of the final products rolled out, at least in the initial white paper, structuring those products, getting them polished up, getting them to the point where we thought they were, maybe not as good as they'll ever get, but good, and pushing them out to the public, and then starting to go into that growth phase of marketing. So yeah, I would agree. I think Q1 is going to be a good quarter for sure in that respect, and others as well. Yeah, for sure. At some point, maybe we're not going to do a 10-hour one of these, but I do think we're going to start doing some more interactive sessions in the office and setting up maybe even multi-cameras. Have a camera upstairs, camera up, so we can actually, maybe even a handheld one. So over time, for sure, we'll definitely be doing. Actually, we're going to film a video. We're going to film a professional video in here next week, guys. It's going to take about 2 weeks in post-production after that. Once it's done, it'll be up on the bond page. It's going to be a quirky, funny look at CoinMetro. Kind of making fun of ourselves, making fun of the industry. It's just showing what we do, but in a funny light. And that's going to show you a lot about what the office looks like. So you get a tour on there as well. Yeah, well, to be fair, every product that we envision, that we look to build, is going to have some tie-in for XCM, for sure. So that's kind of part of, XCM is kind of the fuel, right? That runs used to run the train, now it runs the metro, now it runs the city, the futuristic city, which also has trains, so cool. So yeah, XCM is an integral part and will always be an integral part of the ecosystem. So what we were doing at some point was kind of trying to build things around XCM. Now we build products and then kind of tie in XCM. Gives us a bit more flexibility on what we're building. But for sure, there's dozens of ideas as well on how to kind of take some of these product ideas and build in XCM around them. Random question: Have you had a Nerf dart stuck on your forehead before? Good question. As an adult. Stuck on the forehead, no. I got hit in the face with a few of them. My daughter actually, my youngest, was into Nerf for a bit, and she had a friend that loved Nerf, and I bought her friend this massive dart gun at one point, and I'm pretty sure I got shot in the face on several occasions. I don't know if one actually stuck to the forehead though. I mean, there's massive amount of real estate. The guy must have been a really bad shot, That's a real bad shot, to be fair. I mean, how shitty of a shot do you have to be, right? But yeah, so I don't think so. But as a kid, for sure. And that forehead was much smaller back then, so, But also, and there wasn't many options for Nerf guns, man. In fact, I don't think Nerf guns came out until I was probably a teenager. So it wasn't like a young kid's battle. This was like some adults, whatever, teens or adults that got their hands on their first Nerf gun. And to be fair, they weren't easy to hit a target because, the darts didn't really have enough force to have any trajectory. So yeah, good question though. Good question. Definitely not one I've had before, so not bad. So my call looks like it's coming in a bit late, but eventually this guy's going to join, and then I'll be able to knock this off my to-do list, which should be good. Let's see what else I got rummaging around here. Always something to get done. By the way, so how many of you guys have participated in the bond so far? Don't all run in at once. Nobody participated yet? Really? Come on, guys. Hey, Joe. Can't hear you again, like usual. Give me a second. Maybe that might be on my side. Hold on. All right, Joe. Let's see. Yep, gotcha. What's what?
Nav guns. You're talking about nav guns.
Yeah. Well, so we're running a 10-hour live stream in the office today.
I did see this actually. I follow your LinkedIn page.
So if we start talking about something too secretive, I'm gonna have to run out of this room. But for now, we're sitting in this room on this 10-hour live stream on our phone call. So. No trade secrets, please.
That's fine. No worries right here. Yeah, I saw you were thinking about bonds. I did see that actually. So when did that happen? Early this week, wasn't it? Or last week? End of last week?
Yeah, so end of last week, Friday went live for whitelisted people as well as ICO contributors and our shareholders, our current equity shareholders. And today, just about an hour and a half ago or so, it went live to everybody else.
Perfect. And then 10% return, yeah?
8 to 12. So it depends on if you're 12% goes to our ICO contributors, shareholders, and then it tiers down based on, we have this tier system for our native utility token, this XCM token. So depending on what tier you sit in, you get either 11, 10, 9, and if you're in no tier, you get 8, but it's dynamic. So people can kind of move in and out, and it's daily interest payments. So basically, if they want to get more interest, they can get into one of those tiers, get more interest, kind of go in and out as they please.
Very nice, very nice. I did have a look around it. I'll be honest, last week. I was going to have a chat with you. I wanted to have a chat with you last week on it because I thought it's interesting. This is cool. So the valuation at the moment, 50 mil.
Yeah, correct.
Obviously, expansion moving forward, which is pretty cool. It's good. But I wanted to have a quick chat with you. So there's two things. Separate instant, how's it going? My product guy has been chasing back.
Yeah. So far so good. We had not yet instant yet, I guess would be the first. So I think, generally speaking, I think the fastest we saw one come in, like we did test. I did test the first day we actually hooked it up, and somewhere around 30 minutes, I think, for it to clear through your side. I think we've had the fastest one so far has been 10 minutes.
Okay.
But generally 30 minutes to an hour is what it takes. Where obviously we used to bank with that bank directly. At the bank that actually underscores your faster payment or your instant SEPA rails, and it's takes 10 seconds. So so there's some maybe that's just because it's in beta, so there's a compliance kind of check or some type of manual verification, I imagine. But that's really the only thing. So far, we haven't had any issues with funds getting stuck or funds potentially not routing correctly or anything like that. So far, so good.
Perfect, that's great. That's good feedback because I can pass it on to him. He did ask actually about beginning of last week. He said, "How are you guys getting on with that?" Because he wanted some feedback. So that's perfect. So average time 30 minutes to an hour. Fastest we're seeing 10 minutes. Really, it should be instant. That's fine. Cool.
Yeah.
And then the other point. I don't know if on the web chat is point to discuss. It's up to you. So in terms of the other business, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
Montenegro.
Yep.
Not an area we can cover.
Okay.
They were just like, no, not at the moment. They said potentially. I can keep you in the loop, and I'm going to keep pushing for it because I know what you're looking to do with it. That's fine. They said at the moment, no. So I think they even sent us they sent me for an SSID.
Yeah.
I think you're using it at the moment. They said don't because things could get stopped essentially. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Far above.
All right. Yeah. So we'll have to make a few technical changes on our end so that it stays under the CoinMetro master account. But I'll do that as fast as I can. It may take a few days, but then we'll stop running funds through it. Then, but we actually set up another account for that. So the company actually has another branch, not a branch. The main company is in Estonia. So I actually just set up an account under us as a sub account for that entity. It's an Estonian entity. I'm a majority shareholder along with one other individual who is Estonian and is was a capital market attorney for 12 years. So that's not in Montenegro, obviously. That's in Estonia, but it will handle third-party funds. So the carve out there is that the processing of all the KYC and the entirety of all the risk management on that side happens through CoinMetro.
Okay.
So the clients onboard with us. Well, they onboard with the entity that owns the account, but we do all the onboarding. So we get all the documentation, we check all the documentation, we handle that in its entirety. So I'm hoping that perhaps we can get a small carve out. That company will open its own Railsbank account. The thing is that process obviously isn't going to be instantaneous. And we have, for instance, next week we have late this week, early next week, we're going to have a small test of 100 euros. So it's gonna do a small test, a live test with an equity or bond, an equity issuance actually. So it's going to run a small equity issuance for 100 euros, and basically funds will flow into that sub account and potentially out of that sub account, 100 in, 105 out, because they'll include some type of yield payment as well. And then off of that, I wouldn't expect any funds really to flow to that account, one, until we get an okay that it's all right to do. And then two, most of the initial transactions are going to be free of payment, which means payment will happen outside of basically issuer and investor will handle the payment themselves. And it won't actually flow through the company. So, but in the future, people would have the option. And actually the company is now currently waiting on no action relief from the local regulator here in Estonia. Saying that basically it doesn't require a license, because nothing that company does actually falls under the purview of the regulator. And again, like I said, the partner who wrote the brief obviously has been writing those for 15 years. So we're pretty confident we'll get it. So I guess from the Montenegro side, I'll deal with it. Like I said, I'll take a few days, maybe early next week to get it out, because we have to do some we have to change some things, which will take a few days to get done. I'll send a note as soon as we get off the call, so that starts. But then, if you could maybe go back and ask about this Estonian entity, and just make...
That should be okay. If it's in Estonia, it should be okay. But I'll confirm and just say if this is based also the entity is in Estonia, that'd be okay. I don't think there'd be as big of a problem. It's just, that was the biggest thing that flagged up when they sent the correspondence through to me. I think it was earlier today, I think, to confirm. They were just like, not there.
Okay. Because with the ex-head of risk, who James Parker, I think his name is. He I had a long conversation with him, and he said that Montenegro in and of itself was not an issue. But then obviously he's no longer there.
That's the thing. I went through it. You knew it took like a week or so to get it back. But there were questions like, do you want to know it? It's outside of our risk appetite in terms of that.
Okay, clear. So I'll do what I need to do.
Should be fine. So,
okay.
That's fine. I'll let them know.
Any this is something that everybody that's listening will want to know. Any news on cards?
So we essentially, like I said, it's a policy.
Yeah.
Policy hold up. So when I last spoke to Lou, who you know, we're thinking about a week to 2 weeks for the policy to be in place.
Okay.
Once that's in place, we can then go ahead and push through in terms of the car program.
Okay.
The problem we've got is that schemes, obviously, at the moment, they're coming back to us and going, okay, where's your policy? So
of course. Yeah.
Good.
You don't want to go without the policy. Then you just look ridiculous, to be fair.
We'll get back at the end of the day. So once we're there, as soon as I know, I'll clarify directly with yourself and just confirm.
Okay, and then next week, because this week with the launch and everything, and last week as well was next week I will start with the UK push forward to get so we can start moving forward for this agent licensing. And so I'm waiting on a contact here in Estonia to see about this extension of coverage here, so we can actually just sign that letter of guarantee rather than having to get the coverage also in the UK. So still don't have any clarity on it, but waiting. But I think by next week we'll have some clarity, and then we'll figure out what we need to do. Whether we're either way, we're going to have a second entity. The only question is whether we have to insure that entity in the UK, or we can just take it from the insurance on this side.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's what Letton spoke about, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that is perfect. Yeah, just give me a heads up. Just say to me, Joe, that we'll work. Whatever you need to send through, that's fine, as long as I'm in the loop. Also on the ticketing side,
okay.
I know, thankfully, you did obviously email me.
Yeah.
Just get you guys to CC me in every ticket that they send through.
Okay,
that's fine.
okay.
At least then I can speak internally to other guys and go, right, I need to push on this.
Yeah. That one, fortunately, I reached out to the client directly and kind of put the fear of God in them, and we rectified the situation. So
we sent a SWIFT through, obviously to issue, but they were saying it's on the basis that it can work, but not always.
I've been on a few reversals through SWIFT at least, but like SEPA, I looked through the SEPA guidebooks and everything. There actually is a SEPA return. It's like I sent it RTA3 or something like that.
Yeah, I did Google that actually when it went through. It was just like came up and there was a sheet, like a document.
From SEPA. Yeah. So I don't know. I've never, to be fair, I've never done one in SEPA, but on Swift, I've done a bunch of recalls. And yeah, what happens essentially, the bank, depends on what kind of information you have. If it's in error and you can show that it's an error, and then the client has no way to show it wasn't, then usually it happens. But then you always run the risk that before the bank asks, the client withdraws the funds, runs away. And then, there's nothing to return, basically. So, but anyway, I appreciate the speed on that one. Fortunately, we were able to get through the guys, so.
Yeah,
no harm, no foul.
Anytime, like any of you guys have things that bring through to support, just CC me if they can in the ticket.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're just CC me in, at least I can see the loop. And then obviously, if you need to give me a nudge, go join.
Perfect.
Nudge.
All right, Joe. That's it from my side. I don't really have anything else pending, I think, except for the.
All good with me as well. Let me have a chat in terms of Estonia. That's fine. I can go back to them.
Okay.
And I'll go back to in regards to separate incident in terms of obviously the feedback, which is great. But anything you have coming your way from your tech guys as well, just bring it over to me, and it's everything helps. So yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Will do. Thanks, Joe. Chat soon.
All the best with the live feed today, and hopefully you have some good words about me.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
I got a Nerf gun as well. I got one of them. The shotgun ones,
Okay.
Great fun. Great fun. Not even for kids, it's definitely for adults. So,
Well, the way they make them now, they're definitely for adults. I mean, they're bigger than children. I mean, they're like 2 meters long. They got like barrels this big.
It's incredible, isn't it? But they do charge like I'm imagining euros, over 100 euros.
Yeah. For which guaranteed manufacturing. That's got to be a great business, man. Manufacturing those things, they got to cost like €5 to manufacture, which is plastic.
Well, you see like the pellets, how much they cost.
Yeah. You pay like €25, another €25 for the buy, and of course, no matter how many you get, they're lost. The first day you lose half of them.
Oh, they're done as sofas everywhere. It's a sure. It's quite but imagine doing it outside as well. Like,
Exactly. Cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna get back to this live stream. So thank you, Joe. Speak soon.
Take care.
Cheers. Bye. All right, there you go. So anybody who wants to ask you about cards, you got your answer. 1 to 2 more weeks to get the policy in place at the provider. So next time somebody has to question whether we're just making things up or saying soon, there you go. Jeff feels saying he would buy the bond, but his money's tied up in XCM. Hey, man, still supporting us. Can't hate on you for that. Definitely can't hate on you for holding XCM. I hold a ton of it. Don't hate myself. So Tony T did a bank transfer an hour ago. Awesome, Tony T. Let us know how that works out in real time. Would be cool. Is this in any way scripted? Nope. Nope, not scripted. Oh, Jesus. I'm not even going to let that one ride. I think if I put that one back on the screen, somebody's going to get like a virtual punch in the face. I'll leave that one out. If we had an AUA where Kevin asked us anything and we're obliged to answer. Haha. Yeah, that'd be fun. I actually kind of had one of those. That's what an interview is. I could interview you guys. Anybody interesting enough to be interviewed? I'm sure there's a few of you out there that are interesting enough to be interviewed. Maybe all of you. Jesus, who knows? Nice to know some of my IC money went to a cool whiteboard. Yep. Actually, I think I bought this whiteboard, to be fair. Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember, actually. Maybe I bought it and then I was reimbursed. I don't know. But it definitely wasn't ICO money, that's for sure. ICO money's long gone, man. Long gone. Okay. It's an actual office. Let's see how I can prove it. Let's see. This will do it. See, check this out, right? Yep, there's one way. What else can we do? Here, I'll throw a marker. Ready? Watch. Check it out. See this? Watch. Ready? You ready watching? See? Real office. And unless it's just the best green screen ever. I mean, it could be a really good green screen. I don't know. I'm not a green screen professional. But if you have a green screen and you can throw a marker and have the marker hit the green screen and continue to go after it hits the green screen, you should be hired by somebody to do something. I don't really know what, but you should be doing something. And that's something, I don't know, you should be doing right now, probably. When did XCM USD go live with an empty book? Or why? Sorry. I thought it was being linked to XCM Euro. Jet fuel. Yeah, that's to be fair, that's kind of how we discussed it internally. way before we actually got to the point to make it happen. So yeah, I think the idea, eventually I kind of assume if we don't see in the next couple of weeks, anybody want to meet my youngest daughter? She just rolled in. She rolled in to steal water. I forgot to buy water for the house. If you don't know, I live right next to the office, literally. So my daughter's here getting water, stealing water, actually, to be fair, from the office. So let's see if she walks by. She wants to say hi. She can't see you yet. They can't see you. Come in. Come here. You can share some time with me. There she is. This is Nielsa, the girl that comes in and steals water out of the office. Yeah, that's good. Anything you want to say to everybody?
I'm on YouTube, right?
Yep. Yeah, you're on YouTube.
Okay. Hi, Rose.
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay.
That's it. Hello world. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Get out of here. Okay, so yeah, XAM USD order book. So yeah, I would say that eventually, if we don't see that book populate over the next week or so, then we'll add in some synthetic liquidity from the Euro book more than likely. For now, though, it's just a raw USD book. But I think there's potential that it could fill up. So we're getting more and more exposure on the USD side. More and more people, I think, that were trading in Euro would rather trade in USD. So I think over time, over the next few days, you're going to start to see that populate a bit more. Hey, Jack, Teddy. Yeah, actually, my daughter was born in Mexico. Is trying to learn Estonian. Actually, she's learning Russian more in school than Estonian. They give her 1 day of Estonian, and then she gets 3 or 4 days worth of Russian. So Tere, she does know Tere. I know Tere. That one, I can do that one. Though, to be honest, when I go into places out here, I never say Tere. They say Tere to me, and I'm like, hey, you know, hey. I don't know. I kind of hate. I used to hate the guy, man. Like, I lived in Mexico for 20 years. I learned Spanish. I could speak the language, and I used to hate people that would roll in and like they know 7 words and they have to say them. I think I told the story once, but I'm just going to tell it because why not? We're on a 10-hour live stream. I can just do whatever I want. So here we go. So after I arrived in Mexico, maybe like the first 3 or 4 months, I obviously didn't speak much Spanish. I had like textbook high school Spanish, which is like Juan y Maria van a la biblioteca. Juan vive arriba de Maria. Maria le gusta pastel. I mean, whatever. Like random shit that no one would ever need to say in any situation. And, you know, that was it. That's what I had. So trying to apply that to everyday life was fucking ridiculous. It was impossible, basically. You can't just go out on the street, see somebody and go, Juan va a la biblioteca. You just sound like more. So I didn't speak any Spanish. I only spoke English. And I remember getting into I would get into conversations with people, obviously, because, you know, human being, you got to talk to people. So, you know, I get into a taxi, and the taxi driver would immediately find out that, obviously, I'm not speaking any Spanish. And, in fact, I remember getting into a taxi one time, and this is when Blockbuster still existed. Anybody remember Blockbuster? Fuck's sake. So I got into the car, and I said, Blockbuster. Actually, I said Blockbuster. I said, I want to go to Blockbuster. And the taxi said, what? I said, Blockbuster. The guy said, what? I said, Blockbuster. The dude said, what? I said, Blockbuster. And he said, Blockbuster. Then he started to fight with me that Blockbuster was actually a Mexican company, and that took and McDonald's as well, by the way. Anyway, getting through the story, the guy knew like 6 words in English, and he had to make sure he said every one of those words, regardless of how far out of the context it actually was. And I actually found over the years that everybody does that. Like they got 3 words. Word is literally like football, you know, drumstick, and I don't know, green carpet. And that is, they will throw those into a sentence somehow when you're talking to them. Like you ask them, you know, how's the weather? And they're like, green carpet. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, what does that have to do with it? So anyway, I don't want to be one of those guys. That's my point. So I try not to use the word tere, even though I know what it is, because I don't want to be like tere, and they're like, and then I come back with tere, you know. So how do you feel the launch CM bond is looking so far? What you hope for, below expectations? I don't tend to set expectations on fundraising. All I know is at the end, you got to raise the money. Whether you raise it today, tomorrow, on the 88th day, the 90th day, at the last hour, in the first minute, you just need to raise the money. So my expectation is that CoinMetro will continue to do what we're doing. We're going to expand. We're going to grow. We're going to have a marketing budget. And the bond isn't our only way to raise funds. It's not the only kind of hook that we have out in the ocean. But it's, I think, one of the more exciting ones for us because it allows us to let our customers in, let our clients in, let our community in, and let them take a little piece of CoinMetro for themselves. I think that's quite cool. So for us, it's probably the most exciting one. It's the one that kind of that we're not going to do a 10-hour live stream for an equity raise, that's for sure. We're going to be sitting here with VCs talking about valuation methodologies or something. So yeah, I think so far, look, the process has worked. It's getting tokenized. The system functions. I think because of that, it's already a success. Money is flowing in. More and more investors are coming in the door. And so, yeah, so far so good. Russian, actually, I should have put this up. That was the question I was answering. Apologize, guys. Yeah, I would definitely, there's definitely more Russian speakers than Estonian speakers. Probably almost even in Estonian, to be fair. So yeah, definitely makes more sense, I think. Here we learn Spanish from telenovelas. Yeah, I could do a whole, I could definitely teach you Spanish from telenovelas. I'm not sure that would be the best use of our time, to be fair. But I could do it. Anyway, guys, while I'm waiting for more questions to come in. How are we looking? Anybody, it's been about 2 hours. I think we're doing okay. I definitely need some more water at some point. Hopefully my daughter didn't steal all of it, because at some point that's going to become a requisite. All right. It's amazing how much email can flow in 2 hours. Absolutely amazing. Okay. Lots of interesting things happening. Okay. So anyway, guys, I think on that note, while you guys think, oh, here we go, another one. Kevin's going to do a collab with Mr. Beast if he keeps doing 10-hour live streams. Mr. Beast, who's Mr. Beast? Oh, we had some other stuff come in, didn't realize. Okay. Is that Oliver in the background? Yep, Daniel, that's Oliver. He's there sitting at his desk doing some magic over there. I don't know what he's doing. Jose Armando, te quiero. Yeah, that's about right. That's pretty telenovela. You gotta make sure you really look at the camera though when you do it. It's gotta be the worst acting ever, and just super overrated. I mean, we gotta go really overboard, really over. Like Jose Armando. Actually, I wouldn't be saying Jose Armando. I'd probably be saying like Maria Guzman, Maria Delgado. Maria Delgado is a good one because Delgado pretty much means skinny, right? So Maria Delgado. No puedo vivir sin ti. And they get like a real. Anyway, we're going way off on a tangent here. It was fun. Yeah, actually, it looks like he's on a call, actually, so he must be smiling at somebody else. Yeah, so who's Mr. Beast? I have no idea who Mr. Beast is. Yep, definitely Oliver. Yeah, you gotta tell me who Mr. Beast is. I'm gonna run and grab my lunch. It's gonna take me like 5 minutes. I literally drink Huel. Anybody try Huel? I got a referral code, man, if everybody wants to try it. We'll all make like 10 euros or something. Be awesome. Put it in the bond. But yeah, I'm gonna go make some Huel. It's gonna take me probably, I don't know, 3 minutes, and I'm gonna come back, because if I don't, last time I ate, I think it was around 9 a.m. So you guys are gonna get to watch here for about 5 minutes. Huel for life, right on. I even tried the savory Huel, man. They got like savory Huel, which is like quinoa and rice and vegetables, freeze dried in a bag. You pour hot water on it. It's like adult ramen. It's fucking amazing. Plus, it's good for you. You're not eating like 600-year-old cardboard, which is what ramen is, obviously, if you didn't know. Huel full time, actually. I ran out because I didn't order right. I was like one of the first months doing it, so I ordered like 2 little Huel. My mind wasn't calculating Huel correctly. I was not in the Huel state of mind, so I ordered the wrong amount of Huel. So I messed up. So literally, I think my new shipment comes out today, so I should get it on Friday. So now I'm just milkshaking it. I got like 2 shakes, and then I eat something. But usually I go either 2 shakes, Huel food, or 2 Huel foods and a shake. So yeah, all in on the Huel. 24. I could do a 24-hour live stream, no problem. I think maybe not. Right on, Luke. It's actually pretty good, man. It surprised me, to be fair. It's literally what I eat anyway. It's quinoa, rice, vegetables. I sometimes throw some beans in there or whatever. I am Mexican, of course. So, all right, I'm gonna go get my milkshake on. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. And leave some questions if you want me to answer them when I get back. Just realized the bond reserve I had dropped out over 24 hours. Do I need to create it again anyway to pull it back out? If the reserve is closed, you just go ahead and do the order again, because it should be erased out of the system. If you still see anything pending on your transaction list, get on to support and let them know. And actually, we can kind of we can get this figured out as soon as I get back. So have a check. If it's in your transaction history, then let me know and let support know. We'll work it out. If it's not, then just go ahead and do it again. I'll be right back, guys. So I forgot my, you feel weird, Jet Fuel? Sorry. I forgot my mug, so I had to come back and get it, but I'll be right back, guys. This is gonna get washed and refilled. See you guys at 5. and a pitch deck, maybe the short one, but maybe nothing. Depending on how it ends up. Okay. All right. Oliver will definitely show up at some point. He's on a call. I can hear him upstairs. Also, by the way, guys, I have these Cliff Nut Butter Bars. Fucking amazing. Just in case you're wondering. So I'm going with vanilla right now. Vanilla kind of tastes like vanilla Huel. Kind of tastes like a pancake mix. Anyway, scrolling up, let's see. Thanks, Dread. I'll post that up so everybody can see it. Pretty cool. Apologize for you feeling weird, Jet Fuel, if there's any way I can help. Yeah. Your dad actually took you food shopping when you were a kid? I don't think my dad knew what a supermarket looked like, to be fair. That was always my mom, and she would like lose me on purpose, I think. Actually, I got to post this up first. I'll make an instant bond buy if Oliver shows up. So he's going to show up, Jen. You better get ready. Get your finger on the trigger, man. He's coming at some point. So for Kevin, Gilbert mentioned that you were looking to integrate the treasury with CoinMetro to provide the influx of fiat for crypto on-ramps for their overledger network. Any developments? On our side, we've been waiting for developments, to be fair. We've been waiting for Gilbert to kind of get back in touch with us or have it put a plan on the table or let us know exactly how we wanted it to be structured. But nothing back from him. So yeah, not sure if they've looking at other options. I've seen him talk pretty regularly about how decentralized exchanges are the future and things like that. And I think I even commented on a tweet at one point where Gilbert's a smart guy. I've had conversations with him. Respect the guy. Definitely knows what he knows. But I think there's a gap there of things that he doesn't know. And he's not really willing to understand. And one of those specifically is that if buying quant is going to be needed for license holders in the future, and those license holders are going to be central banks. Central banks are not going to go through MetaMask onto IDEX or Uniswap to buy tokens from people they don't know, basically facilitating potential money laundering to pay for their licenses. It's just not going to happen. So they need a solution. They absolutely need a solution. And we have one that can provide 3 different currencies with instant deposit methods. And we're a company, so we can help them invoice, we can help them track treasury, we can do all that stuff. So I think it's needed. Whether it's us or somebody else, somebody's going to have to do it. I don't see a future where a central bank, a real central bank, I mean the central bank of, I always like to say Mogadishu for some reason, so I'll say Mogadishu. Maybe they're willing to get on MetaMask and knock it out. I have no idea. But I can almost guarantee you, any first world, the ECB or any central bank, even on any local member state in the EU, is not going to do that. They're just not. They're going to say, cut us a pro forma invoice and we'll pay you. So yeah, I don't know how they plan to make that work. So if you talk to Gilbert and this topic comes up, let them know we're ready and willing and able to help them get that done. And there's lots of ways to do it. It doesn't necessarily mean that all quant needs to sit in, our cold wallets or something. We could come up with some type of smart contract that can basically pull those funds in when needed. We can do all types of things. So yeah, there's definitely a solution we can set up for them. Janny's gone? Yeah, I don't not understanding that one. Sorry, Bjorn. Bjorn 2. We'll call this guy Bjorn 2. Oliver's probably slacking off playing ping pong. No, he's back. He was in a call. I swear to God, I heard him talking upstairs. At some point, we'll get him in here just so that Jan will have to go in and buy the bond, since we're going to have to find that comment, Jan. Where are you? Here you go. I'm going to leave this one up here for a while. Abe Jorn. Are you on a power diet? Powder, is that powder? Powder diet, yeah, pretty much. I gotta tell you, like, not that I don't get joys out of eating. I mean, everybody likes to eat something. Every once in a while you get a craving, you want something, you eat it, and you're like, you feel good for like 13 seconds, and you feel like shit and embarrassed that you ate whatever the hell you have a craving for you. But in life, man, the same kind of idea that gets me to get up every morning and put on the same kind of t-shirt and not have to worry about it is the same thing that pisses me off when I have to eat. I get hungry, I have to eat something, it takes time out of my day. You know how much time I spent on like the food delivery app trying to figure out what I was gonna eat? Like literally looking and going, no, oh, it's closed, no, had that yesterday, no. Like literally hours and hours and hours of my life over the last X amount of years have been spent, probably days to be fair, if I counted up like all the time I've ever spent trying to figure out what to eat at a restaurant, at home. Such wasted time, man, such wasted time. So this just, it's easy. 2 scoops, water, milk, whatever. Well, obviously not cow's milk or whatever, but, almond milk or any almond juice, soy juice. I don't know why they call these things milk. That always bugs me out. Like, it's not milk. It's soy, squished soy liquid juice. I don't even know what to call it, to be fair. Anyway, but yeah, it's just easy. I get all the nutrients I need, all the good stuff. Keeps me, giving me some energy, keeps me, doesn't make me hungry anymore. It's easy. So yeah, same thing. Same thing as the t-shirt idea, really. Follow up here from Dread. I know for a fact that Gilbert is stupidly busy, very hard to communicate with lately. I also doubt very much that they would look to go the decentralized route for OV and on-ramps. Yeah, I mean, they can't really, because there's no such thing as decentralized fiat yet. In fact, I guess, to be honest, there never really could be, because the word fiat literally tells you that you're putting a value on something, and that means someone else is holding it, so it can't be decentralized. But so yeah, I know he's busy as well. Look, we're all busy. I get that. But yeah, I think there definitely needs to be a solution there, and we're willing and would be happy to be part of that solution. You mentioned on the Real Vision interview that decentralizing everything was unrealistic. Well, yeah, I'm glad he came to that realization. It's not only unrealistic, even if it was realistic, it wouldn't be optimal. Hey, Salt, no, not Soylent. Huel. So yeah, it's Huel, which I guess is supposed to be human fuel. Maybe I never really thought about it. Is it human fuel? Is that what it's supposed to mean? Huel? Fuel for humans? Is that like their tagline or something? Like, I don't know, man, but yeah, it's Huel. It's not Soylent. I tried Soylent. I think Huel's slightly better than Soylent. Maybe it's because I've been drinking Huel now for like a month and a half. I don't know. Do you have a list of projects that would like to add to the CoinMetro platform, and what is the process to select and list? We get people giving us lists all the time. The process is different every time. So obviously from a legal standpoint, process is always the same. Get the documents, do the KYC, check to make sure the company's set up. It's not in some place we can't onboard from. Make sure that you do KYC and all the UBOs, all the beneficial owners of the company. That doesn't change. Then kind of the forensics on the company itself, trying to figure out what they do, where their funds come from, source of wealth, all that good stuff. Also somewhat standard. Then it's really about, for us at least, look, we're a smaller exchange. And even when we become much bigger, I think, I don't know if our goal really will ever be the biggest exchange. We want to be the best. That doesn't necessarily mean you're the biggest. You would think those two are, run in unison. They usually don't. So we want to be the best. Doesn't mean we want to be the biggest. We will be big, but there may be others that are bigger. But for us, I think we'll always operate in this idea that I want to see value in what we list. I don't necessarily need to understand fully or be 100% behind the business that the token represents. But there has to be some reason to list it other than the fact that we just get it listed. We really don't charge for listings. If we have to do excessive coding to some new blockchain, if we have to do excessive amounts of due diligence, then there can be costs related that tie into the man hours that it takes to get the thing onboarded. But for the most part, we don't charge listing fees. So we don't make money off of listings. We want our clients to trade those assets for sure, but we also want something that we can get outside of just a listing. And we want a company that maybe is that maybe shares the vision that we do, shares a similar vision, doing similar things. We can potentially do collaborations with, not just from a marketing standpoint, but also building products, building services, servicing our client bases, creating a larger community. We want something that benefits everyone, not just CoinMetro, and not just from a speculative angle benefiting clients either. So, we look for things that we feel are going to make a difference, or have the potential to make a difference, or potential to create a product or service that rights a wrong or solves a problem. It's things like Quant, things like Cadena. It's not about just people want to trade this asset. If that was the case, we would have listed all these farm coins and DeFi products that have come out so far. And I think that's kind of a disingenuous way to operate your business. I think it shows that you're out there to do one thing, and that's to make money. Now, don't get me wrong. We're a company. We're here to make money. If we don't make money, we're not a company anymore. We go to business. So making money is definitely something that companies need to do. But I think when you ask most people nowadays, when they want to invest in something, they don't necessarily look to go invest just to make money. They want to know what that company does, where they stand, how they stand on impactful issues, et cetera. And as we've seen, recently, I also don't want to be, the Coinbase. I don't want to be Brian Armstrong. I don't want to be thrown out. No politics. We're not going to deal with these things. I think for me personally, I like to help in ways that I think make sense to the business I'm in. That means that, look, we're here creating a new financial ecosystem, being the future of finance, us, our clients, our community, trying to build things that will knock down walls, allow people access to markets never had access before, creating wealth when they couldn't create wealth before, all those things, passive income. And so for me, if I take that, like the extension of that, I want to get involved in products and projects and listings that have a similar mindset, meaning, I'm okay with spending time and giving back to help people have, financial literacy. I think that's a huge problem in the world. Most people can't balance their own checkbook. Most people live paycheck to paycheck around the world. Most people don't have enough money to survive. Most people don't know how to invest. Most people, and forget about trading, just investing. Most people don't understand how to create wealth. Most people never have the opportunity to create wealth. So something we could do there to help people in that sense is I'm all for it. And that's both from a kind of, let's say, a literal, like literally building the products to make it happen, and also from just a philosophical side where trying to figure out ways to kind of better the community that way. I think it's a bit disingenuous for, let's say, somebody like me to get involved in a cause that I know nothing about and that ties nothing into what I'm doing or my own life in any way, shape, or form. Disingenuous might not be the right word, but I kind of feel like a lot of companies do that just to get the publicity or just to say that they're helping. Like, I don't know, CoinMetro's planting trees. Not that we don't need to plant trees, but we also need to help financial literacy. We also need to help people get out of poverty. And I think that's something that more ties into what we're doing. We're a financial business. So to tie that all into the answer, Dred, on this question, it's simply that we want like-minded companies. We want companies that we think are going to grow with the platform and not do things that are going to cause us to have to delist them in the future. It's not just about trading volumes. If that was the case, again, would have listed all those DeFi products, probably would have listed Tether as well. It's about kind of maintaining a certain amount of dignity and a certain rule set that we follow, and we don't go off that rule set just because it may mean some additional revenue in the short term. I'm fully with you on that one. Been drinking power shakes when not managing normal food during working hours. Great substitute, and the downside, with the downside of heavy weight loss. Yeah, exactly, Jens. I like convenience. Like I said, I used to be fair for years, man. When I used to work, the amount of hours I spend working is less than it was 20 years ago. simply because, not because I can't do it anymore. I mean, I'm pretty healthy. If I have to stay up 20 hours back, I can do it. But I found that I have a certain rhythm I need to follow, and that rhythm gets disrupted. So I try to, family time, work time. I try to maintain the same amount of progress, but limiting my exposure to try to stay healthier and things like that. And so, I used to, like 20 years ago, man, I wouldn't get any joy out of food. I would just eat to eat. Like, I gotta eat. And somebody said, "What's your favorite food?" I'm like, "Nah, I don't know. No idea, man." And I can't even say I have a favorite food now, to be fair, because I limited my diet so much. I'm a vegan, I'm a gluten-free, non-lacto vegetarian. So basically, all the foods that everybody likes, I can't eat anyway. But I like to take complications out of my life. I think it came from Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs is Black Turtleneck basically said that somebody in a position of power can only really make 3 to 5, something like that, decisions a day and make them with clear conscience and focus. So you need to remove all the decisions that you would have to make that you would normally make, because even figuring out what you're going to eat, what you're going to wear, where you're going to go eat, what restaurant you're going to go to, whatever, it diminishes your decision-making power throughout those 24 hours. So kill as many decisions as you can throughout your day so you can really hone in and focus on the important ones. So, Huel, awesome. What do you think of Kraken? How would you compare CoinMetro to them? I like Kraken. Kraken was one of the first companies that I had an account with, actually, for cryptocurrency. I like Kraken because I think at the beginning they were outspoken about wanting to do things the right way, but also outspoken about saying that the fact of no regulation was an issue, but also as regulation came out, like the famous New York bit license, they were vocal about the fact that they thought it was bullshit, that it was too onerous, and that it didn't really solve the problem of that existed in the market. And I think they were right. So for the most part, I like Jesse Powell. I like the way they're going. I like how they're going about it. I think they focused on what they felt they were doing best, which was really, and just kept on doing that. Didn't worry about the Binances of the world. Didn't worry about, just focused on Kraken, what Kraken's doing, and how Kraken can do better for Kraken's clients. And I think in that respect, we're very similar to Kraken in that respect. I think we do offer, we're branching into services I think Kraken's not going to branch into. Kraken's starting to go down that institutional path as well. What I've seen in my kind of history in finance, especially on the retail side, is lots of companies come in to deal with retail and decide that at some point they're going to convert to institutional because it's less hassle, less customer service, in that respect, less overhead. And then because of that, they feel that it's just more revenue and that they're going to do better. And I don't necessarily believe that. I do think you will need to do some form of institutional business. There will be biz dev. There will be things that you're going to need to do connecting to other platforms, 100%. But because of that, because many big firms get to that point and then start to go full institutional, the retail market's always underserved. And there's always a gap. Every retail market, every retail financial market, there's a gap. Usually when you ask those questions to those clients in that retail market, whatever it is, and say, what's wrong with this market? It's always the same thing. Support sucks. I feel like I'm getting traded against. I feel like things are unfair. Pricing is usually shit. And above all else, service sucks. And that's the thing that we try to rectify. So I think from our side, look, 24/7 support, the fact that we're going into more passive income, the fact that we're going into neobank services, the fact that we already have platforms that are kind of geared towards different subsets, different types of clients, our support, 24/7 support, again, is a big one. The fact that we're going out, and Kraken started to do this, they definitely have fiat on-ramps in different places of the world. We're kind of following that same metric, but we obviously have fiat on-ramps where they don't. And they have some fiat on-ramps where we don't. I think they have some in Japan, for example, where we're not yet there yet. We're not really looking at that market. So I think in many ways we're similar. I think Jesse and I think, share a lot of the same thought processes. I think we get along quite well. But in terms of the business itself, I think they are generally moving towards a more institutional business model. And we're not. We're steadily kind of trenched in a majority retail market to give our STO marketplace, obviously something that Kraken hasn't delved into. Maybe they will at some point, but they haven't up to this point. I tend to think they won't. So, I think our ecosystem is a bit more comprehensive, and I think it always will be. But if I had to pick, short list of companies that I wouldn't mind doing business with, Kraken would be on that list. To see a company have moral compass and put it at the core of their business is rare, super rare in crypto. To not operate like other cowboy exchanges and develop the correct market, the correct manner. Yeah, look, it's difficult. It is difficult. Everybody had, I think it's, I'll use a Mike Tyson quote. I love Mike Tyson quotes. I think there's only one, but this is one of my favorite quotes of all time. And it kind of relates to this. It's a little, hear me out. So the Mike Tyson quote is, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. And that's true, man. Everybody's got an intricate plan on how they want to do something until life hits them in the face, until they get punched in the mouth. And so many companies, many people, this happens in politics all the time, right? New politician, guy's 20-something years old, his first time in the Senate, 30, whatever. He wants to make all these changes. He's going to change the world. Politics are corrupt. One of two things happen. Either he becomes corrupt and a lifelong politician, or he quits. That's politics. And in the financial market, it's the same thing. Lots of people have these ambitions that they want to do something, the right way. Then they find out that no one does it the right way, even those that market themselves as doing it the right way. And they just start to do it the wrong way because it's the only way to compete, they feel. And I felt that in FX. My FX company was the first ever to give transparency back to traders, man. We were giving traders trade receipts to show them what liquidity provider handled their trade, how it was handled, whether it was rejected or not, why it was rejected. And we would help them actually mold their systems around those rejections to maintain profitability. Nobody did that. In fact, I would say up to this date, nobody still does that. But it's how we chose to operate, because in some way, shape, or form, I think that that's how all market players should operate. And FX has cleaned itself up to quite an extent, still not as clean as it should be. Crypto needs to clean itself up. It's cleaned itself up to a certain extent, not as much as it should. But if no one does it, it's never going to get cleaned up. Crypto is it's an unregulated market for the most part. So obviously, because of that, you see a lot of shenanigans that shouldn't happen. So it's not easy. It's not easy watching people get 100x and companies like BitMEX and other companies just making tons of money on the backs of their clients. And then your clients come in and go, why can't you be like BitMEX? Why are the volumes not like Binance? Because they don't realize that, well, a lot of that's done on the back of their clients. A lot of that's done in nefarious ways. A lot of that's done in ways that actually don't benefit the clients at all. So yes, it's not easy. It's not easy, but staying that course eventually brings you market share. That's just the way it is. It's just a long road. It's not the short road. But the thing is that once that change does start to snowball, it snowballs really quickly. Sorry, I had to pop off stream for a meeting. Any money management tips? Yeah, a ton. Sit on your hands, I guess, is probably the biggest one. And I mean that literally. So when you're in a trade and you have your money management guidelines set out, sit on your hands. Don't even let yourself touch the mouse. I gave some money management tips already. So, when you first start out, when you're first looking for strategies, use longer-term charts. Support and resistance on longer-term charts is stronger. Make sure you're not entering exactly at fixed levels like 250, 252, 250.50. When you see support and resistance, make sure you're entering either right above for conservative entries or right below. When I say right below, that could be 10, that could be 1%, 2%, 3% below or above, depends. Again, more conservative going above for entries, let's say on a short, less conservative going below. Make sure that you keep that 3-to-1 ratio at first. In fact, any higher ratio is even better, though it's going to get more difficult to find winning trades. And when you get into a trade, make sure you have a plan and you stick to it. Like I said, trailing stops, make sure that you follow those. Don't be worried when you're not in trade. Sometimes not being in trade is just as good as being in a trade. So you have a lot of them, actually. So if you send me specific questions, because I can go on for this forever, to be honest, I can definitely help you out, give you some real world and tips that I learned from failing myself. As someone who prides themselves on trust, I love to see you guys going in this direction. Well, thank you, Dred. Much appreciated. Much appreciated all the work that you're helping us with as well. Great job, guy. Really do appreciate it. And yeah, I think at some point you realize that it just there's no other way to do business, to be fair, in my mind. CoinMetro cufflinks. All right, we'll have a look. We'll have to see if we can find somebody to source those, but good idea. Good idea. You should partner with Huel for some CoinMetro exposure. I'm sure they would appreciate your patronage. Well, maybe we can share a clip when I can just, every 5 minutes, I can just go, Huel, for an active entrepreneur's lifestyle. I don't know. But yeah, we can definitely probably do some, I don't know, man, Huel, how big is Huel now? I don't remember when I first got here, they didn't ship here, so that's why I didn't use it. And then finally, at some point, I checked again, and they were shipping to Estonia, and I thought, awesome. Don C again, is crypto trading easier than FX? By the way, just in case anybody's joining us right now, just got in, look at the what we're here today for, talking about a day in the life of a fintech. And actually, you're not really seeing a true day in my life because I'd be going back and forth between desks and stuff like that. I've been here talking to you guys for about 2.5 hours. But we're talking about the launch of the CoinMetro bond. So take a look at the link that you see scrolling down on your little computer or wherever you're watching this. Maybe you're watching on a mobile phone. I don't know, maybe you're on the subway. I don't know where you are. But check it out, CoinMetro bond. If you have any particular questions, you can see the top 3 reasons to get in. Well, you can see the top 2, I guess. You can't see the third one. But maybe you will when I take this thing off the screen. So is crypto trading easier than FX to start out and make a profit? In many ways it is, in some ways it's not. One, it's less liquid, which means when you make a mistake, it can cost you more than it would cost you in a more liquid market. However, it's mainly traded by retail money, so that means it's easier to read a chart. FX charts can be notoriously harder to read. You have to be a bit more of a charting expert to be able to blindly eye an FX chart, usually, than you would for a crypto chart. Now, that's with majors, crypto majors, Bitcoin, Ether, etc. If you're talking about what we would consider to be like micro or small caps, altcoins, those can be much more volatile because they're much more liquid. So that gets a bit more difficult. So like with most, like when you get into FX trading, people will tell you trade the euro dollar only, or maybe pound dollar, trade the majors. Euro dollar gets 80% of the liquidity. So start there. Once you figure out a strategy there, you can move on. Don't start with like pound yen, which we like to call the geppy. Don't start with the geppy because you're going to get bit and you're probably going to lose your money. So I would say in some aspects, trading, people have, I say this all the time, but I'll tell it to you, Don, since you asked. I used to get so frustrated when I taught people how to trade for one reason. Imagine, let me give you a scenario, right? Let's say you walk home, you had a hard day at work, you're tired. Let's say you have mild Parkinson's too. Let's just throw that out there. I'm gonna throw that in this story just to make it even more ridiculous to try to prove my point. So you have mild Parkinson's, this is you, and you're coming home from a long day of work. I don't know what you're doing having Parkinson's. Hopefully you're not a dentist or a plastic surgeon. But anyway, you're coming home, you get home and you find out that your wife is passed out in the kitchen, and somebody in the room that just happens to be, a quarterback, an armchair quarterback doctor, says, I think she needs brain surgery. Is the first thing you do go, oh, well, let me see, and you take your shaky little hand with your shaky little mouse, go on internet and type in brain surgery for dummies, read the first paragraph pretty well, almost word for word, and then, browse through 19 pages in 4 seconds, pick up about 7 words on each page and go, look at 1 or 2 diagrams, diagram A, B, and C, and you're like, yeah, I got this. How hard could it be? It's brain surgery. It's not rocket science. And then, knock open your wife's head with a chisel and start going at it with some, shish kebab fucking things and a couple pair of tongs. Yeah, probably not, right? Probably not. And in fact, if someone came and knocked on your door and was like, hey, buddy, I just read a book called How to Do Brain Surgery. I finished it word for word. I got this. You're not going to go, yeah, dig in. It's just my wife's brain. Have at it. I'm sure you'll do a good job. Never would happen. But take the same scenario, ridiculous as it may sound, and apply it to trading. And everybody and the fucking grandmother is a trader. Everybody comes out and says, well, I read this book. I took a course. How hard could it be? And they jump in with some demo trading. So actually, I didn't throw that in the story. So, it's like you demoing brain surgery on your daughter's Barbie doll and saying, well, she didn't die. Her eyes are still open. I got this, right? So you demo trade for a bit and go, I'm going to mortgage my house because I'm that awesome at this. For some reason, I didn't know this was a talent of mine. Everybody else in the world finds this difficult, but I mastered it in 3.5 days because I read this book, and I'm going to nail this sucker. And then you lose and you still don't get it. And you try again and again and again and again and again. So trading is not easy. And it's not easy for one simple fact, and it's human nature. And that's why all that money management, risk management, and sticking to the plan is so important. It's not that reading a chart is that difficult. You don't need, a 12-year degree to read a chart. You don't need 7,000. You don't need to know how 7,000 different lines on the chart, what they mean or what they look like to trade. You don't. But you need to be able to combat this inner demon that will make you close winning trades immediately and let losing trades run forever because it's coming back. So I don't think either of them is easy. But if you're talking about like chart reading, I would say for crypto majors versus currency majors, especially because currency majors follow fundamentals. It's not a hype-driven market. It's a fundamental-driven market. I would say that crypto would be easier in that sense, if that answers the question. If I go at this rate with these short questions with long answers, I think we'll knock through this 10 hours pretty fast, guys. What do you think? Any plans for current investors, whales, super funds to join into the bond sale? I don't know if you're asking me that, Francis, or there's just a general question to everybody else. Definitely current investors have jumped in already, but there are some that are coming in with bigger amounts that are not going to be right off the bat. They have to move funds around. I think we have some mid-November time schedule for those, mid to end of November. As far as whales, I don't know. My funny whale story from the ICO was that I was talking to a guy in China one time, and he told one guy said he had a whale, and then explained that 4 or 5 million euro, and then he explained that how the fund money was collected, and I said, well, wait a minute, there's a whole bunch of other people investing through this guy. That's illegal. And he said, everybody else takes the money. And I said, but how does that make him a whale? And he said, this is the quote, and I quote, all whales in China are dolphins. All whales in China are made up of dolphins. That was the quote. And to be honest, that struck me. I think I stared at him like a dumb puppy for about 8 seconds. And thinking to myself, I thought it was like, what am I, a marine biologist now? Like, do they share DNA? I mean, I went off on all kinds of tangents. But anyway, so whales, I don't know. Super funds, I think we will. I don't know if we've had already. I haven't checked. But I think there's definitely potential for some of those super funds to join. And just so that the guy who mentioned that I wasn't clear about this the last time, self-managed super funds. One of my actually favorite quote relates to the way CoinMetro operates. Okay, here we go. This is a Dread Bongo favorite quote. Let's get this one out. It's easier to steal what you want than it is to earn it. It's easier to beat a child than it is to raise it. Love costs. It takes effort and work. Yeah, I would agree with all of that. To be fair, easy money tends to go just as easy. So yes, it's easier to steal money, but it's also then easier to lose it. And I don't know if it's easier to beat a child than to raise it. I guess it is. Well, for sure it is, actually, and I don't know, but if you're beating them constantly for 18 years, that's got to be pretty difficult. It's got to throw your arm out at some point, I don't know. But I would generally agree with that quote, Dread, for sure. Anyway, you shouldn't be beating your children. I mean, at least not for 18 years straight. That's ridiculous. I mean, come on. Just been verified. Nice, Jack. Nice. I saw that come from compliance actually earlier today. So welcome on board. You're welcome. Off-topic question from Don. I love the daily interest rate. It's a great psychological boon. People love seeing things grow, and I'm enjoying checking the payments every day. Yeah. I think when it comes to investing, especially investing in bonds or equity for that matter, the fact is there's no real cash flow. When you invest in equity, yeah, you can get dividends. But what happens when it's an early stage company? The dividends might start flowing in quicker than you would imagine, but they're not going to be full dividends. They're going to be massive dividends, right? So having that ability to have incoming positive cash flow, I think is a great thing. And it doesn't necessarily change anything for us. And I think it makes a big difference for the clientele. Not only that, but like I said, normally if you buy a bond, you're holding that baby until it needs to get redeemed. And if you're holding it till it needs to get redeemed and the bond only pays at maturity, then you might hold it for only a year and a half, decide that you want to get out, whether it's because maybe the company's going great, but you simply need the cash. Or maybe you said, well, I really wanted to see the company at this valuation and it only made it to this valuation. So I'm going to go ahead and sell my bond to somebody else in the secondary market. You would never get any interest You just been sitting on that money the whole time, and you've been sitting on that bond the whole time with no interest. This way, no matter if you decide to get out early, get out late, stay to the end, stay right to the end, sell the bond, stay to the end and convert, redeem, you got cash flow. I think it's great. I agree with you, Don. I think it's one of the best things about the offer, to be fair. I did put it as number 3 on here, but in case you came late, actually, I'm just so you can actually see this thing. Let me knock this bad boy. Where is this thing? Let me knock this guy. Just gonna hide that real quick. So if you can see the CoinMetro bond top 3. So I did this as like a David Letterman. I don't know if anybody out there knows David Letterman, because now the guy's, he's actually still alive. He's doing like some show on streaming or something. I don't know what he's doing. Looks ridiculous. He's got a caveman beard going on. Anyway, so top 3. So my number 3 was daily interest. Now that daily interest is a big one. We just talked about it. But for me, this is my top 3. Doesn't mean to be a top 3 for you. I think to be fair, there's only 3 because Brian, who asked me to do this, only asked for 3. If he asked for 5, I think I could have went to 5. But anyway, number 2 for me is secondary market, for the same reason I just described. What happens if I need to sell? What happens if I want to buy more? What happens if I want more exposure? What if happens if I want more interest? I got an option. That's awesome. And number 1 is convertibility to equity, because not only do I get daily interest, daily cash flow, secondary market capabilities, but at some point in the future, I can convert to equity, and not at the valuation in 2 years, but at the valuation now. Imagine, I mean, if you look at, and we brought this up a few times, but imagine looking at Coinbase, who went from, I don't know what their pre-seed or their seed valuation was, but I'm assuming it was in the low millions. So imagine getting in at that point now with a valuation upwards of 8 million. That's amazing. It's the stories you hear about Uber. A guy invested 5K in Uber, ends up being 25 million. Guy invests, in whatever other company. And most people don't get those opportunities because they end up being friends and family. Those guys that come in usually in those kind of pre-seed or those seed rounds or before A round end up either being friends and family or 1 or 2 angel investors. And it's never really given to the public. And it's definitely never given to ticket sizes or investment sizes of 10 euros. So I think that's amazing. It allows people, not just for, the CoinMetro bond is what we're talking about today. And obviously we're going to continue to talk about it for the next 90 days because it's our bond and we're going to talk about it. But the platform itself, the securities market platform, the digital securities marketplace, it allows any other company to do the same thing we're doing. Talk to their community, do a live stream, get on there, talk about how that they can own a piece of their company, tokenized, and blah, blah, blah. This is great. This is something that really wasn't ever available. And they can do it in an end-to-end manner. They don't have to do one thing at CoinMetro and then go somewhere else and do it something else. Go here for some other type of service. A to Z, all in one place. And I think that's amazing. So cool. Yeah, guys, let me know more questions. I'm going to keep drinking my Huel. You guys are friends and family. That's 100% for sure. Hamish, I think you've been here almost since the beginning, if not the beginning. So you're definitely on that list. In fact, that's one of the only reasons, the AMAs we do every week. I guess for people, there are people that come in that are new, that's for sure. But those AMAs are generally for you guys. I do those for you guys. I take, half an hour out of my week because I like to talk to you guys, or at you guys, I guess, basically. Well, you are able to write back, so that's cool. But I think it's vital because, without you guys, without you guys that were there initially from the ICO, without you guys that have supported us buying XCM, holding XCM, trading on the exchange, being clients, asking questions, keeping us on our toes, all that stuff is vitally important. And to be fair, this whole community aspect, these micro communities and macro communities in crypto, was one of the reasons that really made me make the leap from FX. FX just became such a toxic environment. Everybody kind of selling the same products, doing the same thing, saying the same nonsense, and this kind of willingness for anybody to stab anybody else in the back to be able to make $1. And that's what FX became for me. And it became hard for me to operate in that business. And seeing there's a lot of issues with crypto back in 2007. There's still issues with crypto now, but there were lots of issues. But what I saw was this kind of this community aspect, the fact that people were literally there to share ideas. And I thought that was great. Share with the clients, have an open communication with your clients, which I have always done, even through FXPig and through other business ventures. But the ability to do that in real time, it took a lot to get used to. And I'm still getting used to it, to be fair. Having public launches with thousands of people in Telegram, doing these type of live streams with thousands of people that may eventually actually see this. And it's a much different ballgame. It's much different from being able to have, internal deadlines, finally launching a deadline, looks like everything happened, perfectly. Sharing, you guys heard me on a phone call with the provider, still waiting on debit cards, right? So that's the reality, and I like sharing the reality. I think it's cool. I wish companies I invested in the past and in the future operated this way. I just think it's a breath of fresh air, to be honest. Yeah. Kickstarter. I mean, Kickstarter was great when it came out, but Kickstarter is kind of like, come here and get defrauded, and we don't give a shit. And by the way, you're going to get defrauded, and you're going to end up with a T-shirt. That's like Kickstarter really should make. Kickstarter, I got defrauded. Like, that should be the Kickstarter T-shirt, and they should send those out to everybody. Because I can't tell you how many things I've tried to buy on Kickstarter and never received shit. It's like, it literally is a gamble every time. So that has its own place. I mean, for companies building products and things like that, okay, you take a roll of the dice. I mean, I guess if, some of those things are pretty outlandish. So I guess if you take a gamble on it, you don't get it, whatever. But I think the Kickstarter model, Kickstarter started the whole crowdfunding. They started the whole thing. So good on them. Or maybe they weren't the first, but they were definitely one of them with some of the biggest exposure. Imagine there's a company in the need of more than 2.5 million. Well, it's based on issuer raises. It's got nothing to do. Ignium's platform has no limitation. CoinMetro has no limitation. If you want to raise $1 billion, have at it, bro. Like, go ahead and do it. You just need, as the issuer, to be compliant to raise that $1 billion. There's no onerous on the platform. For the platforms, we can let you raise whatever you want. We can let you raise wherever you want. It's up to you to make sure that you're able to do that. So what we did, because obviously in this instance, CoinMetro is not only the platform, it's also the issuer. So for us, we followed the same structure that Tangible followed, because it allowed us to be very streamlined in terms of legal costs. It allowed us to kind of follow that same pathway. Now, we have an upcoming raise that's going to be out of the US that has the crowdfunding exemption. And as maybe some of you guys have heard, the SEC just raised the crowdfunding exemption from 1.07 million. Don't ask me how they got that number, to 5 million, almost 5x'd it. So that's pretty cool for them. So that means they can raise from retail individuals in the US, retail investors, up to 5 million. So that's cool. So they got that exemption, and they're able to raise 5 million. Now, other companies may go for a Reg A and raise 75 million. Maybe other companies decide to stick with the accredited investor only, kind of like what CoinMetro did for this first bond raise, but they go with the European safe harbor, and that's up to 2.5. But in other countries of Europe, it's higher, go up to 8 million at the height. I think some other countries are 5 million. I think there's one company, maybe the UK might be 8 million, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember, to be fair. So yeah, it's not about restrictions from the platform. It's all based on the issuer. Dread asking, could you explain a little bit more about how integral XCM is to the CoinMetro platform and how many areas it touches? Sure. So the idea to kind of tokenize the platform probably happened before the general vision of exactly how the platform was going to work, to be fair. When I thought about tokenization at first, my idea was that all businesses are going to tokenize at some point. I still believe that. And you could say lots of businesses are already tokenized. I mean, when you talk about from a dev or programming standpoint, lots of data that's shared between companies is tokenized. It's turned into a token or some type of hash and shared across the internet. So why wouldn't you use that with a new database technology that allows for immutability, allows for better redundancy, et cetera, but also allows you to add in some form of value onto that data? I don't see why any business wouldn't do that. So slowly but surely, I see that happening. So for CoinMetro, XCM, obviously, when you trade on the exchange, every trade you pay a commission. That commission is then converted into XCM. And that XCM, 100% of it right now is vaulted. Why vaulted, not burned? Well, so burning still is a bit of a gray area in terms of regulation. And I'm trying to remember off the top of my head a recent case that came up, and it involved burning, actually. The case itself wasn't specific about burning, but it came up as part of the case. I believe it was in the EU. So until we have full regulatory clarity over whether burning is possible with a utility token, I do think it will be. But right now we may have opinions and ideas. We don't have clarity. Without clarity, we don't want to run into a situation where in 5 years, 10 years, 2 years, 1 year, we have an issue. So rather than burning it, we vault it. We vault it for X amount of years. If when that vault becomes released, there's now clarity and we can burn, we will burn. If there's clarity and we can't, we will vault it, forever, basically. So that drives, obviously, demand for XCM. The more volume, the more commissions, the more XCM bought, the more XCM vaulted, the lower the circulating supply as demand rises. Lower circulating supply, rising demand. You get the picture. On all the other platforms, obviously, when you talk about TRAM, when you talk about margin, those also create fees. And those fees, while at this point aren't 100%, we have a formula that we built that basically tries to find the optimal amount of XCM that will be taken from our profits and then pushed into that vaulting mechanism. So over time, that type of, let's say, simplified economic tokenization model will be applied to almost all products. Now, obviously, we need to make money, and so certain products won't have that XCM tie-in, but most will. We also have the XCM reward system, where you can go ahead and it's not necessarily staking, it's locking a certain amount of XCM to be in tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, where you get discounts on exchange, discount on trading fees, discount on exchange fees, and you also can end up getting maker bonuses, where you actually get paid to put liquidity on the exchange. So if you add a limit order to the exchange and it's filled by someone else, you actually get a part of the fee that they pay us. So that's another aspect. That tiering system also allows us to add additional perks to XCM, like the one right now with the bond. So if you come into the bond today and you're either a brand new customer or maybe an old customer for CoinMetro, but you weren't part of the ICO, and you simply want to buy into the bond, you get 8% per year. But if you decide that the next day, I only got 8%, how can I get more? And you go ahead and lock 10,000 XCM inside of that tier 1, that reward system, you're going to get 9%. If you decide to lock 25,000, you're going to get tier 2 or 10%. And if you decide to go to tier 3, 50,000 XCM locked, then you'll end up getting 11%. So, and by the way, that XCM is locked. It's not, you can take it out at any time you want. It's dynamic interest. So if you take it out, then the next day you're going to get less interest, but you have your XCM back. We're not, you're not spending that XCM. You don't have to pay with that XCM. It's just sitting there. It's not locked for any specific amount of time. So on the back of that, as we build out new products, we inherently tie in XCM. When we start rolling out the neobank products like those debit cards, cashback will generally be done in XCM. We've already done lots of competitions, and we'll continue to do more where XCM is what people are earning. They're earning XCM. We've started to look at other ways as well to tie in XCM to other products. We currently have products that we will have in the future. The idea is to create demand for XCM, give XCM more value, and give it intrinsic value kind of within our ecosystem. Anything you do in CoinMetro, you should be able to do with XCM, and because you're using XCM, there should be some perk tied to it. That's the general idea, and we built that into a lot of the ecosystem. We still have more to build, and over time, that reward system, the tiering system, it's all going to get more and more comprehensive. So like I said, it's already tied into the bond. In future, when we do other types of, maybe we do fundraising in the future again, who knows? Definitely be tied in. And I think one of the biggest things I think that's on the plate for hopefully Q4 is being able to use XCM. So you have XCM and you use it, let's say, or you stake it. So staking's coming, guys. Stake. You stake that XCM for a certain return. Not only can you stake it, but you can use it as collateral as well. So you can stake it and it doesn't remain idle. Yes, you make interest on it, but you can also use it as collateral to trade on margin, or you can use it to get into a TRAM as collateral, which means you can make either passive income or you can be able to trade. So you have two forms of possible income on the same money, rather than just having it stuck idle and getting just the staking interest. And we're going to roll that out to other pairs as well. And I think those other pairs, staking rewards, may potentially actually be paid either partially or fully in XCM. And even the interest rate, your interest payments you're currently getting in Europe, at some point I think we will offer the ability for people to get those over the next 2 years, to get those interest payments in XCM, or maybe even another asset like BTC, for example. So XCM is already part of the majority of our infrastructure, and it's only going to grow over time. What sort of platform fee do you charge for it? Is it suitable for small startup funding? Well, right now, so on the Ignium side, it's much easier to eat in front of somebody when you're just drinking a shake, you know? On the Ignium side, Ignium charges roughly €2,000, 2,000, somewhere between 2,000, 2,500 euros, depending on the complexities, to list a project for fundraising. CoinMetro right now doesn't charge anything. The most companies in the industry, crowdfunding industry, charge a percentage. I don't know how willing I am to do that. The model's great for making some money, but obviously when someone comes and does this, they create a security which needs to be traded afterward. So for me, we can always make significantly more money on the backside, on that secondary trading, than we could potentially make on the front. So while I do think we may have some static listing fees as well, potentially for the crowdfunding specifically, I'm not sure we're going to delve into the percentage. But if we do, it's going to be better than everyone else. It's not going to be 5%. It's not going to be 3%. I would think more in the 1 to 2% area. And potentially with some, you know, if you raise under 100K, you don't pay anything, something like that. And then on the Ignium side, it'll be fixed. It'll be a fixed price no matter what you raise. And the Ignium size charges based on services used. So if you use another service, you pay for that service. Simple as that. And investors don't pay monthly fees to hold their investment accounts like they would in NASDAQ, for example. And issuers are not going to pay monthly fees to maintain their issuer wallets either. The updated clean CM is nice. Your work, Dread? Clean CM, what do you mean? You mean the logo, the website, the Twitter posts? You got to be able to, the logo. Well, you're talking about this guy up here up here somewhere in the corner here, over here. That's actually the XCM logo. If you're talking about the logo now, that's just changed colors a bit. Wasn't Dread. But Dredd does some great work, but that wasn't his handiwork actually. But potentially, you know, maybe at some point this logo changes. I think the XCM logo might stay the same, to be fair, but potentially the CoinMetro logo does change given the fact that we've kind of moved on with branding. Or maybe we keep it as retro. I don't know. We'll have to see how that works out. And yeah, Dredd saying we have some wizards. So yeah, we definitely have some people over here. Oh, we're back. Okay. We froze there for a second. Maybe we didn't freeze and you just kept me hearing me say we're frozen. But at least on my side, we froze for a second. But we're back, so that's good. Coming up on the 3-hour mark, guys. Bond chugging along. So people keep on getting into the bond. Broken the 70,000 mark. 52 investors in so far. Another 5,000 on tap on the reserve side. So we're rolling in, keeping a decent pace throughout the last 3 hours, I think. So the Ignium side of stuff here, I'll give you, let me see if I can make this, let's see if I can make this bad boy work here, hold on. I'm gonna pop up on your screen. Oh, it'd be helpful if I actually spelt it correctly. So I will pop up on the screen here. There you go. Find out more info about Ignium, just go to www.ignium.io. Once you get there, it's a kind of a splash page right now. There's actually a 2-pager, 1 or 2-pager you can download, gives you a bit of an overview. But that'll give you, I think, enough information to understand how the kind of CoinMetro Ignium collaboration works. All right. Not quite sure where that was, but all right, rock on. So yeah, there you go. I'm going to take that back down and put up our So there you go, Don. Yeah, so ignium.io, head over there. You will get a decent amount of information. You can always ask questions here about Ignium as well. I can answer them, especially when it has to do with the CoinMetro bond, for sure. Sorry. Okay. Where can I find? Oh, yep. Already answered that one. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to be here working a bit until another question comes in. Feel free to ask whatever you want to ask. What are some of the perks? Jet fuel, let's see. Let me have this one. What are some of the perks of working at CoinMetro if I took a job there? Well, you get to sit around an office all day with me and Oliver. I guess that's either a perk or a nightmare. I don't know. Some of the perks. Well, I think working in any kind of progressive startup has its perks just simply because of the kind of the way things get done. So kind of understanding that we try and let people, if you come on with a certain title, that doesn't mean that's all you're going to be doing, and that doesn't mean you can't try new things. Maybe you end up actually becoming something completely different than what you originally thought you were going to be doing. So we give people that flexibility, which you don't really find in a more structured environment, to be fair. And so while we are structured in the ways we need to be structured, obviously when it comes to regulatory adherence and compliance and things like that. But when it comes to the way how we get things done, I personally like to let people grow into a role, let people take on different tasks that maybe is not under their job description if they want to, just get things done in general. So we have a ping pong table, so it's definitely a perk there, a ping pong table. Obviously the weather in Estonia is fucking amazing, so if you're here, you can take part in, the winters with it getting dark at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And Fale, the building we're in, is like a wind tunnel. So when you walk, it could be like 6 degrees outside, but somehow in front of Fale there's 400 kilometer per hour winds, and it's like -16. So that's also could be a perk if you enjoy cold, blistering wind in your face. But no, on the real side, I think we have a great team. Generally, we all get along. Sometimes, with any passionate team, sometimes one person may want to assassinate the other one, but then we usually get over that stuff and move on. So yeah, I guess the ping pong table is definitely a perk. I gotta throw that one in there. We have 2 kitchens, a coffee maker, got a place you can make tea. We got a meeting room, 2 of them actually. Anyway, we're doing cool things here. I think it's just being part of a team that's kind of doing unique things, being able to speak your mind, kind of expanding in your own roles, trying to figure out what you actually want to do rather than getting tasked with something that you have to do rather than something you want to do, which I think is important. Can charities and NGOs use Ignium to have their own currency token? Example, I thought I had food bank token. It's possible. The technology is there to do it. It's not necessarily a current, like, expressed use case for Ignium. But I do think that, yeah, the capability is there to do it. And if an NGO came and asked, yeah, we would allow them to do that at Ignium, for sure. Sorry, guys. So yeah, answer to that question, Don, is absolutely. And I think it might have been something that we discussed at some point when we were talking about possible kind of services that we could offer. All right, guys, so maybe we should do another, let me knock Don's question off the line here. So, let's clear this out. Nope. Might have a word on Telegram about something then. Sure, Don. Yep. Send me a message. We can chat. Obviously, it can always be done here as well, live if you want to share. If not, no problem. Oh, hold on one guys, second, guys. One of our providers changing URLs in their API on us, so it's always fun. I don't even know why I got up here. I was going to write something on the board. Mystified myself now. Yeah, actually. Any suggestions for what I should scribble on the board? Feel free. I'm actually going to run somewhere, right? 2 minutes, guys. Got an outside discussion I need to have. I'll see you guys back here in 2 minutes. You got a question, post it. I'll answer it when I'm back. So have fun looking at an empty room. Oh, you can look at Oliver. He's there. Oh, you're on the Oliver's playing Call of Duty. Let me go check. Let me see. Yeah, nope, not Call of Duty. It's actually looking at flow charts of all the different signups and everything that's been coming in over the past. I don't know what the time frame was, week, month, something like that. So yeah, nope, not Call of Duty. People watch seems kind of low. Can we tweet about this publicly? What hashtags are appropriate to drive traffic towards the live stream? I don't know, man. I guess fundraising, crowdfunding, fintech, crowdfunding, own a crypto exchange, selling equity. I don't know. There's probably a bunch of stuff you could use. I guess you can get, but yeah, definitely. If we get up to, if I see at any point over 100 eyeballs on the counter I'm looking at, which I think might come from YouTube, I'm not sure, then I'm going to be in a prize giving mood. So we'll start giving out some XCM. Another use case, by the way, for XCM, giving out something to be given out during the live stream. So. Hashtag Binance. I think you need to leave the LOL actually, and there should be all one thing. Hashtag Binance LOL would actually maybe make sense. I actually haven't. I was just asked if I picked one. I didn't know it was on me to pick it, so I haven't picked one yet for each of those live streams. So I guess at some point after we get through all this, I'm thinking maybe I should pull up like the live election results from the U.S. We can like splice them in. What do you think? That might be kind of cool. Let's see if we can do that. Let's see. Let's pull up. Even just for my own benefit, to be fair, like I don't know where I should pull them up from because to be honest, let's see. What time is it in the U.S. Right? People are voting already for sure. Election. Anybody got a good partisan or bipartisan website? Because if I go to CNN or Fox News, it's just going to be either Trump, or Trump sucks. They both talk about Trump actually for the same amount of time. Just one says he sucks and the other one likes him. Let's see. We can bring this up maybe. Let's see. Let's share a screen. Yeah. Chrome tab. There we go. Okay, a little background in the background then. So yeah, nothing really. How can is there a better way to do this? Well, I can share it like this. Not really sure. Still 0-0, guys. Not much going on there right now. Anyway. If Trump wins, I get it. We've both got the same name. All right. Why not? Why not? Trump wins, Don's getting something. That's that seems pretty good to me. I don't know, guys. I was planning to stay up late tonight and watch the shit just and eat some popcorn. So maybe I'll just do it from here. You guys can watch me eating popcorn and screaming at the TV like an old guy who's like going halfway senile. I like to do that in my spare time. You should take live open mic moderated VoIP calls from users. Open mic moderated VoIP calls. Yeah, I could probably do that. Anybody want to call in? We can work that out. We can get a Zoom going on right now. Actually, no, I can. Actually, here you go. This is it. Check this out. So, anybody who wants to come in and chat, this is how you're going to do it. And so, I'm going to post it up on the screen here for everybody. Give me a second. That's not it, obviously. Maybe not so obvious, but it's not it. Actually, let me put it to let me actually, you know what? No. Oh. There we go. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I actually erased the title of the show, which was awesome. We'll fix that. Let me fix that first. Hold on. Ding 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 ding. It's always great when you don't really know what you're doing. We'll get there, guys. We'll get there. Let me get this back up, and then so I'm going to post a link. What I'll do is I'll post it as a comment, so it's easy to copy and paste. Because if not, it will get kind of difficult to follow, I think. So let me get this back up here. Yeah. All right, so back there, that's back up there. That's cool. All right, so let's go back to comments, and I'm going to post a comment here. Now, if you want to, so call in to talk live, just know that if you start saying really some nonsense, I might have to shut you down. Of course, hold on. 1 second here, fellas and ladies and gentlemen. Are there any women watching? I'm always curious about women in crypto, man. It's like everybody talks about it, but it's kind of like everybody talking about Bigfoot. You never see it. I see it every once in a while. There's a sighting, but all right, there you go. So I just posted. Everybody can see it. You can call in to talk live. That's the link. You come into that link. You're going to be moderated. I'll see it. I'll see you jump in. And then I can add you in. We can chat for a bit. I'll keep everybody to maybe 5 to 10 minutes so that if there's more people that want to get in, we don't have a long line. Let's see. Any idea how long it takes for Prime Trust to approve a request to add USD via ACH to my account? It all depends on the documentation that you gave to us and that we then forward on to Prime Trust. So in many instances, it happens relatively quickly. Jesus. Hold on, guys. Many instances, it happens relatively quickly, though sometimes it can take up to 1 business day or more. However, if you DM me, send me a direct message on Telegram at Kevin Mirko, give me the email address, your name and email address, and I'll forward it on to them so that they can have a look, so their compliance can have a look. I would love to stick around and watch election results. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'll make it the whole. I mean, we were scheduled for 10 hours, which doesn't mean I'll be sitting here the whole time. I mean, I'm gonna have to take a break at some point. But we were scheduled for 10 hours, I think. But yeah, maybe I think I'll just let this thing run, and then I'm gonna jump in because I think I'm gonna watch it. To be fair, just to see what happens. Any news from PRQ Boost? No news from the PRQ guys. No news from Parsec. Waiting on news from them though. So this is a real marathon. I went home, went for a walk, had a snack, and it's still running. Yep, we're still going here, man. Thanks for coming back. We all appreciate it. Doesn't have to be a debate. We can debate too. Anybody wants to debate, man, feel free. Jump in. I'll pop you in. But we don't have to debate. It's not necessarily a debate. Just be asking questions back and forth. Man, it could be anything. Doesn't have to even be crypto related. Election day results, who's getting popcorn? Yeah, well, somebody's going to be getting popcorn. I think I have old school popcorn in my house. I have to pop it inside of on the stove. Because I don't have a microwave. I haven't had a microwave in years, man. I actually haven't had a microwave for probably 10 years. I don't know why. It's not really because I think it gives you cancer or anything. It's just, I don't know. I mean, being vegan and then using microwaves, microwave vegetables, gross. What are CoinMetro office official work hours? So the official hours of the office, I would say they're probably like 10 to 6 is kind of the official kind of workday schedule. But when we do 24/7 customer support, we always have somebody online, whether they're sitting in Mexico, sitting in Europe, sitting somewhere else. But in terms of this office, yeah, 10 to 6. I mean, people do get in here at 9. Some people leave at 5, but generally 10 to 6, you'll probably find somebody in the office. And for me, I come in, and Oliver as well, since we both live in the same building, we tend to come in and out of the office at different crazy hours throughout the day or night anyway. All right, I got your DM, by the way. I'm going to check on that right now. Let's see. So, yep, I can see that. So far, you show is pending. Let me check the documentation that's on file through Prime Trust. Looks legible. Let's see the other one. Yeah, a bit of a glare, but I think it should be acceptable. By that, I'm going to go ahead and escalate with Prime Trust directly. All right, officially escalated to compliance over at Prime Trust. So hopefully definitely during these next 10 hours, I can almost imagine we're going to have a response. But I think we'll get a response. I'll let you know as soon as I do. Yep, definitely use either coconut oil. Some really low acidic olive oils are also quite nice. But I do use coconut oil, sometimes even avocado oil, to be fair. Isn't that kind of disrupting in and out of the office? Well, I don't mean that. I mean, not during normal hours. During normal hours, I'm here all day long. Usually, unless I have a meeting outside. No, I mean like 8 o'clock, then 12, then 1 a.m., then whatever, in and out. Mm-hmm. This one is definitely true, but my life's always been that way. So, no getting around it. Hard to teach old dogs new tricks, and I've been kind of intermingling my private life with my work life for 30 years, basically. I've either been an entrepreneur, or I think I've always been. To be fair, even the first jobs I had was obviously I was cutting grass. I was shoveling snow. I was doing odd jobs around the neighborhood. Then I found the internet, probably around the age of 16 or so, and then kind of the first business online was just trying to post things on the community boards and chat rooms, trying to sell products or services. And then I had jobs, lots of jobs here and there, but always still kept kind of the entrepreneurial spirit going. So yeah, I think I've always had that issue, but I've come to embrace it. So I to a certain extent, I like it. I've come to embrace it. I understand it. I like it. It's hard for me to work a 9 to 5. I can't just turn my brain off, go home, and not think about what happens next. So not really a life for me, I think. All right, guys. Yeah, maybe we should have like a quiz or something. I could draw a quiz up on the board about what we talked about for the last 3 hours. Who's been paying attention? I wonder how many would pass. I don't even know if I could come up with a quiz, to be fair. I kind of feel like I'm at the, I told you I did some university lectures. Anybody have a lecture topic? Anybody have a topic they want to be lectured on for an hour? Then I could use the whiteboard. We do like super university lecture time. Can we talk about the Q4 roadmap? Absolutely, my friend. Throw it at us, Don. What do you want to talk about? What's deep liquidity integration? That sounds sexy, right? Deep liquidity integration. So deep liquidity simply means lots of liquidity. Integration means we're going to connect it. So we're going to connect lots more liquidity. We have a liquidity provider that can provide us with both synthetic and deliverable liquidity. Synthetic liquidity at a much higher leverage than we currently provide to our clients, and across multiple assets, and with spreads that are as they should be with a synthetic market, which are very, very tight, super tight spreads. So it's just about bringing in more and more liquidity on the margin side as well as on the as well as on the deliverable side. So just means lots of liquidity connected to us. That's what it means. I'll check out at the end of the cycling time trial. We'll be back soon. All right. See ya, Uros. Or was it this is what's his name? What's his avatar? This is I was gonna say Pickle Pete, but that's not his name. Pickle Rick. Yeah. What's DeFi? All right, so DeFi. Here, I'll use the whiteboard for this one. Let's take down this. We're going all whiteboard on this one, fellas. All right, so, and ladies. I don't know, if we have any women, please let me know, because I keep saying guys. I feel like I'm getting super sexist. All right, so DeFi. So, what DeFi stands for is decentralized. I use the Z, American English. If you're coming from the other side of the pond, we'll put an S in there for you. Decentralized finance. That's the phi, that's the D. So decentralized finance. Essentially what it means when you really break it down, I'm gonna give you a diagram here. Again, we're gonna go full lecture mode on you guys. Here we go. So when you think about how, let's say, traditional finance works, let's just call this finance marketplace. That can be anything from sending wire transfers to trading. Could be anything that has to do with finance. Yeah, let me see if I can actually. Oh, we don't want to. It'd be funny if I just killed myself with this big board. Here we go. It's about too much of a. Oh, we gotta. Hold on. Trying to make this. Oh, jeez. All right, how's that? Wow, that's too much of a glare now. Hold on. Probably better where it was. That's better where it was. Okay. Start again. So. Finance market. We're going to call this the market. Market means anything from wire transfers to hedge funds to mutual funds. This is all finance. Right? And what usually happens in the market is that in order to actually gain access to any of those services, you have to go through what we like to call gatekeepers. So these guys create a wall. And the only way you can gain access to those products, those financial products, is by way of one of the gatekeepers. That could be a bank, could be a broker, could be an exchange, could be credit union, which is kind of like a bank, but whatever. Could be an insurance company, anything. Blah, blah, blah. Let's just say these are other banks. You get the point. So when you come to one of these gatekeepers, they KYC you, they take your ID, then they give you access into this market. So now you can get loans, you can buy a car, buy a house, whatever. Now, sometimes in these guys, you don't go direct. So off of these guys, there's other intermediaries. These intermediaries may be smaller banks. They may be other type like credit unions or some other type, maybe even a fund, maybe a trust. Right? So traditional finance is built with all these intermediaries, tons and tons of intermediaries. And it creates centralized power because at the end of the day, in order to get here, you have to go through one of these points. You create a lot of centralization. You also create a lot of intermediaries. The core behind DeFi or decentralized finance is decentralization, which is kind of another word, at least in part, for disintermediation. Disintermediation means we get rid of all those intermediaries. So instead of you having to go through 16 different hoops to get into that financial market, you go one hop. So you can, this is you holding your money right in your hand. Give me, that old thing like, take my money, please. You got this big, it's like, looks like a euro. If there was a euro 10,000 note, that's how big it would be in relation to the size of a human being. Unless you're just a small child. I don't know. Let's give you some shoes. Maybe some funny hair. We'll give you some Oliver here. It's curlies. There. So here you are. You want to get your money. With DeFi, what do? DeFi, you have this version of your money is sitting in, let's say, some hardware wallet. I don't know if that's what hardware wallet looks like, but there you go. And from that hardware wallet, you're throwing it right into a liquidity pool. Yeah. And that liquidity pool is paying you back, I don't know, some type of interest in one way, shape, or form. So instead of you having to go through a credit union, into a bigger bank, to another intermediary, then into that finance, then into that whole financial marketplace, you did it with no intermediation, no intermediaries. So that's disintermediation. So when you think about DeFi today, when somebody describes DeFi, they're usually talking about Ethereum, liquidity, yield farming, which is another way to say trying to find the best yield, and some other words as well. But in reality, the kind of start of decentralized finance was Bitcoin. Why? Well, Bitcoin's decentralized, and the first major use case of Bitcoin wasn't the Bitcoin network per se, which is capital B, by the way. It was the lowercase b. It was the coin itself, and it was used for transactions. It's a financial product. So Bitcoin was your first decentralized finance product, but now when most people talk about DeFi, they're talking about generally the Ether, and using Ether to create decentralized liquidity pools to trade peer-to-peer without any intermediary, like Uniswap, for example, and to be able to create money on the back of moving assets around the world between peer-to-peer and through smart contracts. That's kind of what DeFi is. So there you go, DeFi. Right on. All right, let's pop that up there. All right, take a seat. What is DeFi? Very good, Don. Thanks for the question, by the way. Do you need a hand with product testing? I'm a developer by trade and happy to assist. Absolutely, Jeff Fuel. Please DM Oliver on Telegram and let him know that you want to help out in testing. Absolutely, 100%. Any news on Cardano or anything related to Cardano platform going forward with smart contracts and NDAs? Absolutely nothing on Cardano right now. Haven't talked to anyone at Cardano. Have no real news about Cardano. Nothing really on the blocks right now in terms of Cardano. That doesn't mean that we're not happy to talk to them or happy to look at it, but I haven't had any communication at all with Cardano or haven't seen it cross my desk. either. Second big off-topic question, how do you keep an eye out, prevent money laundering and criminal activity? Well, yep, that's a big one actually, Don. So should I get back up on the whiteboard? Might as well, right? I mean, it's here. So when it comes to, let me put your question up again just so I can, so you're talking about look out money laundering and criminal activity. So we're gonna put this up into two different pieces. You have traditional, and when I say traditional, I'm talking about bank wires, bank wires, credit cards. Those are, the traditional methods by which we accept payment or deposits. And then we have our alternative methods, which are obviously crypto. So there's two different methodologies here, and they vary quite drastically. Obviously, the first thing that we do to mitigate all this is onboarding, and that's on both sides. This is universal across both sides. We have KYC, so we know who we're dealing with. So we know that the client we're dealing with is the person they say they are. And that, obviously, I'm not going to go into everything what KYC is, but we do KYC. We know who we're dealing with. That's one. That's your first mitigation technique. And then, obviously, you have KYT. And KYT is a piece of AML on laundering, which is know your transaction. That's following and knowing transactions that the people on your platform are actually engaging in. With traditional, we are limited in the amount of information we have. So we limit our clients to only receive money from first-person accounts. That means that no third-party money. Which means if you have an account and your sister sends money to it, it's getting sent back. If you have an account and your brother sends money to it, it's sent back. If you have an account and your best friend, who's been your best friend since like third grade, you guys are like brothers and you do anything for each other, sends a fucking dime to your account, we're sending it back to them. So that's it, no third party money, right? First person payments only has to come from an account in your name. Credit cards, you have your kind of 3DS and a couple other different methodologies that credit card companies use that verify address, IP address, client name, et cetera, et cetera. We also do all manual checks. So all this is done manual. That's not to say that the 3DS and other systems are manual, no. What it is that when those payments come in, someone from our treasury department is gonna see it. They're gonna be able to go look at the account, look at the payment, look for patterns, train to see different patterns when it comes to credit card deposits, when it comes to things like that. And they approve or disapprove them based on that training. So that's one level. However, on the crypto side, we have massive amounts of data we have access to. So using things like Parsec, yay, Parsec, Chainalysis, and other tools, we have the ability to automate and also do manual revision on every transaction that happens on the platform. So every time someone sends us Bitcoin, every time someone withdraws Bitcoin, every time someone sends Ether or any token, it actually goes through chain analysis. Parsec is then used sometimes for alerting and other methodologies, and we're building out how we use Parsec actually. But for chain analysis, things get alerted. We get alerted automatically when certain thresholds are met, when money moves between wallets that may be tied to some nefarious activity, et cetera. So this allows us much more data. It gives us much more data to process, and we have a much higher ability to be able to look into those data streams, look into those transactions, and find out where we may see nefarious patterns, where we may see things that we don't like, where we may see something that we want to question a client about because we see that a lot of activity is going maybe to the dark web, maybe indirectly heading towards some high-risk exchanges, and we have the ability then to ask, and we can automatically or manually limit access to accounts, limit withdrawals, limit incoming deposits, et cetera, to accounts that get flagged in the system. So unfortunately, on the traditional side for wires, we always see is client name where the money came from. It came from a bank, it's in the client's name, we generally accept it. However, there are also rules tied to wires and credit cards that can revolve around their source of wealth, how much money they say they earn, et cetera. If they go above and beyond that, then there's questions that are asked. There's a lot of monitoring, a lot of KYT, know your transaction. There's a lot of monitoring when it comes to AML But it's something that a lot of those monitoring, a lot of those checks, especially on the crypto side, happen automatically. Some of them don't. But where they don't happen automatically, we have systems in place so that we can manually go over those transactions. And again, look for those patterns and then ask questions if we find something. And then obviously this, even though this is kind of seems one of the more simpler aspects, it's one of the biggest aspects of anyone's kind of compliance, because knowing your client and understanding you're dealing with that specific client helps you mitigate a lot of these other risks. So yeah, that's generally how it's done. There's obviously more to it. This was a bit kind of taken on face value, let's say. But generally speaking, that's how it works. And that's how we help mitigate risk, not only to us as a company, but also to you guys as clients. Because what you don't want is for the company where you're storing your money to be hit with charges, because then your money may be stuck for quite some time. Oh, that's where we already went. Okay, here we go. What are your thoughts on Chainlink and Loopring? There are two projects outside of CoinMetro that I think have great cases, so hoping they will be successful. I know Link is on CM, but not Loopring. So Loopring I haven't actually looked into, to be fair. But I guess Loopring is probably into oracles as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or something similar, maybe reverse oracles, I don't know. I think the oracle business is an interesting one. But like most things in crypto, I have to question who actually, will there ever be a standard? If you think about database technology in general, we never hit a standard. There's still lots of different types of databases. We never hit a standard. Everybody thought we would. In certain technology, we have hit standards. You know, when you talk about now, streaming is the standard for how people consume, movies and music. But before that, we had lots of different platforms. And before platforms, we had lots of different mediums, from records to cassettes to CDs to DVDs to Blu-rays to, what was the other one? Not Blu-ray, it was Super DVD. Actually, we had laser discs even before that. I think there's always a question in my mind. Will this really become a standard? Is no one else going to do this better? And if someone does it better, how much does it take to do it better? Could a company simply create a system on their own that could create something similar for their own use case for almost no money, that would save them money in the long run and allow them to use this on, like, let's say, their own private network? Would it take away some of the key capabilities? Would that even be desirable? So all those questions come into my mind when I look at people trying to create standards, especially in blockchain. When you think about that, we're 10 years in, we don't even have a standard for payments yet. We don't even have and those should be, now for throughput, those are high bars to reach. But in terms of building a structure that can then scale, you would think that'd be one of the first big things people would tackle. And XRP tried it, Stellar tried it. Some other people have tried it. Bitcoin started it, and Lightning Network tried on Bitcoin. My kind of question always on these type of projects is, they're definitely hype driven up to this point. Yes, they made lots of partnerships, but imagine that when companies decide to do research and development, if they can get involved in the best known product for the particular problem they're trying to solve, and they can do it generally for free or for a low cost. And that means that their own research and development doesn't cost them additional funds, and they can get out whenever they want. That doesn't necessarily mean that those companies are going to be long-standing partners, or that doesn't exactly mean that that technology is going to be adopted. Big tech companies, governments go through, partnerships like you go through underwear. It's, again, for me, it's always about, will there really ever be a standard? And if there isn't, are these companies going about it the right way to just gain market share? Are they getting complacent? Do they get to the point where now they don't have anywhere else to go? Are they pivoting? Are they too scared to pivot? Anyway, all those questions come into mind, not just with Link or Loopring, I don't really know about, but also with many other companies in the industry. And how many countries do you have citizenship? Just two as far as citizenship goes. Okay. Scaling problem. So obviously there's lots of scaling issues. with Ethereum, and Ethereum is still under the spotlight, literally, when it comes to DeFi, when it comes to tokenized securities, when it comes to lots of things, Ethereum is the place to go still. And I think at some point, obviously, those scaling problems need to be addressed. But I'm not sure, again, if they were solving the scaling problems with side chains or something along those lines, or some type of, obviously, something outside of Ethereum, would Ethereum simply be able to copy what they're doing at some point? Would it behoove Ethereum to do so? Would they do it? And if they did do it, would Loopring's business go away? Are they working with, is Ethereum working with them? What does that contract look like? You know, all those things. So it's like you're providing help for free to someone who potentially can just shut you down at any one point and get their own solution. So again, another question in my mind, but I don't know enough about Loopring really to comment too much, to be fair. Have you thought about white labeling any of CoinMetro's proprietary technologies? Yeah, it's actually been something that we thought about since the beginning, trying to make things that were modular enough so that if we did choose to go ahead and do white labeling, that it would be easy to do from a technology standpoint. So yes, I think at some point, yes. I think though the future of white labeling is probably not going to be a product, a platform per se. It's going to be services of that platform. So for example, white labeling our KYC solution, whereas it's not necessarily a product of ours, but it's part of the overall platform, but it's not necessarily the platform itself. Or white labeling potentially other pieces, like we create our staking mechanism, for example, that maybe that gets applied to other utility token companies that can then use that and have us the one actually making the payments and doing that to relieve some of the regulatory stress off of those issuing companies, things like that. So I do think that, I don't know if we're really going to go down the road of becoming a SaaS company where we provide, you know, our exchange to other exchanges. I don't see that happening because we're retail based now, but providing our exchange to smaller exchanges, and they're forced to use our liquidity, which is where we make our money, until they get to the point where they've built up enough following where they can go build their own tech, or maybe something like that, something similar to what was done, let's say, for years in the FX industry, where white labels of FX platforms are usually given to smaller companies while they scale. Any update on debit cards? Yeah, actually, I had a call while we were on the live stream with the banking as a service provider, and I specifically asked because I knew everybody would want. Not that I wasn't going to ask anyway, but the answer is that internally they're now saying 1 to 2 weeks to finalize their own policy, this revision of their policy to be able to submit the full document package to Visa. So 1 to 2 weeks for submission. That's what they're saying. I have to say that I've heard that before. But I have heard now a few times, at least over the last 2 or 3 weeks, that they're getting much, much closer to where they were before, which makes sense. You make any progress, you're obviously closer. If you're writing a book and you add an extra letter on the page, you're closer. That's for sure. Any plans to include fees into the open P&L on the margin platform? So you mean the margin fees, as far as the margin fees you pay to hold the position open? Those are actually subtracted from your balance outside, that sits on the dashboard per se, not from the margin itself. So if they were displayed there, you might see them twice. That might actually be more confusing. If you're talking about commissions, I'm trying to think. Commissions might already be included in that open P&L. No, actually, they wouldn't be, because commissions are charged at the point of entry. So yeah, let me know what you mean. Do you mean if you mean margin fees? I don't see that as being. I see that maybe as confusing more people than it would actually help, and that's why we set up the fees in the way that they are, so that they're visible right there on the bottom left-hand side of the margin platform, where you can see those margin fees. Yeah. All right, guys. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I got to grab a charger for this computer. And yep, keep the questions coming, and I'll answer when I'm back. What can I unplug? Let's see. No, probably not that one either. No. Ah, there we go. No, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I think I'm out of luck. Oh well, I tried. All right, let's get back to business here. Commissions. Oh. Look at this is weird. This is super weird. I'm looking at myself. There's nobody here though. This is super weird. Yeah, guys, I'm. It's weird because I'm looking at the screen. I don't see myself. What is it? Frozen? Hold on. Either I just turn into a vampire. I checked this out. This shit's weird as hell. So you see the video, yeah? No, look. No, but I'm looking at the live one though. Look. Like it. Well, yeah, well, there might have been a delay, but I sat down. I was sitting here for like a minute and I still didn't show up.
Look at the camera. Start on the street. Can you see yourself in the camera?
Yeah, I'm in the camera. This is really weird, man. I think I turned into a vampire. It's like the image froze
Yeah.
at some point. I don't know how to fix that one. Let's try to change the camera. Let's see. Can you guys hear me, bud? If you can hear me, like post something, because I don't know if I'm just like, I don't know, maybe you can't hear me. Let's see.
Try stop camera, start again.
Ah, okay. Fuck. Okay, now I can see myself. Look at this. Jesus Christ. I literally thought I died. I thought I like went home and died, didn't realize it. That was creepy, man. I don't know. I bet if I tried to do that again, I would never get it to work. All right, back to normal, I guess. Jesus. Any more info on staking? How do you think that's gonna look on CoinMetro? Anything different on other platforms? I mean, visualization of staking is kind of like an interest-bearing savings account. I mean, so I'm sure ours will look slightly different than elsewhere in terms of UI UX for sure. But in terms of what you can do, how's that sound right in the mic? In terms of what you can actually do, this ability to stake and then still use those funds for collateral, while it may not look much different, I think at the end of the day, it's going to be very different and something that just simply isn't offered anywhere else. By the way, these things, I don't know what it looks like on the camera, but these bars literally look like a molded up piece of dog shit. So please understand I'm not eating dog shit. Just want to throw that out there. Okay. Just an FYI. I don't want you to think I'm sitting here munching on dog poop. Are you looking to add more fiat pairs to the CoinMetro platform? So far, we have USD, pound, euro. Is AS, that's Australian dollar, AUD, AUD, and Swedish kroner, yeah. So, yeah, we're looking at it more. It's really just based on kind of demand, I guess. or it will. In the beginning, it wasn't really based on demand, other than the fact that we were able to add the currency, so we added it. But we've seen some decent amount of transaction flow on Australian dollars, obviously euro, pounds is picking up, and USD we expect to be large. So Swedish krona, not so much yet. We may end up swapping that one out for like Canadian dollars or something. So we had a few people asking about that one recently. The answer is yes. What I really want to have though is localized payment, like we have for USD, pounds, and euros. I'd like to have the same thing for Australian dollars, Swedish krona, etc. But those unfortunately take more time. So anywhere that we can get a localized payment rail, where we're not getting charged an arm and a leg or 6% or something to offer it to our clients, then we'll do it for sure. Grumbling Unicorn, what other partnerships are coming up? We're in discussions with Paxful for their sellers on and off ramp, fiat on and off ramp. In discussion with a debit card provider out of the US, moving into Europe, same thing, fiat on and off ramps basically. And then there's a few other. Talked about Quant earlier in the day, so there was this discussion with Quant about helping them with their treasury. We haven't really moved forward on that. Understand that Quant's been busy. But that one's still kind of in the air as well. There's a few others as well, but I think the main ones right now that we've been discussing have been the Paxful. That's why we had Arthur on the show, our live show last Tuesday, and as well as this debit card company in the US. These talks, by the way, are kind of just started to happen, so they're still in kind of a little bit of an infancy stage, but they both look quite practical and quite promising. Top 3 favorite films. Oh boy, I'm quite the film buff, man. I've seen lots of movies. In fact, I got to the point where I think I've seen all of them. Like literally, I can sit on Netflix or that's another thing. Talking about like wasting time in your life. If they could really fine tune this, you watch this, why don't you try this one? Where I wouldn't actually have to search, that'd be fucking amazing. It saves so much time in my life. Top 3 favorite films, Jesus. All right, so I don't know if these are my top 3 all time, but when I was a kid, man, one of my favorite films, comedy. So I grew up obviously during like the 80s, so I saw all the 80s comedies, your John Candy comedies, Steve Martin, Dan Aykroyd, all these dudes. Eddie Murphy was one of my favorites. Eddie Murphy, not a movie, but Eddie Murphy Raw, Eddie Murphy Delirious, amazing. But I think one of the movies that I must have watched a million times was Spaceballs. Spaceballs. It's written by Mel Brooks, and it's a parody on Star Wars. And I've never actually watched an entire Star Wars movie, but for some reason I like the parody. And somehow it's still funny. If you make a parody on a movie and you've never seen the original and the parody is still funny, it's got to be a good movie. So Spaceballs definitely on the list. Don't know if it's number 1, 2, or 3, but it's on there. Let me think. Also a big fan of, obviously I'm a dude, so action movies. But I like action movies that make you think. I like movies where you can't just jump in and automatically know what's happening. Inception's a good movie. I like that one. Trying to think. You know what? A good action movie you can watch more than once. There's a lot of great action movies, I say. Good action movies you can watch once and be like, that was really good. But because it had so many twists and turns maybe or whatever, if you watch it again, it's just not as good. So Inception was a good one. I can watch Inception a couple times for sure. I'm gonna think, what about, I don't know, man, there's so many. When I was a kid, we have a tradition actually in my house that every Christmas we watch The Christmas Story. It's a classic. Anyway, that's 3. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the top 3 though. Probably think of a bunch. I can think of a bunch more for sure. Possibly a dual partnership, sure. I'm gonna reach out, see what they say. Yeah, I was invisible there for a while. It was really crazy to be honest. What do you think a realistic timeline for big companies use Parsec? Well, it's a good one, actually. It's a hard one to answer, to be fair, not because I think it's so far off in the distant future. I think that it's not so much about when big companies will be able to use Parsec. It's when big companies understand the value of blockchain in their specific business, or DLT or crypto, and then almost immediately thereafter figure out that there's too much data for them to manage and they don't have an accurate way to manage the data. And that's where Parsec comes in. So yeah, I think it's kind of a chicken and egg thing, where the first thing that needs to happen is those companies need to see a reason to use the technology, meaning blockchain, crypto, whatever. Once they see that technology very quickly, they will understand that if they're interacting with this technology on a daily, weekly, whatever basis, then at some point it becomes very important for them to be able to interact with that data in a certain manner. Spooky ghost. I don't think I was that spooky, but it was. What are you gonna do with your new superpower? Well, it didn't last that long, fortunately. Oh, somebody asked Oliver something, but he left. Okay, we'll have to ask him later. What's the best part of working at CoinMetro? It's got to be working for me, I guess. That's got to be the best part, for sure. I mean, what other answer could you possibly give to that question? Weird Estonia cuisine. Yeah, for sure. Spaceballs is great. Yes. That's an easy one. Ron DeLear's two of my favorite stand-ups ever. The family barbecue kills me every time. Yeah. I think And the Big Brown Shark Came. That one was one of my favorites when I was a kid. Or you know, Eddie, you don't love me, Eddie. You know, I want half. That one used to get me all the time. Mr. Fuck You Man, fuck you. That one. That was a good one too. Anyway, the Eddie Murphy was fantastic, man. He was a fantastic stand-up. I got to say that I saw Richard Pryor. I've seen all kinds of stand-ups, man. Bill Burr. I definitely like Bill Burr. Bill Burr's good. I like him. I like comics that can take mundane life and make it funny, because you know, there are comics that kind of are funny just because they're funny. And then there are comics that take things that shouldn't be funny and make them funny. And I think the second half is extremely more difficult. Because if you read the jokes, they're not jokes. So if someone were to read them in a monotone voice, they're not funny at all. It's just like, why is this funny? So it's all about the delivery. And I think those are the comics I like the best. Inception is a really good movie, Kevin Will said. Yep, like Inception, sorry, Jesus. What's crypto's current biggest problem that isn't going to be solved anytime soon? Perception. I think it's perception. While we've come a long way with perception, we're not there yet. And perception's hard to change, because that means changing people's minds. And changing people's minds can be very difficult to do. So I think perception is still one of the biggest problems we have. We still have the problem of soapboxes being given to the wrong people. So people listening to the wrong people. You know, I don't know. I guess some people in here from Parsec. So big up to everybody at Parsec and PRQ. But you have this issue that happened with Poloniex, for example, Justin Sun. You know, these people shouldn't be. I mean, Arthur Hayes. CZ. These aren't the people that should be the ones that are talking for the entire industry. Unfortunately, they tend to be the guys that people listen to, because people look up to what they think is success. So they see a big company, they think success, they look up, they feel that whatever this person's doing is what everybody else should be doing. And that's definitely a big issue. It's gotten smaller, but it's still a big issue, which also comes back to perception, because the people that actually you need to impress, that you need not impress, but the people that need to understand how this market works, how it can mitigate risk, et cetera, like your regulators, like your legislators, et cetera. We don't want them talking to Justin Sun, Arthur Hayes, or CZ. What's crypto's current biggest problem that will be solved soon? It's almost the same one, to be fair. I think adoption, this idea that, we're AOL or the internet 1994, we're in this space and time when people don't understand something, they think their excuse not to use it is they don't understand it. But once they see that it's easy to use and that they don't need to understand it to use it, then that goes away. We're kind of in that space right now. We're in the space where I talk to a bunch of people and I say, Bitcoin. They're like, I don't know how that Bitcoin works, or whatever. Like my friend told me about it, but I don't know. I tried to buy some Bitcoin out of the TV, but it didn't get delivered. FedEx didn't show up. They just have no conception of how it works. And to them, that means they can't use it. So I think getting over this user experience. So that's one of the biggest issues outside of perception is user experience. We have a massive user experience problem, but the user experience problem that we had 2 years ago and the user experience we have now is completely different. So I do think that user experience might be the one that we get solved pretty soon. We're already on our way there. Fiat on-ramps, instant fiat on-ramps, the ability to get into multiple products, not necessarily having to get involved in crypto, but potentially get involved in crypto, only doing it because you see a reason to, not because it's the only option. Having crypto underpin traditional services, MoneyGram, remittance, Western Union, all those things. Banking, having banks now using the systems the same systems as crypto use in order to move actual quote unquote real money, fiat money. All those things become very important because they make the user experience much more known to people. And so they feel familiar. It feels familiar to them and they're able to move forward. So I would say user experience is the one that has been an issue since inception and is drastically better than it used to be. And we're probably pretty close to getting it actually over the line. See, there we go. Oliver coming back with an answer as expected. I'm doing a study for school about crypto blockchain versus traditional finance. Could you shortly list the biggest advantages, differences, et cetera, of blockchain I can focus on? Yeah, I think we need to whiteboard. We're talking about school, man. We got to whiteboard this one. So let's jump on the whiteboard for this one again. All right, so we're looking at. So let's say we're gonna say alternative versus traditional because it's just easier to write and it makes sense, I think. So we'll do. I hate when people start abbreviating shit that there's no abbreviation for, but we got alt this trad. You got it. Okay, alt versus alternative versus traditional. Okay, so you're looking at biggest advantages for alternative finance. So we already talked about one, which is probably one of the biggest. Hold on. Disintermediation versus traditional, which is intermediated. Probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest advantages, disintermediation. When you talk about the technology blockchain versus traditional databases, you have a litany of different things, whether that be immutability, where obviously here you don't have that, which also leads to further redundancy, which also leads to more security, because you get away from the centralized model. So all those kind of fall more under the technology side. When you're talking about crypto versus traditional money, auditability, traceability, probably spelled wrong, apologize. Auditability and traceability, where when you compare it, let's say, to cash, which is just, ghost. Let's see if we can draw a little ghost here. He's a happy ghost because he's got cash, where this ghost not as happy anymore. So disintermediation, definitely one of the biggest ones, whether from the tech side or from the money side, which is still tech. Nowadays, just to put a pin on this, nowadays, here you have kind of cash, let's say, and digital, or let's say not necessarily digital, but dematerialized. I'm not going to fit that up there, but we'll make it look like it says dematerialized money. Not to mention, obviously, you have different types of money, which is credit money and all that stuff. We're not going to get into that. But on the alternative side, you have, where cash is obviously ghost money. The cashier, like a CBDC, is at best pseudo-anonymous. So from a regulatory standpoint, government standpoint, law enforcement standpoint, much better. From a standpoint of the individual, taking away a bit of your privacy potentially, but there you go. So disintermediation, one of the biggest. When it comes to the tech, immutability, further redundancy, security. And then when it comes to, let's say, both the tech and the, let's say, cash side of the equation, auditability and traceability on this side. So there's definitely more, but those are the ones I would start with, I think, in terms of comparing the two. I would say look at any, if we're talking about movies here, think about any crime movie you've ever seen. And you got this dude, you got some criminal, let's make him a criminal here. He's got a little ball and chain on his leg. Okay, so you got a little criminal there. This guy gets out of jail and he starts spending cash. Big buckets of cash here. Obviously, nobody can trace the cash, so they're always waiting. You always have the cops on the other side looking at their computer, and they're saying, oh, I hope he spends with a credit card, because they have known. With this is a thing of the past. Basically, this guy, no matter where he spends money, is getting caught. So when it comes to, this is why a lot of regulators and government officials went from this kind of crypto's the devil, and crypto's all about money laundering to let's bring on the crypto. Because at the end of the day, it makes their job a lot easier. In fact, I think for some time, a lot of law enforcement was saying that they didn't like crypto simply because they hoped more criminals would use it. Because it was easier to catch them. Well, Bitcoin is backed by nothing. My dad, 76. I'm going to whiteboard this one again. So yes, Snow World. Well, so my dad is, how old is my dad? Born in 58. So he's 62. Yeah. 62, really? Is that all my dad? What do you think? Yeah, 62, 1958. All right, round. So my dad's 62, generally in the same ballpark, so to speak. My dad understands a bit more about Bitcoin because he gets to hear me jabber on the phone at least once a week about all this nonsense. We do fight about politics sometimes because, you got to fight about something. But okay, so my dad's 62, your dad's 76. So obviously when you talk about fiat, now here's one 1,000 XCM to the person who can tell me what fiat means. First person to tell me what the word fiat means. Fiat, go ahead. I'll wait for the definition. I can define it myself, but I'm going to give you guys 1,000 XCM. Somebody defines what fiat is. First one to post it in the comments, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Facebook, whether you're on Twitter, Twitch. Actually, if you post it on the live event, I'm not going to see it, unfortunately, on the screen. So you're going to have to post it on one of the other places. But it's a small Atari card. Nope, sorry. Well, that would be correct, but in the sense of crypto versus fiat, not the small Italian car. Fiat money is a government-issued currency. Yeah, well, that's how we use the term. But what does the term? Why do we use that term fiat? Why do we use the term fiat for those government-issued? Okay, ready? I'm going to give it to you guys, right? I think that's the closest, Zuni. It's closest. It's value by decree. So what that means is somebody says this is worth that, and that's the way it is. So whether it be a king, a queen, a president, or a central bank, whatever, says this money holds this value, that's what fiat means. That's the literal translation of fiat. So going back to 76-year-old dad, fiat literally means value by decree, meaning that US dollars, euros, whatever, we'll stick with, I don't know, where are you based? Where are you guys based? So Snoo World, where are you based? Is it USD? I guess that doesn't really make a difference, but I'm going to say USD. Why not? USD's been on the topic. So when it comes to the dollar, or any currency, pretty much for that matter, the dollar equals fiat equals because it has nothing backing it. Right? Now, the argument that most older generation people will make about currency, especially the dollar, is that it's backed by the army. I should say the military, not just the army. It's military force plus ability to pay the debt. Okay, so again, really backed by nothing. The only reason it has a market value is because we're continuously paying the debt. What happens then when this comes into question? What happens when the ability of the debt is lessened? What happens to the value of that dollar? Again, dollar versus Bitcoin in this equation, they're the same. Bitcoin does not have a value, but it has a clear cost to create. And that cost to create is in direct correlation with what it's worth when you combine that with market forces. The dollar has a cost to create. It's made out of fabric, paper, some type of paper. It has a cost to create, but that the cost to create a $1 bill or the cost to create a $100 bill, or if we had $1 million bill, wouldn't be much different. In fact, it would be nearly the same, but the face value of that money would change. Bitcoin, the value, last time I checked, the median cost to mine a Bitcoin was between $5,000 to $6,000 US. So it's like gold. Gold has a cost to mine. You're not going to sell gold for less than it costs to mine it. You might do that with oil, simply because there's too much of it. But when you have a scarce object, you're usually going to sell for above what it costs to mine, especially if there's demand, especially to create it or to find it. Here, Bitcoin actually has I wouldn't call it an intrinsic value, but it has a built-in value, a built-in floor, which is what it costs to actually be created. The dollar doesn't. So you're also talking about something that's not scarce, that can be created out of thin air, that can be printed, which devalues itself. Bitcoin actually can't do that. Bitcoin, obviously at 21 million, will stop. There will be no new Bitcoin. So it is scarce by definition. Obviously, as the value of Bitcoin rises, the value of each sat or Satoshi rises. At some point, people can't afford to even buy in. Thus, the scarcity argument is not the best argument, but it's still an argument in comparison to the dollar. So there's a lot more arguments that can be made, but in reality, fiat, value by decree, means that there is nothing behind the dollar. And there's a reason for that. If your dad starts talking about Bretton Woods and we should go back to the gold standard, ask him what we would have done with the gold standard when Corona just happened. What would have happened? How would they have given money to the public and given money to businesses if they didn't have enough gold on reserve or credit or money backed by the same gold to buy more gold? What would they have done? The reason why Bretton Woods was really let go, or the peg to the gold, is essentially because in a crisis inside of a large scale economy, or economy trying to grow at scale, it just simply didn't work. So what is that e-ink whiteboard thing? It's a Samsung Flip 2. Flip 2. It's actually pretty cool. There's other things it can do, by the way, but what will you do after you sold? Well, I don't think that will happen. Not saying, I do think we'll get there. I think we will get to even above that figure. I'm not in this to sell. That doesn't mean I would never sell. I'm not going to be disingenuous with anybody. That potentially always could happen if everybody left. But for me, I'm not in it to sell it. So if I sold, I can't not do anything. So I would always keep myself busy. I would find things to do. I would still have some business. I would still be doing something. What that would be would really depend on what's going on in the world, I guess. But I'm not the type of guy that's just going to hang out and do nothing. To be fair, one of my favorite pastimes is doing nothing. But I can only withstand a certain amount of it until I go stir crazy. So, when you say that disintermediation also encourages unlawful activity, since no one is controlling it? Well, not necessarily. There's a difference between disintermediation and decentralization. So in the way I was speaking about it, your disintermediation simply means that you can have a disintermediated centralized system with authority and with governance. So you can still have even decentralized governance with disintermediation. So I agree with you that if the system's created where there's no one holding governance and no one kind of watching, then yes, it will absolutely encourage unlawful activity. However, you can have a disintermediated system that still has governance and control, and in fact, it can have centralized governance and control. So it's not, you don't need to go one extreme to the other. You don't need to go from like far right, you take my gun, you die, all the way to, far left, nobody should own guns because, people shouldn't shoot each other type of thing. You don't have to be at one extreme. With these technologies, you can basically decide where you want to sit. So you can decide that you're disintermediated because you can kind of go direct buyer seller or direct consumer lender or direct whatever. So that means you're disintermediated, but you can still have centralized governance, or you can have consensus-based governance, decentralized governance, and still control, or at the very least monitor. Okay. All right, so these are our fiat questions. Yeah, that is true. The value of fiat money, Errol, is largely based on the public's confidence in the issuer of the currency. But again, fiat in specific means you have value by decree. It means someone's telling you that that's what it's worth, and that's why it's worth that much. But you're right, that historically, since the depeg from gold, from Bretton Woods back in the 70s, the dollar specifically has gotten its value simply based on the fact that there's a military presence and that no one's going to mess with the country, and even if they did, we could still pay the debt. Do you plan on offering Bitcoin on the platform? No. I guess that's a simple one. I appreciate that. I hear it's backed not only by an army, but sleepies as well. Yeah, definitely backed. But no, unfortunately, we wouldn't pass the test, I think. Yeah. You may get a free if you're using BitConnect, you may get a free room and board for a while from the government. Might not be the nicest place, but it's free to you. How would a disintermediated system with central governance work? Let's draw this one. So let's assume. Let's try to make a better square than that. Pretty good. So let's assume these two squares are participants. Doesn't really matter what they're doing. Maybe one wants a loan, one wants to loan something, one wants to buy something, one wants to sell something. Doesn't really matter. And they're transacting directly with each other. No intermediation. Nobody sits in the middle. There's no platform. There's nothing. Okay. But these transactions may run through a smart contract. Now that smart contract, I would still consider this to be disintermediated because there's no true intermediation. There's a rule set that each are aware of, and if the rules match, transaction happens. So here's a smart contract. But that smart contract is already providing a bit of governance, because if this guy knows the rules and he breaks the rule, or if this person knows the rule and they break the rule, the smart contract governs the transaction and cancels it. So that's a simple form. Now you can have a much more complicated form where let's say you have nodes and there are multiple nodes. Let's say each one of these boxes maybe represents 1,000 nodes. And those nodes are interconnected into the same network that essentially each participant is on. Now this network connects the participants. And let's just say there's other participants over here. There's other participants over here. All these participants connected on the same network. These nodes are part of these networks. Something like what would happen with, let's say, Bitcoin or with Ethereum. Lots of nodes, lots of servers that control. Now, these servers may hold data. They may hold data that can restrict or not restrict accounts. There may be governance. You gotta understand, these guys are trading something. They're probably trading some form of token. That token itself can be tied to a smart contract. And the smart contract, well, has to be tied to a smart contract on Ethereum. Let's just say this is ETH, and that smart contract has its own rules. Basically, if this, then that. If this, then that. If this happens, then that should happen. And this smart contract may have its own governance policy. This governance policy may say that these tokens can be called back. So even though this transaction went from here to here, and now this guy maybe got token A, and this guy got 3 B tokens, let's say. But the governance aspect of this smart contract, which may also be controlled by consensus at different nodes, decides that there's a problem with that transaction. Maybe this A token here was falsified. Maybe it was a bad contract address, whatever. Simplifying this a bit. But basically, this governance could see that, get consensus from the other nodes that all verify that this is a false A token, and pull the B tokens back to this guy and push the false A token back to that participant. All that is happening without what we would consider in traditional market to be intermediated. Because these aren't individuals, this isn't something where you're asking necessarily permission. There is a set of rules, and the rules are enforced by consensus, by nodes, by computers. No one is sitting there 4-eye checking, no single person is making a decision about what you can or cannot do. There's simply rules. Rule is broken, transaction is reversed. Obviously, you can also add in more human types, and that's where it becomes a bit more intermediated. But you can still have a disintermediated system with intermediation, because you could have a system with 30 intermediaries and get it down to 10. You've still disintermediated, maybe not completely. When you look at the crypto space, apart from XCM, what projects stand out to you as ones for the future? So I kind of touched on this earlier. I see lots of things that I think have potential. Lots. I see things that I think have potential. I also see things that I think have a great idea, but potentially I don't see the fit. I don't see the market fit, either too soon or too late, or simply I don't see what problem they're solving. You know, when you sell something, if you see a problem, but no one feels that problem, no one's going to use your service. And I see a lot of things out. It used to be that people would want to deal with blockchain and then try to find a problem to solve with it. And that's the wrong way of going about it. Usually you want to have a problem, and blockchain somehow is the solution after you've looked at other solutions. And I think we've matured a bit over time, so that's starting to happen. You know, when I look at things, even then, like we talked about Cadena earlier, we talked about Quan, I think both of those can have a future. My big question again, as always, Chainlink even, that already, for lack of, for the most part, Chainlink has already become a success. If you look at the market cap, how much it's grown, et cetera, it's already successful. Can it get to that next echelon of success? That's a big question. And with all those companies, the question always comes back to me is, again, are they setting a standard? Do they believe they're setting a standard? What if they put their effort into setting a standard that never becomes a standard? Because most of those businesses require massive amounts of transactions to become mega successful, which means they kind of have to become a standard. If they don't, what happens? And what's the probability that they become a standard? I think when you get involved in the communities, you get the hype and the FOMO, and people are really excited, and they see all the interviews, and they see all the testing partnerships, and et cetera, and they get really hyped about those things. I don't get too hyped about those things. I understand that the hype drives price, and from a speculative standpoint, all those, well, right now Cadena might not be the best investment, but right now is probably a good time to buy, to be fair, looking at price. But you know, if you look at Quant, you look at Chainlink, all those things, if you would have bought those were great speculative investments, but mostly pushed by hype. The question is now, do they continue to be pushed by hype? And what are they doing to make sure that it's not just a hype-driven product? Is it really scalable into the kind of industries that they need to scale into? And is there anybody that's just going to jump and do it better? Is there some other, Hyperledger has been used by pretty much every major organization around the world in some form of test. It's made by IBM. Why couldn't Hyperledger do the same thing that some of these other blockchains are doing? It could, for sure. Will it? Would it? Is it really ever going to be a standard? Again, all those things come back to. So, I like Quant. I like Cadena. I see some other projects floating around. Even things like Electronium. I've seen some of the things that they are doing. It's interesting. Their marketplace to find short-term workers is quite interesting. They're trying to really push that into in different regions of the world, like on the continent of Africa, for example. That's interesting. I think there's definitely some legs there. I think a lot of these companies that tend to be solving, like I said, they're solving a problem that nobody feels the pain. And it can take a long time for somebody to feel the pain. When they feel the pain, the solution, it becomes obvious. When they don't feel the pain, they don't even understand there's a problem. What do you think about IoT? Do you think this will be a thing in the near future? Do you see crypto fitting in there? Well, I think Internet of Things is already a thing. I mean, at first it's kind of a gimmick where it's like, oh, I can clap and my light bulb will go on, or I can tell Alexa how to dim my light switch or turn my TV on or whatever. And that's gimmicky. But in reality, if you think there's a future where the internet, a network, doesn't control everything that you do in your house and everything else, I think you're not seeing the writing on the wall. We now have interconnected appliances. We have interconnected cars. Eventually, our clothing, everything we wear, all of it will be interconnected. The roads, everything will be moving data. Data is the new mega business. It's not, when you talk about mega businesses in the past, railroads, airlines, shipping, the new real kind of wealth generating service is all about data. Because there's going to be so much data moving around. You're going to have to secure it. You're going to have to know how to move it. You're going to have to know how to store it. And so Internet of Things, I think, is already the case. And I think we won't be calling it that. I think IoT is just to get people aware of the fact that, hey, by the way, over a network, you can do these things. At some point, it's just people just understand that's how shit works. There's no more light switches. You just say in the air, turn the lights on, or you think it. And it happens. And nobody's going to say, my IoT is down. They'll probably, whether it's, Tesla or some other company that comes up, the Neuralink, et cetera, like, fuck, my Neuralink is down. And then, you can't do anything in your house. Like, man, I was just about to wash some clothes and the fucking Neuralink went offline. Shit. You call the Neuralink guys on the phone or whatever, and get some random guy in Indonesia or something like that. That's probably the future. But I think the term IoT won't really be a term. It's just that's how things work. I don't hear anybody say like, my TCP data packet loss is screwed up. They just say the internet's down. I think the term IoT probably won't be used so much, but definitely the Internet of Things is the future. I mean, everything will be connected to a grid somewhere or another. Cadena does a lot of things. They have their own chain. They're focused on settlements. They're focused on security settlements. They're looking at kind of different things in combination of what Ignium and CoinMetro is looking at. A lot of the people on the team come from the SEC, others come from banking. So yeah, basically settlements, moving money around, doing that. They have 19 side chains and one main chain, so they can move stuff pretty quick. Trying to be competitors for things like Swift, Visa, and as well looking into settlements both in securities and other markets. Yep, that may be the case, but I guess once we stop saying IoT, IOTA is not going to make much sense anymore. Hello. What should I do when I'm 16 and I want to trade on CoinMetro? Well, we can't accept you as a client, unfortunately, but you can always, I don't know, it's a good question, because theoretically, you can't use somebody else's account. We don't yet have like joint accounts or what custodial accounts that could be used for people under the age of 18. So you can definitely demo trade. You can give that a shot. You know, you could potentially have a parent open up an account, and then simply ask your parent to gain access to that account for as long as the parent's the one making all the deposits and the withdrawals. But yeah, unfortunately, law here says that you need to be 18 to open an account. Sorry about that, Hedos. Fortunately, some things not even CoinMetro can change. So. Let's see, we got any election results coming in yet? No. Let me see what we might have done. No, any projections? Nope, no projections yet either. What time is it right now? It's 6, so it's not even noon. Yeah, I don't even see any votes. No votes have really started to come in yet. Whoops. Oh, Jesus. Okay. You could not share an account. Yep. It's good advice, Don. I'm going to pretend I didn't read that. Did your daughter have issues adapting to a new country? If that's too personal a question, don't answer. No, it's a question, I'll answer it. So no, she didn't. But to be fair, she's been in, not that she changed countries. My older daughter lived in a few different countries, actually. My younger daughter lived in Mexico, but in different parts of Mexico. So she changed schools 3 or 4 times. Even as a little kid from kindergartens and stuff. I try to instill, I don't like treating children like they're children. I mean, obviously when you play around with them and you joke around with them, I mean, that's one thing. But in terms of how life works, I don't like hiding life, you know? So I don't want her to be adverse to change, you know? Shit happens in life, sometimes the good for bad, whatever, but shit happens and you gotta deal with it, you know? So I try not to baby any of my kids like that. So she adapted pretty well. So she's usually a bit standoffish when she meets new people right at first, but then pretty quickly she becomes friends and kind of tries to be the life of the party kind of thing. So, you know, she goes to an English speaking school, so that made it a bit easier for her. She had never seen snow before, so when she first got here, I think within a few days it was snowing. So that was cool for her. She generally likes the place, and she was just pretty quick to adapt, I think. And yeah, I think that's simply because I don't put a wall. I don't say, oh, you know, don't worry, honey, you're gonna make new friends. Don't worry, honey. You know, I never use that negative context. It's always, yeah, we're gonna go to this new place and it's gonna be cool. I mean, something new. You can see all kinds of new faces and new things, and you see new cultures, and you see how other people live. It's amazing. Plus, with the internet, you can always stay in touch with anybody you want. You don't lose touch with anybody. And you know, some like that, putting it more into an adult kind of positive context rather than always starting with, you're not going to die, honey. You know, you're going to be okay. You know, all those kind of reverse negatives that lots of people do when they try to explain things. And totally not trade. Very good. The U.S. will be in shambles if Biden wins. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I'm not a Biden fan. I mean, look, at the end of the day, when it comes to elections, it's usually which of the 2 assholes do you want to vote for? There's very few elections, I think, where there's been the guy that's like, definitely this guy. It's always like, I hate the other guy so much, I'm going to vote for this asshole. Or woman, I guess. We haven't seen, unfortunately in the US, I think we've only ever had 2 women ever run for president. Geraldine Ferraro, and then, which is back in the, 70s, or was it 70s? And then Hillary Clinton, both lost. But, you know, it's always like the choice between the evil you know and the evil you don't. And, I mean, Biden just seems senile to me. Is it me? I mean, the dude rambles like, it's kind of amazing. I mean, Trump isn't the most eloquent of speakers. That's for sure. but he can finish a sentence. I mean, the sentence might be fucking ridiculous. Let's be fair. But he can finish it. And Biden just seems like he's like a ticking time bomb, man. Outside of that, you know, regardless of who the president is, the country won't change all that much. That's just the way it is. I mean, think about it. You went from having who was supposed to be very progressive black president, and if you look at, and you would, I guess the assumption was that he was going to make lots of changes, be progressive, and I'm assuming a lot of black voters thought that he was going to make their lives somehow so much better. Not so much. Before that, you know, you had Ronald Reagan and not people, that was way before that, obviously Clinton and Bush's and everybody comes in with this, they usually, you know, assume that they're going to make something better for someone. At the end of the day, they still got to go through Senate, they got a Congress. Generally speaking, when a new incumbent comes in, that after 2 years or so, the Senate or the House switches. So there's always, and that's almost by design, man. It's almost made so that shit doesn't happen. It's crazy to me to think, though, that, you know, the Democratic Party knew. I mean, they hated Trump right from the get-go, right? They couldn't believe he won. In fact, he beat Democratic royalty. Like, you had the Kennedys back in the day, now you got the Clintons. They're literally like Democratic royalty, and they got beaten by Donald J. Trump. That had to hurt. It stung. Usually losing an election stings for like 3 months. This stung for 4 years. They did anything they could, Russian collusion, all this nonsense. Whether it's true or not is meaningless for this conversation. The point is that they tried everything they possibly could to put a crack in the armor. And now, and through those 4 years, they knew they had to come with a candidate that could win. And they came with Joe Biden, a senile old vice president. Yeah. Wow. You know, that's the party that's supposed to represent, for some crazy reason, minorities. Because if you think about it, it's the Republicans that ended slavery. It's the Republicans that started, for the most part, the civil rights movement and pushed it. But for some reason, at some point after that, it was the Democrats that picked up the steam, actually into the civil rights movement and coming out of it. And they picked up all the minority votes. So you have the party that wins mainly due to minority votes and wants, you know, the best guy they could find literally in the country was Joe Biden in 4 years. It's not like they had to pick the guy over a fucking drunk weekend. Like, fuck, man, we're all screwed, bro. This guy. Like, nah, man, they had 4 years. That's what they got. It's amazing. But yeah, I don't think it'll be in shambles, but, you know, take your profits is what I would say. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the U.S. goes through, countries go through these kind of ebb and tides all the time. Election years are always going to be more volatile than others because anything that happens, they're going to use they're going to politicize it. I mean, Corona's been politicized to no end. Black Lives Matter was politicized. In fact, Black Lives Matter is politicized. It is politics. The people that get involved in it, unfortunately, sometimes don't realize that, but it's 100% politics. I do. I think PRQ will probably eventually go up. I do, yes. Of course, I own some of it, so I'm going to throw that out there. That's not advice, by the way. It doesn't mean go throw all your money into PRQ either. But yeah, I think it has some legs. I wish they had ran literally anyone else. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't get it. I mean, I think I have to say that I've watched more news about politics in the last 4 years than I've watched in my entire life. And it's because of Donald Trump, like it or not, because they're either saying they hate him or they love him, but everybody talks about him, and he's on the news all the time, and he's always saying something. I mean, he told people to literally inject themselves with bleach, which I got to tell you, if you took that advice, you know, I mean, it's Darwin, you know, it's Darwinism, man. Like, if you're injecting yourself with bleach because somebody told you to do it, there might be a few reasons why you shouldn't actually still be on this earth. So, but I mean, just from an entertainment standpoint, fucking amazing. When it comes to actually running the country, I gotta say, if you take out the Corona element and you take out all the nonsense that was kind of drummed up by the other side to make him look as if he wasn't doing a good job, there's been a lot of things. The guy got peace in the Middle East to a certain extent. He actually signed peace accords in the Middle East. Fuck's sake. He actually talked to Kim Jong-un. Right? He actually almost had a deal working there for a while. They haven't been sending missiles over Japan as much as they used to, that's for damn sure. You're talking, he basically ran over one of the fastest growing economies. Obviously, that was in the back of some Obama policies as well. But if it wasn't for Corona, the economy would be, in pretty damn good shape. I think, and it's not that he did it, it's the government did it. The government did it, doesn't mean it was Trump. What I'm saying is that I think it's such a toxic, people that hate Trump hate him so much they will never say he did anything good. And for me, I'm apolitical on this. I don't care who wins. I don't care if it's Biden or Trump, to be fair. But I can be objective and I can look at it and say, I don't want Trump for these reasons. I don't want Biden for those reasons. I would rather have Trump for these reasons. I would rather have Biden for these reasons. Some of those lists might be pretty short. But the fact of the matter is that there's so much hate and tension that people just talk nonsense about both candidates, to be fair. Utter nonsense. Yeah. I don't think we found a system that's actually that actually works. Everything on paper sounds great until humans get their hands into it, and then we screw it up. Democracy is also one of those. Yeah. Biden won't finish it, so then you have Kamala as first woman U.S. president. That's quite a possibility as well. Obviously, he only picked her because she's a black woman. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I guess anybody, look, I'm not saying she's not qualified, because she very well may be. I don't really know if she's qualified. I haven't really looked, haven't done any research, to be fair. But, come on. Now, the thing is that no one can say that. Nobody can come out and say that he picked her because she's a black woman, because they'll get just, destroyed, especially by liberal media. It'd be all over. I mean, it would be game over. But it's the truth. That doesn't mean she couldn't do the job. She very well could. But why didn't he pick, another old white guy that had qualifications, or even a black dude that had, or even an Indian guy, or a Jewish guy, or whatever? No. He had to go with the most possible vote garnering decision he could, which was a black woman, which picked up the woman vote, picks up the minority vote, potentially picks up the immigrant vote. It's all politicized, man. I don't know why they didn't do that with Biden. They should have just got an immigrant, like a Haitian immigrant who isn't senile, and they would have done better than fucking Biden, to be fair. But on Trump's side, look who he picks for vice president. Pence. Another white guy. And he still won. That's the amazing. Now that tells you something about the country, to be fair. That tells you something about the country. And it's not necessarily a good thing. Yeah. But again, she didn't. Unfortunately, in politics, it's a chess match. So they make this assumption that if you tick off enough boxes, that it's a better candidate, because I'm not doing too good with women, minorities. I'm kind of slipping, and I don't know how many times I saw Biden on an interview like, oh, come on, bro, are you serious, bro? Like, the dude. Anyway, so he was definitely slipping in some categories. So he picked somebody he thought would kind of fill in those holes. And if you notice, she doesn't even come. I haven't seen her. I think she's done like one appearance in 6 weeks. So again, it tells you a lot about the decision. Anyway, politics is a dirty game. There's no honesty. Both sides are always corrupt. Both sides are always looking out for themselves. No one's really there for the people. But that's politics, man. The funny thing is every 4 years, people think that something changed. This time is my time. This time we're going to make things happen. Oh, Biden's going to cure all the ills of all the immigrants. No, he's not. I don't give a shit about immigrants. Just like none of the other Republicans or Democrats do either. I mean, that's just politics, man. It's crazy to me. It's crazy. That's true. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even pay attention to the name, to be fair. You're right. I don't know. Maybe he thought he was going too far. Maybe he thought then the politicization would be too obvious. Or maybe her check wasn't big enough. Maybe he thought she couldn't fundraise. I don't know, man. That's a good one, though. It's a good. Yeah. Crypto. How to start trading with crypto? Well, it's a good question. I mean, being 16, I guess you're kind of left with peer-to-peer. Uniswap and stuff. There you can pretty much do whatever you want. Probably Binance too, to be fair. They don't care. But I've said this before. Maybe you weren't watching when I said this, Helos, but don't don't make the mistake, because you see guys in troll boxes and you see guys online posting in chat rooms that trading is easy, or that anybody can do it, or that you can just simply read a book or read a forum post and figure out how to trade. No. And I'm not going to say the story. You can rewind this maybe back to like hour 2 or something, and I was ranting and raving about trading for dummies. Point is that you need to change how human beings operate. You need to change the way your emotions work. You need to pull the emotions. You need to literally make yourself a psychopath. Pull your emotions out of trading. You need to set a plan. You need to stick to that plan. And if the plan goes awry or you lose, you take the loss. That's the most important part of trading, by far. Everything else you can learn. You're not going to learn it in a week or a month. But you can learn. But don't pay attention to people who are like, yeah, I just did this, all of this. Puts up, a chart with like 900 colors on it, all kinds of indicators, and they're like, yeah, I told you it was going to bounce off. Because a lot of those guys don't even take those trades. Maybe they're right on the chart. It's pretty easy to be right on a chart. The other part of being right on a chart is actually getting into the trade, managing the trade, and actually turning profit from that chart. So yeah, anyway, if you have any specific questions, throw them out. I've answered a lot of this stuff already in this video, but if you have specific questions, throw them out, and I'll try to help you out. Since you said you've seen so many movies, I'm curious if you've seen all the movies on my list, and if not, you should. I don't know what your list is, man, but I bet you I've probably seen most of them. I've seen all kinds of foreign movies, Hollywood movies, probably more Hollywood movies than foreign movies, to be fair. But I've seen lots of movies, lots from South America, Spain, lots from European movies, not as many as I've seen like South American movies, mainly because I can speak Spanish, so I can pretty much watch any movie from South America. I also understand a bit of Portuguese. But yeah, I don't know, man. You got to show me your list. But I'm pretty sure I could probably knock off most of them. I've seen lots of movies, that's for sure. When I was 16, I lost so much money with crypto. How old are you, bro? How old are you? 16. I mean, crypto's been around 10 years, so. 26 then? The list is pretty short. Take a look. All right, I just need to see the list, man. Small question. Since I got my money in this one stable coin, I think it's called XCM, would you recommend shorting ETH to profit of uncertainty in the market? I would recommend anyone that isn't really fine-tuned on their money management to not be in the market throughout this election. Simple as that. I can't tell you with any certainty whether we're going to see ETH or Bitcoin or both go up or down over the course of the next 12 to 20 hours, 24 hours. What I can tell you is there's a substantial risk for volatility and illiquidity. Illiquidity leading to volatility because many large players are going to pull out from the market, or they're simply not going to trade. So liquidity is going to get eaten up. You sent a link. Yeah, the link didn't come through. Maybe links are getting blocked by YouTube. Yeah, not allowed. No way for me to unset that from where I am right now, unfortunately. So, if you're long something else, now XCM really isn't a correlating asset, which is actually a good thing, by the way. So what may happen is that if assets do start to fall, you may actually see more money flowing into XCM because it generally holds its value decent, and it's not really correlated to the rest of the markets for the most part. But yeah, I would probably hold out of the market. I wouldn't be actively trading into this into the initial hours. Right now, it's not so bad because there's no data coming in. Once data starts to flow in, once people start making predictions, that's when the liquidity is going to happen. I sent the link. Yep. Yeah, link's not allowed. I mean, you could DM me on Telegram, to be fair. If you DM me on Telegram, I can pick it up there. And then we'll go over your list. I think it'll be interesting. Whoops. So anyway, those that just came to us since we are here, this is our long live stream. We've been on almost 5 hours already, so kudos to everybody that's been here. Jesus, I didn't even realize it's been 5 hours, but Our CoinMetro bond is live right now. There's a link flowing across the bottom of your screen. You can jump and take a look. The bond's a really cool product. If you have questions about it, ask me. I'm going to answer them. If you have questions about anything else, I can answer those too. But yeah, have at it. Have a look at the bond. I think it's a pretty interesting investment option. It really gives you lots of flexibility. You're able to get in, get out. You're able to get daily interest payments. It's quite cool. So please have a look. And yeah, okay, back to our questions here. Let's see. You like ranting on Binance OKX. Are they actually any Chinese exchanges you like? No. Next question. Actually, I mean, to be fair, there are ones that are better than others, I guess. But no, simply because they don't follow any real rule of law, and they all wash trade like crazy. And any other that say they don't are lying. I know that sounds like, obviously I'm a competitor, I run a centralized exchange. It's really easy to fake volume, guys. We could do it if we wanted to. We don't. Not because specifically there's any regulation right now that would put us in hot water for doing it. But there's nothing in our vision statement that says we want to lie to clients as much as we can to fill our pockets as fast as we can. And maybe that's the vision statement of OKX, Binance, Huobi, et cetera, but it's not ours. So no, I don't think there is. And it's not because, they can be well-run businesses, but in terms of transparency, in terms of, adhering to the rule of law, in terms of legality and blah, 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 I don't like any of them. Simple as that. All right, thank you, I guess. I don't care if XCM and PRQ goes up or down, I'm never selling either way. Well, at some point, you're gonna have to take some profits, man. I hope you do once it goes up enough. Well, XCM actually has a 1 cent floor. But sure, theoretically, anything can go to zero. That's for sure. Oh, sorry about that. Airdrops really works. Airdrops do happen. They're a real thing, that's for sure. I guess at the end of the day, it really depends. I mean, you've seen really successful, well, not successful, really great airdrops, I guess, in terms of the people that got them. It would be like the Uniswap airdrop. Everybody that used Uniswap got what, 400 Uni tokens, which at the time that they sent them out were worth something like $1,200 US and went up to a high of, I don't even remember the high, 4,000, I think. And that was great for those users. However, there's always a question of when you create that much money out of literally thin air, where is that money actually coming from? Obviously, people that bought Uni tokens to push the value higher took value from somewhere else. Maybe they took it from ETH. So ETH value could have fell to get that value. So one kind of theory that I've always had about the crypto markets is that generally speaking, you don't see so much new money flowing in. You see the same money in circulation. And that's why you don't see things over time. That's why you stop seeing this Bitcoin up, everything up. You start to see uncorrelating assets to Bitcoin to Ether, even Bitcoin not correlating with Ether. And the main reason for that is that, yeah, money's just flowing like this. Money's leaving one asset, going another asset, leaving one asset, going another asset, leaving one asset, going another asset. And the reason why the market cap goes higher is because when relatively small gains are taken out of Bitcoin and they flow into micro caps or mid or small caps, those prices increase exponentially. And thus their market caps increase far larger than Bitcoin's market cap would increase with the same influx of funds. Then the funds leave, those bigger profits leave, go back into Bitcoin and raise Bitcoin a small amount. Then you might have additional new money coming in as Bitcoin starts to rise, but the majority of money flowing is recycled funds. Thank you, Bjorn. Are you Bjorn 3? I think we have 3 Bjorns. Or 2 maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's 3. But much appreciated. Thanks for the support. If I could upvote you, I would do so. So virtual upvote for Bjorn. Awesome. Thank you. All right, you sent it on Telegram. I'm going to have a look. Marketing's good. They were in the office all day today, but now it's 7 o'clock, so they have skedaddled. They are now home. Well, they might not be home yet. I don't know, but they're not here. So marketing's moving along. There's actually thinking about it. Let me check. I gotta check my email, to be fair. Because we were waiting on the publication of something today. Not sure if it's actually gone live yet. Let's see, hold on, bear with me. Let's see. No. Not as much as I can see, at least not yet. Yep, not yet. So actually, I'm gonna send a quick email. Bear with me, guys. I'm gonna shoot off an email really fast. All right. Let me check the Telegram list here. Oh, okay. All right, let's see. IMBD, okay. Shawshank Redemption, yep, saw it. Good movie, Shawshank Redemption. Oh, wait, hold on, Errol's up here. Errol, guy in the background, that's Oliver, actually. That's Oliver. Good old Oliver. So Shawshank Redemption, yep, definitely would be on my, I don't know, top 10 list probably for sure. Seen that movie. I mean, I think TBS or TNT, one of those channels in the US, literally plays the Shawshank Redemption 3 times a week. Definitely a good movie, highly recommended. 12 Angry Men, yep, also seen that one, oldie but goodie. Not sure if I'd have it on my top 10, but it's still a good one. Batman Begins, interesting choice, I have seen it. Dark Knight, have seen that as well. And The Dark Knight Rises, saw them all. Godfather, saw it. Godfather Part 2 and 3, saw it. Part 3, wasn't really to my liking. But anyway, Schindler's List, yep, definitely saw that. Lord of the Rings, the whole 9, yep, and The Hobbit, saw all those as well. Fight Club, great movie. Forrest Gump, one of my favorite movies just from kind of not being like other movies, for sure, Forrest Gump. The Matrix, saw the whole trilogy. Inception, yep. Goodfellas, yep. I usually do once a year a nice kind of run-up of all mafia movies. So you got Goodfellas, you got Casino, you definitely have the Godfather movies. But yeah, good one. 7, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, also an oldie but a goodie, very good. 7, saw it, good movie as well. We're just talking about in the Office the other day, movie 7. Silence of the Lambs, yep. Parasite, haven't seen it. Was gonna watch it a few times, but haven't gotten around to it. Just didn't feel like reading subtitles over the weekend when I was gonna watch. Whiplash, good movie, understated, good movie though. The Drummer, that was a good one. The Shining, yep, one of my favorite horror movies. Jack Nicholson definitely knocking out of the park. Inglourious Basterds, good one. Pulp Fiction, gotta love. I've seen every movie ever made by Quentin Tarantino. Pulp Fiction, one of my favorites. 1917, saw it. Not so high raves for me from that one, but definitely from a visual standpoint, great movie. Wolf of Wall Street, one of my favorites as well. Not sure it would be on my top 10, but still my favorites. I've seen all the Harry Potters. I have daughters, seen them all. American Psycho, yep. Django, yep. Part of our, obviously part of good old director there. V for Vendetta, seen it. The Departed, Leonardo DiCaprio, I think I've seen all his movies probably. Seen it. Interstellar, yep. Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, great action comedy, saw that as well. Psycho, yep. Goldie but goodie. Coco, yep. Mexican, so prerequisite, I guess. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, yep. It's a Wonderful Life, of course. The Kid, City Lights. City Lights, not sure I've seen City Lights. Seen The Kid, Modern Times, not sure. Finding Nemo, yes. Spider-Man, nope, haven't seen the Spider-Man. Senna, I don't think I've seen that one. Prestige, yep. Big Short, one of my favorites. The Usual Suspects, also a favorite. No Country for Old Men. How many we got on this list? 300, seen it. Batman, the original, saw it. Gladiator, yep. Seven Seal, Catch Me If You Can. Leon the Professional, The Green Mile, yep. The Great Dictator, sorry, also seen it. And Iron Man, yes. So I think there's only 2 or 3 on there. Some Charlie Chaplin movie and the other one that I'm not sure. I don't think I've actually seen. Other than that, I think it covered the the whole thing. Wavy inflatable. Actually, yeah. Let's hold on 1 second. Now that you say that. Yeah, well, yeah, he sent me a, he sent me another message, and I just, like 2 hours ago. Yeah, somebody talked about how to do it. So yeah, this is wacky inflatable arm flailing Oliver. He was out in the sun a bit, and that's what happens. So be aware. Yeah. All those movies on there, I would definitely recommend to take a look. There's probably a longer list, but that's a good place to start, man. That's a good 140 hours or something of movies. Casino and Heat, yep, all good. Are we degenerates for listening to your live stream for past hour? Maybe, I don't know. That you may be, but nice degenerates at least, not like those crazy sushi swap degenerates. So glad to see you guys hanging around them, man. It's already 5 hours in. It's pretty good. We got to be breaking records somewhere. Let's see if we got anything moving around here. Definitely aren't going to have any calls yet. I'm trying to see if we got not even any numbers in yet. Yeah. Well, what time is it? Was it? Literally, it's only like noon. Yeah. So, yeah, nothing going on. Nothing going on there. Not a damn thing, actually. Yeah. Well, if you want some more lectures on the whiteboard, give me a topic. I'll knock one out. At some point here, I'm probably going to take like an hour or two break, guys. And then you're just going to be staring at wacky arm inflatable tube man. And then I'll come back for a bit. Maybe we can get, what's the longest live stream ever? I don't even want to ask that because I'd probably have to be here like Saturday or something. I don't know if I make it. Perks to living in Estonia. It's a good one. Crime rate's low. Not a lot of traffic. Generally can get pretty much everything you need and it's close. Transportation's pretty cheap. Parking's expensive for some odd reason. But transportation's pretty cheap. I'd say the weather sucks kind of. Well, it's nice. You do get, I would say you get 2 seasons, which is kind of cold winter and warm winter, to be fair. In the summer you can get up. We've had some 30-degree days in the summer, so Celsius, obviously. But yeah, I would say, the people here tend to be, I like people that are honest, that like they don't smile at you unless there's a reason to smile. I kind of like that. I'm coming from Latin America where people smile at you for no reason, like, and they're just two-faced and stuff when they do it. I kind of like that kind of honest approach to things. But yeah, generally speaking, I would say the cost of living is not that bad. It's the highest, I think, in Eastern Europe. One of the highest, especially in the Baltics. But in terms of, not the Nordics, obviously, but in the Baltics. But generally speaking, it's a small country. It's kind of the town itself is like a big city wrapped inside a small town. You can get where you need to go pretty fast. You can pretty much, there's actually lots of stuff. It was amazing to me that during the summer and stuff, people got outside, stand-up paddleboarding, canoeing, boating, swimming, hiking, bicycles, anything they can do to get out was kind of cool. Generally, it's a pretty young city, I think, for the most part. I don't know. I do like it. I do like Estonia. I don't know if I would stay here for the rest of my life, but I don't know if there's anywhere in the world where I would generally stay for the rest of my life. I kind of went backwards with my life. I already had, the beachfront house on the Caribbean with the turquoise water, and that didn't do it for me. So I don't really know where I'll end up, to be fair. There are 26 votes counted in New Hampshire. Well, that's probably all Biden votes, I would imagine. It took them this long to count 26? Jesus. 162 hours. Shit. Well, we're getting there, fellas. Axe throwing. Very, very good. Yeah, Oliver and I did some axe throwing. You know, which was, we weren't very good at it, to be fair. We got better over time. I put a hole in the upper part of the wall, and Oliver broke the bottom of the wall. And then at some point, we got an axe outside through a fence. I don't even know how that fucking happened, but the axe literally went under or around or something, the fence. Yeah, we're not going to be axe throwers. I don't think we were barbarians in our last life. Maybe we were the dudes that ran around picking up the axes for the barbarians, because I was pretty good at that. I was pretty good at picking the axe up, but then the throwing part wasn't all that good at. But it was fun. Another thing about Estonia, axe throwing. So, you know, not really for little children. I don't think. I mean, maybe. You're limited, by the way, to 2 alcoholic drinks when you throw axes. So, because, you know, semi-drunk axe throwing is fun. I don't see a problem. 161 hours, 11 minutes, 30 seconds in duration was achieved by Hulu in Santa Monica, California. Hulu. They probably just had an office full of people. Well, they probably did the same thing we're doing. They just had more people to sit in here. Yeah. I've seen The Office. I've seen both the British version, the original, and I've seen the US version as well. But were they just watching Games of Thrones twice? Yeah? Yeah, it could be, right? They did like a watch party. I've never watched Games of Thrones. Does that make me like the most the biggest asshole in the world, or what? I've had so many conversations like, you seen the Games of Thrones? I'm like, no. People look at me like, especially when you're axe throwing, man. When you're axe throwing, somebody comes up to you and asks you if you watch the Game of Thrones. The correct answer apparently is yes. So I failed that multiple times. But I've never seen an episode. I don't know. I've been trying to get into Fargo season 3. The first 2 seasons of Fargo, the first 3 seasons of Fargo were fucking amazing. This one, not so much. But I'm trying. I'm doing my best. Parks and Recreation, never saw an episode actually. Know about it, but never saw it. Yeah, I tend to like those type of shows where they're just irreverent. Seinfeld was one of my favorite shows years back. It was just a show about nothing, literally. Soup Nazi, I know what the Soup Nazi? Okay. Breaking Bad, definitely saw Breaking Bad. I like Breaking Bad, I like The Americans. I like Fargo this season, not so much. Homeland was a good one. Ozark was pretty good on Netflix. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, I tend to like, anyway, I like things that are kind of, well, obviously interesting to me. Why the fuck would you watch something that wasn't interesting to you, I guess? I like things that kind of try to make me think. I don't like to know what's going to happen. A little quirkiness is always cool. Have you been to smaller cities in Estonia? Pärnu, Tartu? They're pretty cool in my opinion. I had a road trip there. Yeah, been to both. Been to Narva, Pärnu, Tartu, Haapsalu, a few other places in the forest and stuff. Pärnu is pretty cool for a little beach town, to be fair. Been there a couple times. Narva's kind of cool. Been to a couple of festivals in downtown Narva, which is kind of cool. They have like some spa hotels there. You can hang out and go to the little events that they do. It's pretty cool. You can see over the water to Russia. So I have, yeah. I think Estonia reminds me a lot. I grew up when I was really young. I grew up in Northeast United States, and it reminds me of that. Kind of, especially with the change in temperatures and kind of the leaves changing colors and kind of the way the roads are. Lots of things remind me of that. So. The Boys. You haven't gotten around to see that. I keep seeing the thing on Netflix, but then I usually end up watching stuff with my wife. So I kind of look at the time, and then I look at my wife, and I'm like, no, she's not going to watch that. Or, I'll have like 30 minutes of her complaining about it while I'm trying to watch it. And then I just never watch it again because that's all I can think about. So I try to find things we're both probably going to like. But I don't know, what's the premise anyways? It's like, like superheroes one or something, they all got like powers. I forget, I don't know. I'm gonna run to get some water, guys, right over here at the water cooler. Ask Oliver a question while I'm over here. No, just a guy at plot. A lot, I know. That's true, I forgot. It's pretty bad when you forget you've been live streaming when you've been here for 5 hours. I was about to say something really disparaging. I didn't though, it's the important part. The IT crowd, that one was real funny. It's a satire, yeah. Like what would be like if superheroes were to exist in modern society? Yeah, that's what I thought. I know I read the premise about it. I watched one series also on Netflix, The Academy, Umbrella Academy, which are like these kids that were superheroes. And then traveled in time. It wasn't bad. I'm not a huge sci-fi nut. I like sci-fi that could possibly happen. You know, for the most part. Like Iron Man to me is kind of like plausible sci-fi. Because yeah, it's not happening tomorrow, but like, okay, a guy in a suit that could potentially like blow shit up, it's probably gonna happen at some point. But you know, then you get really into like, you know, mutants and all this other shit. Not that I can't watch those movies. To be honest, those movies most of the time are decently made. So even if you don't really like the story per se, you can get into the movie for 2 hours or whatever. But yeah, I like plausible sci-fi. Is that should be a type of sci-fi, plausible sci-fi. I'd watch it. I think we should create a movie called plausible sci-fi. Do you ever think exchanges like Binance, Huobi, et cetera, will be able to pivot eventually to simply end up being crushed by regulation? I don't know if they're going to be crushed by regulation, but no, I don't think they can pivot. Because it's kind of like, with financial crime, man, it's not like they come up to you and they're like, and you're like, hey man, we want to get licensed now. And they're like, okay, what do you do? Well, we didn't do shit before. We were laundering tons of money. But today, starting from today, all good. All good. We got it locked down. No more laundering. Well, except for that one guy who's a friend of mine. No laundering money anymore. It doesn't really work like that. So to be fair, I don't think there's really a future for them to pivot. I think what would mainly happen is they sell their client base or they sell their brand to someone who can, from day one, operate as they should. And that's probably more plausible than pivoting, to be fair. They've tried to pivot. I mean, all these guys, they do like their charity stuff, you know. It's always funny to me when like someone steals money and like launders money, does all this shit, and then figures if they, you know, build a church for nuns in Somalia, somehow it's all good now. And not really though. I mean, I'm sure the nuns in Somalia are happy. The regulator doesn't care at all. Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, that's one of the non-plausible sci-fi. That's non-plausible sci-fi. NPS, that's what we call that in the industry. I don't know what industry, to be fair, but you should watch The Mandalorian then. So I think that's pretty non-plausible, yeah? That's like the little baby Yoda and stuff. Yeah, like, happy I am. You know, that guy. Yeah, I always, every time I go to, you know what I like to do when I go with my daughter, we do our yearly trips usually to Disney. I like to annoy adults to the point of they want to cry. That is always my goal. I want to make an adult cry. And at Disney, there's always an adult that'll cry. And so usually I'll do something like this. We'll be sitting around and I don't know why this brought this up, but because the baby Yoda. So if we're sitting like for instance, the new Star Wars ride came out the last time we went, right during Corona, July, August, whatever it was. And so there was this guy that was waiting to get on Star Wars. They had a virtual queue, right? You had to pick a number. It took like 10 seconds. They were all gone. We got in. He got in, but he got in like number 80. We got like number 40. And then the ride wasn't working. Anyway, at the end of the day, we just got in before they closed and he wasn't going to get in. So So I'm sitting there and I start like talking like Yoda, and I'm like, about to go on the ride we are, sitting here you are, I don't know, whatever gonna have. Terrible day you're about to have. And I swear to God, the guy was pretty close to tears. Then what I like to do with the Mickey fanatics, because there's a lot of old Mickey fanatics, is I start to say really crazy shit like I'm Mickey. So we'll be sitting like eating dinner or whatever, and some other kid will come and sit down and start crying because he doesn't like his Mickey pancakes or some shit. And I'll be like, goddamn ungrateful children! I'm gonna come in here. I'm coming. Hey, Mick, Goofy, get him! Whatever. And I'll just start rambling, and they get seriously upset about it. Like they get red in the face, and they're like, "Oh, Mickey would never say things like that." And they get like visual. I actually had this woman. This woman was probably, I don't know how old she was, right? But she had like Mickey tattoos on her thighs. I swear to Christ. And I was throwing out all this Mickey nonsense on this ride while waiting in line. Me, my 8-year-old daughter at the time, who's now 9. This was last year, and my father, and we're going back and forth this Mickey shit. And the woman was literally started crying and ran away. And her husband, who was standing behind, was giving us the evil eye. I don't know, it was because of us. This is when the game started, actually. When I found out that we made a grown woman cry for making fun of Mickey Mouse, it became a family tradition. And this is what we do when we wait in lines every year at Disney. So just a little fun fact about me. I like to make grown adults cry at Disney. So there you go. Is there a partnership between Link and CoinMetro? No. I talked to Link at some point, mainly about Ignium, not so much about CoinMetro, but because I think the Oracle system on Ignium potentially could help us with a few of our services. But because those services haven't yet been launched, we kind of fell off from talking to Link. But eventually there possibly could be, but on the Ignium side. Not sure what we would do with CoinMetro per se. It doesn't mean we can't or won't, but can't really think of anything off the top of my head. It's called hard sci-fi. Really? Well, they should call it non-probable sci-fi. I think that just sounds much better. It sounds much more technical and scientific, and a little less homoerotic. So Binance turning legal. That's hard sci-fi. All right. Good one, Harold. Appreciate that. What's been the most effective marketing channel so far? Organic, actually. Organic. Black Mirror, plausible sci-fi. There you go, plausible. See? PSF, plausible sci-fi. Yeah. I'm probably in a couple different countries, to be fair. The funny thing, when I was in South Korea, I went to like South Korea Disney. It's not Disney, but I forget what it's called. But it's like it's basically Disney. But it was Halloween last year, and they had all these haunted houses, and they were really good, man. They were brutal haunted houses, like brutal, man. People, like women. There was definitely people in there, men and women, crying. I thought it was great. I watched the whole thing, laughing the whole time. I think if I'm not like not one of these nutcases, but when it comes to like holidays, I think Halloween's the best holiday, man. I don't generally celebrate it, but like when I watch people that actually get real involved, and they got the haunted houses and they get all these ornate, they spend like their entire yearly paycheck on like the most ornate costumes. That's fucking great, man. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but it's fucking great. I read somewhere there's a haunted house in Tennessee that'll pay you $20,000 to get through it without running out screaming before you get to the end, and no one's ever made it through. I guarantee you I could make it through that thing. I don't care what they do. I know they can't kill me or really bodily harm me, right? So I think they got people throwing like roaches on people's heads and like snakes, and then like you getting touched in the dark, and I don't know, all sort of nonsense. I go through that no problem with a smile on my face, and then I take the 20 grand and give it to like homeless kids in Chicago or something. I think I should do it next year. What do you guys think? You guys want to sponsor the trip? You guys sponsor the trip to Tennessee, and I will VR myself in the scariest haunted house in the world, and I'll go through it. No problem. I guarantee you I'll get that 20K, or I'll put up the 20K myself. How's that? Grown people LARPing in amusement parks often have a mental disability. Making them cry is kind of horrible thing to do. I don't go after. Come on, man. I don't go after. It's clear. Look. Well, I would. I guess you're right that they probably have a mental disability, but not a visible one. I mean, if you have Mickey Mouse tattooed on your thighs, and you're wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt, a hat, earrings, and some other guy talking about Mickey Mouse upsets you, You could be right. But on the face value of this, man, she was a normal person. Like, it wasn't like, she wasn't visibly, off the spectrum or something. Anyway, come on, man. Everybody's got to have a pastime, Come on. I mean, how horrible is it to take, people like to play baseball, right? But those bats are made out of trees. How bad is it that the young tree that you just cut down his dad is now watching a very whittled down version of his father get hit in the face by, streaming fastballs? That's pretty horrible, So everybody's got to have a pastime. That's all I'm saying. I like the new tweet. Right on. I don't even know what the new tweet is, but I'm sure it's awesome. What jobs at CM have been the hardest to fill? HR has been historically pretty hard to fill, to be fair. I guess CMO, we were looking for one of those for quite some time, never found one. So that's kind of hard to fill. COO, we had a good one for a while, but it was only a short-term gig. COO is also a hard one to fill. And generally, C-suites are always pretty hard to fill, to be fair, because it just means that you're trying to find somebody that you're giving up some of the business to. You're giving them lots of responsibilities. So, that's harder to do than someone that you don't have to give that much responsibility. But saying that, I think we try to take the position that hiring in any position is difficult to do. You want to find the right people. You want to find that amazing needle in the haystack. So on any position, really, it's not an easy task. Hiring is always difficult. And at the end of the day, it can make or break the company as well. So, no pressure. All right, now I got to go open Twitter. Hold on. Let's see. I got to remember what my Twitter handle is. That's me. I actually got to sign up. Log in, sorry. Wow, I can't even. Hold on. Log in. That's what I want to do. It's taking entirely too long, to be fair. I should have. I'm probably going to forget my password. Nope, that worked. Okay, cool. Let's see. Latest. Well, I see the stream. That can't be it. What's our latest tweet? What, am I missing it? All right, let's check out. It's on CoinMetro. It's on CoinMetro's account. I don't know why I didn't get alerted to it. Let's see. Name this exchange. That's a good one. I like it. It's not savage, man. Come on. And look, he's using, where's Harold? He's using point and figure charts. That should have sparked something. Yeah. I just saw it. It's a nice one. But yeah, they're point and figure. I think Harold should be all over that. That's like one of his favorite charting patterns, I think. Point and figure, or chart types. Point and figure charts. Very nice. I like those type of things, man. Come on, we got to mix it up a little bit in crypto. For Christ's sake, can't let them get away with everything. Oh, looks like the boys at Parsec at 10 p.m. UTC today are releasing PRQ Boost on Uniswap. So hopefully we figure out what we're doing on our side, and we can get it done as well. Being the only centralized exchange to do it, by the way. So that's pretty cool. So guys, any more lecture topics coming up on 5.5 or over 5.5 hours now into this? What time is it? Jesus, 7:30, huh? 7:40. Not bad. Not bad at all. We're doing all right. Let's see. Let me see if I got a message back from our buddy over here. Yeah, I actually see it. So it's Binance's original tweet and then ours. Right on. That's how you got to do it, man. That's what Twitter's all about. You can't be, you got to cause or ruffle some feathers on Twitter, man. Ruffle feathers on Twitter. I didn't even think I didn't even realize what I was doing there. That's pretty good. Right on. Right on, right on. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, sorry, I just got stuck in my phone there. You ever get stuck in your phone? Embarrassing. I want to know what you think about the UI in most crypto services. I remember you saying that you don't like the Uniswap UI and the Coinbase Pro UI. Can you elaborate on that? Maybe show examples? Yeah, well, so, yeah, I guess I should. Let's show some examples, right? So, let's see what we got here. If I throw this up like this, actually, let's go like this. All right, let's get this guy out of here. Let's go to Uniswap. Yeah. Maybe I'll get in a fished Uniswap site. That'd be funny. All right, so this is Uniswap. Yeah. Actually, let's find a token contract. Hold on. Here. Jesus, can I just? I don't want to connect to a wallet. All I want to do is see somebody's liquidity pool here. I just want to see. Anyway, this is part of the reason why I don't like it, to be fair. I mean, I know maybe this seems simple to people that use it, but it reminds me so much of the internet from literally 15 years ago. It's, this right here. I mean, honestly, let's say, my mother comes, my father, anybody, my friends, like, show me how to use Uniswap. And, I'm rummaging around trying to figure out, trying to explain to them about MetaMask, connecting their hardware wallet, connecting their wallet through MetaMask wallet, having to add liquidity, what an AMM means, all this other shit. I think it's like there's this idea, because most of these things are made by tech geeks, they're kind of going retro, making all these retro UIs. When it comes to things like Coinbase Pro, I don't see why the word pro is there. There's nothing there. They don't really provide any feature sets that I would expect from a more professional platform. And I think in many aspects, in some of it, it's, I guess, somewhat easy to navigate, but it's lacking. It's lacking in services. When you look at normal Coinbase, it maybe even is too easy. There's no kind of UI that sits in the middle that's understandable, but still provides some form of tool sets so that people can actually get better entries, understand how to get in at price points they want to get in on, be able to control their entries, exits, etc. So I think from all corners it's just lacking. I mean, the fact, no real newbie, unless they're a tech geek to begin with, is really going to get involved with Uniswap. It's just not going to happen. And so, and that's, it's not that it doesn't serve a purpose or it doesn't have a following. Sure it does. But it's not built for mass adoption. It's not built for, you're not going to go on there because you have KFC tokens and you want some McDonald's tokens in the future and you're going to jump with your fucking MetaMask and your private key and your public key and your Ledger wallet connecting in, and then trying to not get phished on 15 different phishing sites, and then eventually moving your coins in and then finding out that you got slipped by 17% because liquidity was pulled out and people were front running you because you can't even see the book. It's just it seems nonsense to me, to be fair. But crypto is built. All crypto services that first kind of balloon are all built in that way because they're built to the same audience. But eventually, when you want to bring a new audience, you need to refine those user experiences. That's Oliver, actually, the red stick. That's wacky waving arm inflatable Oliver, man. Yep, your Earl's no see. What's the reason for having two different UI for margin and regular trading? You should combine both. Because from what we've seen and feedback we've gotten, people generally, we did that actually. We had something called Pro, which combined aspects of margin and deliverables. But people got confused. And people ended up trading in and out of things that were non-deliverables when they thought they were deliverables. So I think combining those two isn't necessarily the best way to go. We've gotten feedback that it makes sense to basically pull them apart. In the end, though, there's still a lot of refining that needs to happen. Not a lot, but there's still refining that needs to happen in that exchange platform. There's still refining that's going to happen on the margin platform. They're actually both scheduled for Q4. Whether they both happen in Q4, we'll have to see, because there's other things that have come up, biz dev related, that I talked about earlier. So we'll have to see if they actually make it into Q4. But there's definitely, I think, a good argument to keep them separate. Especially given that most people that come in for the first time just want to buy some Bitcoin and hold on to it. And if they were both combined, then they end up just buying exposure to Bitcoin. And then not realizing that when they close that exposure, they end up with a loss, maybe in euro. And now their account balance is lower, even though all they did was buy and sell Bitcoin. Shouldn't they just have less Bitcoin, et cetera? And we found that out when we had this Pro platform. Yeah, it was a good one. It was a beautiful timed one as well. I like it. Updated Android app. Yeah. There's currently a beta kind of V3 version that's floating around internally, but it is not ready for prime time, unfortunately. So we need to make some drastic changes on the team that's in the development of that mobile app. Simple as that. We've been trying to salvage and see what we could do with that initial team to kind of cover the gap between when a new team would come in and push out a brand new app. I have to say, though, I'm disappointed in what I've seen. So, yeah. I don't think it's ready for prime time. I think there's a lot that needs to be done until it's ready for prime time. And yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I'd rather not push anything and just wait for a completely new version to be done. You said before you had a lot of jobs. What was the job you hated the most? Hated the most? Jeez. I always kind of liked working because it got me out of the house, and I didn't like being home. So I always liked work. The hardest job, one of the hardest jobs I ever had was McDonald's, actually. I was 15. I had a job at McDonald's. Don't ask me how I did that, because you have to be 16 to work at McDonald's. That's a story for another day. But I got a job at McDonald's. And I became store manager within like 4 months. And I ended up going to classes at Hamburger University. Hamburger U. Woo woo. It's actually a university in Chicago, to be fair. It's actually just all about like restaurant management shit. It has very little to do with McDonald's other than the fact that it's there to train McDonald's employees. But yeah, and I remember I had like this old woman that used to come in to clean the dishes during breakfast. She was like 95, literally on death's doorstep, and she fucking hated me, man. I was 15 telling her what to do, and she hated it. She would spite me all the time. Like she would literally put her cigarette out in like the Egg McMuffin buns, for Christ's sake. There was so many intricate details about that job, especially at 15, 16. It was stressful as hell, man. In Connecticut, there's actually, and Massachusetts and New Jersey, there's actually McDonald's on the highway. And I worked at a McDonald's on the highway for one time. And we would get busloads, like 6, 7, 8 buses all at once, 400, 500, 600 people all rolling in. Super stressful, man. One of the most structured training programs I've ever been through. So I sold cell phones. I sold big and tall men's clothing. That was an amazing one. So I'll try to, so this was me selling, so they would come in, you'd have to measure them, right? These are huge men. I mean, it's called big and tall. It should have been called girthy and short as fuck, because that's basically what most of them were. But essentially you'd have to measure their waist. So I'd come in, with like my tape measure and literally start here and then have to go, hold this, sir. and then walk around the other side and then connect the two. I remember I had this one guy had the bypass, the surgery would make your stomach smaller. And the dude rolled in the first time, he had a minivan and he had to sit in the back seat. That's how big he was. And he bought like $15K worth of pants. We had these pants called the Sansa belts. I'll never forget these fucking things. The Sansa belts. They had this massive built-in elastic belt, so like you wouldn't get, I guess, so your gut wouldn't hurt or whatever. Like I think his size, I'm trying to remember the size, man. It was massive, 134 inches, some crazy nonsense. It was big, man. Literally like $15K worth of shit. And then came in like 2 months later, bought another $15K 2 months later, because he was getting skinnier. And then eventually, the last time that I remember seeing him, he rolled in a much nicer car. Like it was either like a BMW 7 Series, because he had the money to buy a nice car. He just couldn't fit in any of them. So that job was just weird. Like really intimate moments with fat guys. But yeah, those were some, I don't know, the worst job. I'm trying to think of my worst job ever. Actually, one of the funniest things I ever did, which turned out to be quite cool, was I worked for Sierra Club one summer, getting donations. And I was given Greenwich, Connecticut as the place I had to get donations from. A lot of money in Greenwich. And we had this pitch we were supposed to give. Like if you give $50, you get this magazine for the year. You give $100, you get like a tote bag, some nonsense like that. And at first I was all nervous, because it's like the first time I ever did really door-to-door sales. And I got a few $50 checks, few $100 checks, a lot of doors slammed in my face. And then at one point I ended up at this massive house. I actually knocked on one door and it was like the servants' quarters, literally. And it was huge. It was like it looked bigger than mine. It was like 5 times bigger than the house I was living in, that's for sure. And the guy that opened the door was like, no, the main house is around the corner. So I go around the corner. I walk all the way up this long ass driveway. There's all these crazy cars in the driveway or whatever, knock on the door. And this really young woman comes and opens the door with leotard on and sweating. And I'm like, I was probably 15, maybe 16, I don't know. Already intimidated. And I'm like, Sierra Club, clean water, blah, blah, blah. And she says, oh, hold on, you'll want to speak to my husband. Or I don't know if she said husband or friend. I remember husband, I could be wrong. Anyway, it was fucking Jack Welch. Jack Welch, owner of GE, came downstairs. I didn't know who it was at the time. Asked me if I was thirsty, brought me in the house, gave me a GE plastic mug with orange juice in it. He had 4 refrigerators in his kitchen. I thought that was the craziest thing. I was like, this guy's got 4 refrigerators. Who has, this is 4 refrigerator money. It's crazy. And I remember telling the guy, I'm like, I gave him the whole spiel, 50, the 100, whatever. And he's like, yeah, all right. Clean water is good. Something like that. This is GE, right? The guy probably was polluting more water than anybody in the world. So, I don't know if GE was ever polluting. Probably were polluting. I don't know. Whatever. So he takes out his checkbook. I think he asked somebody for the checkbook. Come with the checkbook. I'm just amazed at the house. I'm looking at the house. I'm looking at him. I'm like, holy fuck, I wish this guy was my grandfather, Literally, I was like praying, grandfather. Like I could wake up. Didn't happen, unfortunately. But anyway, so comes with the checkbook, starts writing the check, and then goes, whatever. And then hands me the check. And instead of writing it for, I guess, $50, he wrote it for $5,000. And just was like, yeah, $5,000. And I made commission on these donations. When I saw that check, man, my entrepreneur brain exploded, and my pitch changed. And I think I brought in one day. It wasn't that same day, but I got tasked to the same area at some point a couple weeks later, and brought in like $250K in one day for Sierra Club. It had to be a record, man. I don't know, it's probably a record book somewhere. But I made like $8,000 as a 15 or 16-year-old in one day. And at that point, man, the sky was the limit. I thought I was, King Tut, man. I was Lamboing basically at that point. No, actually, they do charge you at some point. So, yeah, 5 hours. I can't believe it. To be fair, I don't know what sounds awful, but right on. Dollar cost averaging Indexium for the past year, right on. Dollar cost averaging. You can dollar cost average, you can euro cost average, even you can pound cost average now. You could Swedish kroner cost average. I don't know if anybody actually does that, but you could. It's possible. We're coming up on 6 hours, guys. Amazing. I don't know, man. It's got to be a crypto record. I don't know if it's definitely not a streaming record, but I think it's got to be a crypto stream record. Maybe. There's got to be some record, man. We're breaking a record somewhere. We have to be. Be upset if we weren't, to be fair. So come on, guys. What about this lecture? Somebody said they wanted another lecture. I haven't gotten a topic yet. Like, lots of people in Canada using CoinMetro CAD would be great. Well, shit. I'm glad to hear that there's lots of people in Canada. Way to go, Canada. Canada. I lived in Canada for a bit. I liked it. It was only about 6 months. But so this is my Canada story. Probably don't want to hear this, but here we go. So I was living outside of Toronto. I was actually, when we first got there, I was living in Mississauga, right across the street from Square One, because it was the only place I could find for temporary residence in a thing called Ovation Towers, I think was the name. Anyway, my daughters were pretty young at the time. They thought it was great. There was a bowling alley in the thing, a movie theater right in the complex. Anyway, plus the big mall was right across the street. And then we ended up moving to the Greek section, Danforth, Greek section right outside of downtown of Toronto. And yeah, so we were there for a while. And one day I was driving outside and I was having a bit of a stressful day. I've been trading all day long. I had a bit more hair, but not so much more. Have been doing pretty good the past couple months. And then 1 month just got destroyed, man. And I was just pissed. And so I wasn't really paying attention. I kind of stopped short and some guy hit me. So it's my fault, 100%. Actually, I hit him. I'm sorry. He stopped short. I hit him. It wasn't hard, man. Just like, and I'm so pissed. The fact that it's my fault is meaningless to me at this point. I got out of the car. I must have had a face on my face that I don't know, man. It was probably disturbing looking. I roll out of the car real fast, fucking face all snarled up. This guy gets out of the car like the nicest human being ever on the face of the earth, and he's like, "Sorry for stopping like that, eh? Everybody okay?" And so my wife gets out of the car. My wife's, Latin American. She's hot-blooded. She's ready for a fight, right? Because in Mexico, Mexico, man, you get into a fender bender, you better have a knife because you're getting stabbed at least once, probably somewhere close to your ear or your neck, right? So you got to be ready for all this shit when you get out of the car. So I'm getting out of the car. I'm ready. I'm like, I got my kung fu stance going on, and I'm pissed. Again, this guy comes out, nicest guy in the world. So we all immediately kind of calm down, but I'm still like, I'm kind of confused, right? I think he's using some type of reverse Canadian psychology on me, and he's going to come at me with some aggression or something. And so my first thing out of my mouth is something like, "You can't be driving like that," or something. I don't know, just like this bumbled up nonsense came out of my mouth. Like I was being a dick, basically. And he's like, "Yeah, you're right. Hey, it's slippery out here. You got to be careful on these roads, eh? I hope everybody, there's nothing wrong. Car, we can buff that out. It's fine. I'm going to go on my way. You guys be safe now." Completely my fault. Absolutely my fault. Guy just leaves. No fucking problem. Didn't even bother to look at the damage. It wasn't much damage, to be fair, but still. So yeah, Canadians are really good at apologizing, which is great if you're on the other side, I guess, of it. But that was my Canada story. I don't even know if he had the A accent, because obviously that's not a Toronto thing, but I have to throw it in there because it's Canadian. If by the way, and Canadians are usually fine with that, so I guess it's okay. If it was anybody else, you'd be like shut down. Like my YouTube channel would be shut down right now because I made fun of somebody. But for some reason, you can say that, you can do that Canadian accent thing and nobody cares. But anyway, on the Canadian dollar thing, yeah, we have the ability to offer it. It would be SWIFT. We don't have local Canadian deposits yet. We have SWIFT into a bank in Switzerland that we can activate Canadian dollars. In one of the newer versions of the markets page that we plan to launch also in Q4, there'll be a voting mechanism where you can vote not only for crypto, but also for fiats. And then based on the votes, we can add them. So we have the technical capability to add CAD through one of our current fiat on and off ramps via SWIFT. It's a bit expensive. It's a bit on the expensive side. So it really doesn't make any sense for deposits, let's say under like probably 2,000 to 3,000 Canadian dollars. But above that, it becomes cheaper than credit card. So yeah, let me know what you think. If you think it might make sense, we can look into it. We were talking about it actually in the office the other day. Can you give a ratio of users, US versus EU versus Asia for South America? Off the top of my head, I was looking at this pretty recently. EU is definitely number one. If we include the UK in, let's say, the European kind of region, EU is number one. US would be number two. Australia, well, I don't know, based in Australia, definitely would go EU, US, probably South America, Australia. Asia's probably last for us. We don't have a big, we don't have a big net in Asia. Now, there's a lot of gamblers in Asia. That's great, but and that's a good thing for crypto. But most crypto traffic 2-3 years ago was about evading that 50,000 cap in China. And since now China knows what people do, that has dropped significantly. There's still volumes in China, still volumes in Asia for sure. But we don't really have a foothold there yet. Doesn't mean we won't, but right now that would probably be the last on the list. EU would be the first. Would you ever hire U.S. residents for part-time remote work? Yeah, we would, 100%. Let us know what you want to do. Absolutely. I'm interested in what KB said. If you need a French-Canadian support, I'm here. Yeah, we actually have one of our, well, not French-Canadian, but one of our support staff actually is Canadian. So say hi to Pamela. I don't know if she's watching. Maybe she was watching at one point. She's still watching 6 hours in. Right on, Pamela. Brownie points for sure. But she's actually based in Canada. We hired her here. She was living here, and then she went back to Canada. But yeah, 100%. We are always willing to talk about somebody helping us out with something. That's for sure. Especially if it's remuneration in XCM. Actually, a lot of employees started out by being remunerated in XCM. Oliver's one of them. Oliver was paid in XCM initially for doing all kinds of stuff for us, and then now he's actually here, living the dream. Fuck's sake. I used GBP withdrawals on CoinMetro for the first time today, and I got to say, I was pretty blown away by how quick it was. Within a couple of minutes, the money was in my bank account. Yep, faster payments, baby. And same thing with USD, and same thing with Euro. So I don't know if anybody else can match that. To be fair, I'm not sure there's an exchange out there that can match us. They might be able to. They might have similar currencies for fiat on-ramps. I don't think anybody can match us right now in terms of speed within those three currencies. This on its own is a huge advantage. Yeah. We have so many advantages, to be fair. CoinMetro does, without tooting our own horn here, but we have so many advantages. We just lack the awareness. People don't know we have those advantages. But more and more people are finding out, and that's why we're getting more and more clients, and that's why our volume is growing, and that's why we have more and more people kind of interacting with us on a daily basis. But we do so many things better than everybody else. Again, it's just a matter of getting people to know that. And obviously that's part of the community too. You guys, Dred's doing a great job of making sure people know about these things, as well as many other people in the community. And that's fucking awesome, man. I got to tip my hat to you guys for doing that. Absolutely awesome. Korean Disney Lot World. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. They have like an indoor section, and then they have this outdoor section. And in the outdoor section was all this haunted house stuff, which was quite cool. Yeah, they were pretty good. They were good haunted houses, man. They spent some money on those things. Again, for me, it's just funny. I that whole like adrenaline rush of getting scared or people trying to scare you just makes me laugh. Like I don't feel myself getting scared or startled because something's coming. Obviously, that's what you're there for. You didn't go in there to just walk around and whistle Dixie or whatever, and then walk out the other side. You know somebody's going to be coming at you with a chainsaw or whatever. It's the whole name of the game, man. Where are the open positions listed? Let's see if I can show you. What platform are you on? Or are you just trying to look at dashboard or something like that? If you're here, let's see. Let me bring up. What are we sharing right now? Let's see. Okay, so we're on. Can I stay? I'll just stay here in the corner. It's pretty cool. Let's bring up Uniswap here. So. Oops. Jesus. I'm not used to this keyboard, everybody. I'm literally not this bad at typing. Just a new keyboard for me. So let's assume maybe, I don't know, you're here. So active orders are your open positions. Order history, order history, right? If you're here on margin, then this screen, I should probably zoom out because this isn't what most screen looks like, to be fair. But here you can see your open orders on margin. You can also see, this is open orders as in pending orders, and then this is your open positions. It's actually active positions here. If you're talking about, let's say, from the dashboard, if you have margin positions, you can see the open P&L on your margin account. But in terms of the actual positions, you'll have to run into the exchange, the margin platform, the exchange platform to actually see them. Hope that answered the question. Kevin, I've been watching you since ICO, and today has been a wonderful window into CoinMetro. I've never seen anything like it. You always seem to be on the go. How do you and the staff stop burnout? It's a good question. And appreciate you being here. I don't know I hope you haven't been here for 6 hours. But some people have, man. It's amazing. So, like I said, when I was 20, it's like 20 years ago, I used to always think that I had to put in, 20 hours. And if I didn't, I was somehow going to fail my business and myself. I did. And I don't do that anymore. So I kind of took enough time passed for me to kind of understand how I work and when I can be productive and when I can't. And I stopped trying to be productive when I know I can't be. If I have a task to do, but I know between the hours normally of 3 and 8, my productivity is shit, then I don't focus on that task. I get other things done that don't require so much focus. And then I know sometime, between 9 and 12, I can have good focus, or the next morning between 8 and 10 or whatever. So I try to focus myself when I know personally that I'm going to be able to get things done. Burnout's pretty easy. I've been there before. You get the stress levels get up, everything becomes a chore. You feel like you're doing nothing right. There can be definitely highs and lows. Kind of around that, you get these kind of intense highs, intense lows. You kind of feel like you're bipolar, all those good things or bad things, I guess. I don't know. For me, it's just about kind of making sure that I structure my time, understand my capabilities, and don't go outside of those capabilities. Fixate on what I know I can do and get those things done that way. And that's how I do it personally. It doesn't mean that's how everybody else does it, to be fair. Everybody's different. But I think you need to pace yourself. You need to understand that, everybody thinks they can multitask, and at some point, you kind of trick yourself into thinking that you're actually being much more productive, but really you're not. You need to be able to figure out how your own kind of system works, where you're good, where you're bad, kind of understand your own limitations and not try to push those limitations too much. There always comes a time, though, when you're going to be in the office till 3 a.m., wake up at 7, that shit happens. Regulatory filings, last minute, last minute changes to something, product launches, and you just kind of have to pace yourself. Understand that sometimes, Rome wasn't built in a day. And, I think CoinMetro has been great for me to, living through this kind of always needing to push things through a community, having 5, 6, 7,000 people always watching kind of what you're doing and criticizing. Every time you do something, kind of wanting more, or wanting something, then it happens and they just want something else, and kind of having to deal with that and not make that upset me in any way, and understand that not, even though we're pretty transparent here, you don't see everything that happens. Even with this, you're not seeing, normally I wouldn't be sitting in a room all day talking. Granted, I'm on the phone a lot, I do get in a lot of meetings, but I would be doing other things. I'd be making phone calls, I'd be interacting with other people. I'd be maybe even in and out of the office at people's desks discussing different things. So I think, it's about pacing and understanding your capabilities, I think, is the most important part. I think he means job positions, right? Oh. Mm-hmm. Kind of. Also, if you're on the dashboard, you can do your wallet balances. Very true. Yep, if you're on the dashboard, you can go to your wallet balances in use. And the little I button, which will put you through, I guess, to the right platform, exchange, margin, copy trading. Awesome, Oliver. Thank you. That was a recent update, obviously. See, look at that. Head of product doing his thing. Awesome. Thank you, Oliver. Yeah, hats off to you, Lynx. Seriously, hats off to you. 6 hours and 1 minute and 20 seconds in. Point and figure from my cold, dead hands. Yeah. I knew you'd like that Binance thing. I don't know, what, you mean like where to go? I mean, it wasn't here at the start, it's not like I had it 6 hours ago and now it's gone. Yeah, I didn't know I was losing my hair until I was, yep, very, very astute, Bjorn, very astute. I thought I was kind of, had the camera angle just right. Yeah, I didn't realize, I guess my dad went like full on, like hair here, Mr. Clean on the top, fully bald on the top. I can't remember, I don't really remember my dad with hair. I think he was, there's pictures of him where he actually had long hair. So he went from one extreme to the other. But by the time I was probably 6, 7, he was bald. Big mustache, no hair on top, hair on the sides. Inspector Gadget kind of thing going on. And I actually went with him to get a hairpiece. I probably shouldn't share this publicly. Maybe my dad's watching, he's gonna get pissed off. I don't know. Yeah, Dad actually had surgery yesterday. He never sent me a message. He told me he was gonna send me a message. How inconsiderate of him to go into surgery without sending me a message. You ever get people like that? I actually had somebody say something like that to me once. Like, why didn't you tell me you were deathly ill? What an asshole. Like, whatever. Yeah, he didn't send me a message. I guess I should probably send him a message. That would probably be the accurate thing to do. Let's see. Where is he? Here he is. Hey, how'd things go with the surgery? You didn't tell me when you went in or when you went out. Actually, you're probably still in. Yeah. So let me know when you get out. Let me know how it went. Just send me like just an okay or something this way. I know everything's okay. Or not okay, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, so I didn't, what's going on out there? Oh, Oliver got a visitor, okay. So my bald story, so basically I was in Malta, and I was walking on the street, this was 6, 7 years ago. Oh, look, we got a visitor? So anyway, I was walking around Malta, and they had like these mirrors because the streets are really narrow. So they put these mirrors up in the corner, kind of like when you're in like a supermarket, so the security guy can see what's happening behind the shelves. And I was looking at these crates for people because they deliver milk to the houses in Malta, but they also deliver wine. So like literally in the same crate was an empty milk bottle and an empty wine bottle. I was like, what is this? And I bent down just enough, but I could still see the mirror, and I saw a bald spot. And I was super pissed, man. I was with my wife. I was like, why didn't you tell me I was going bald? And she said, I thought you knew. I'm like, why would I know? Who looks at the top of their head in the mirror? And I thought that was a pretty decent state. Maybe people do. I never did that shit before. So I was kind of pissed for like a day or two. But I always told my father when I saw him getting a hairpiece back in the day, another funny story, by the way, that I would never do that. I would just let it roll. So I still have like enough to kind of make a fluff job up here and kind of somewhat, I don't know, keep it somewhat legitimate. But once that shit goes away, I think I go Bill Burr, man. I just go all bald, I guess, at that point. Yeah, guys, 6 hours in, man. 6 hours in. CoinMetro Bond still live. Still have the same link, by the way, right at the bottom of the screen, in case you guys are wondering. Unfortunately, it's not clickable. So you have to type it in, and it's pretty long. But go.coinmetro.com/security-token-platform. That should be pretty easy, right? I mean, just type it in on your mobile with fucking one hand. What's the problem? But anyway, make sure you go check it out. All the support is definitely appreciated. You're going to get a good amount of interest over the course of 2 years. You can sell out in the secondary market. I had the top 3 reasons to get in the CoinMetro Bond up here, but then we got in this lecture series. And, well, anyway, make sure you guys check it out. It's important. It's cool. You can make some money. You can definitely de-risk a bit out of this, what's probably going to be a pretty volatile market coming up in terms of the election, post-election, et cetera. Get yourself some stable interest, not paid in some shitty governance token, actually paid in fiat, which, why not? A little fiat is not a bad thing, unless you're like a super Bitcoin maximalist, and then it's terrible for some reason. All right, where am I going? I'm gonna go check back to, let's see here. checking out. I don't think we probably have any updates on the election as of yet. But I'm gonna go back to that page anyway, keep it up here just in case. Yeah, I don't see. Didn't somebody say there was like some votes counted somewhere? What was that, Vermont, New Hampshire? I don't remember. It was New Hampshire, wasn't it? These guys don't say anything. I'm looking at the wrong map. Maybe somebody's got a better map. Anyway. Long way to go on the election, I guess. All right, guys. Was 6 hours like that's it for you guys? You guys are burned out? 6 hours? All right, well, not so bad. By the way, I posted the link at one point if anybody wanted to jump in here and actually have a conversation. I'm gonna post it again just in case. Just in case anybody's feeling like they want to jump on and have a chat, have a debate, whatever. You can do it. You can do it right from this link I'm about to post. Maybe we'll get somebody to jump in. Maybe not. I don't know. There you go. All right. All right, guys. I think I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Stretch a little bit. Maybe refill my water. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something for 5 minutes. That's not going to be sitting here. You should tweet it to CZ. He would never come in. He'd get destroyed, and he knows it. But if he wants to, though, CZ, if you're listening and you feel like getting destroyed on a Tuesday, come on in. We can talk about anything you want. Wash trading, evading regulation, stealing from your clients, pump and dump schemes, whatever you want. Up to you. Anyway, guys, I'm taking 5 minutes. If anybody does know CZ, give him a phone call. Let him know that I'm ready. And I'm ready in 5 minutes. I can go another 6 hours more. All over the shirt. All right. Hey, Elsie. All right, I was out for a few minutes. Had to drink some, children's blood or whatever. What the hell was I watching yesterday? It was, I was watching something, and, oh yeah, it's the new Borat movie. which to be fair, was kind of the old Borat movie, just the same jokes, like without the fat naked guy running around, which I thought was missing for sure. But yeah, there was these two guys from the States or whatever, two hillbilly dudes, and they were saying that Hillary Clinton was like drinking the blood of children or something. Anyway, I thought that was funny. I don't know, sure. Don't quote me on that, please. What's your thoughts on tier one? It gets thrown around a lot, but I don't think people could fully explain what it means. Finance is a tier one, but they're totally scummy in their actions. Yeah. So tier one, generally, when we talk about like tier one banks. So here, lecture time. Okay, let's go. Oh, was that Sanford and Son? All right, I don't know what that has to do with tier one, but so this is another one of those terms that gets thrown around crypto that pisses me off because nobody knows what they're talking about, right? That's something like OTC, liquidity. I don't know. You could name it a bunch of terms that people really just use completely inaccurately. This is another. So when you talk about banks, tier one banks, that usually means one, a credit rating. It also means the amount of assets sitting in the bank along with that credit rating. It also generally, obviously, they have to be regulated. You can't have a tier one bank that it doesn't have a banking license. But most of that revolves around, AAA, AA. This is how banks come on to tier one. Assets under management, the size of the bank, rather it's regulated credit rating. But that's tier one in traditional markets, which, who cares about that? Because this is crypto, bro. This is crypto. So tier one in crypto, I guess means, let me write it out. Tier one means wash trading, means probably as far as like margin trading goes, I guess it means wrecked. Because if you can't get wrecked on the exchange, it's probably not a tier one according to crypto. This is tier one according to crypto. Wash trading, lots of people getting wrecked. What else we got? Well, not regulated, obviously. For the most part, I guess they do call Coinbase tier one. I would say if you took like the standard tier one metric from the traditional markets, your tier ones would be your most highly regulated, secure, and if we took in assets under management as well, I guess you could put Coinbase there. Potentially, maybe anybody with a bit license, right? But if you're only going to go after, let's say, liquidity in general, then it's just a meaningless metric. Because at that rate, was Uniswap in a tier one? I mean, why is Binance is a tier one? What? Because everybody and their grandmother wash trades at Binance. Is that what the? So I agree with you. I think the term tier one is misunderstood, not understood at all, and generally not used in the correct manner. And what they're really saying is that these guys do a lot of proposed volume, like they supposedly have a lot of volume. The blocknet debacle, for example. Okay, I didn't get that one. The blocknet debacle, for example, does it depend on the angle you look at it from, or is it the term tier 1 and 2 just dumb and irreverent? It is dumb. It is not applicable to crypto at all, because there's no credit rating agencies. There's no real way to understand who you're doing business with. It's based on metrics. So you have an unregulated entity that can lie to you, and you have no way to verify if they're lying to you. So everything they tell you can be a lie. So yeah, honestly, I think it's ridiculous, to be honest. Hey Jack, nice to see you back, buddy. ALC, yep, 6 hours already in. Yeah, we're trying. I don't know how long we're going to keep going here, but our goal was 10 hours. I think we're going to hit that pretty easy. Enable the flip chart for remote doodling. I don't know if we can do remote doodling. You can definitely connect to it, but I think you have to be on the same network, unfortunately. We watched it the other day too. It certainly was lacking something. What'd you watch? Elsa, what'd you watch? Tear one. Yeah. tier 1 and tier 2 at the same time, basically. Any thoughts on Bitpanda's crypto indexes? I don't know, man. I think it's kind of, it's almost such a, the product is almost, it's kind of like telling everybody they're stupid. I don't know. It's like, yeah, this one has a top 5, this one has a top 10, this one has a top 20. Why couldn't someone just go buy those assets themselves? I don't know. You're already on the exchange where you can buy the asset. Why not just buy the asset? Like, they're only buying and holding anyway. Like, I don't know. It's like the Grayscale thing, man. I don't get it, to be fair. I get Grayscale 2 years ago when institutional players, hedge funds, whatever, they wanted to gain access maybe with some of their company money, their client money, sorry. And they just wanted an easy way to do it. They didn't want to have to control keys. They didn't have to do any of that shit. They just wanted to be able to go in and buy like they would any other asset into their portfolios. But now I don't get it at all. And I definitely don't get Bitpanda's crypto indexes. I don't get it. I guess we'll see. I mean, a lot of those products, I guess, could potentially have some pull behind them, considering that people see it and go, oh, quick diversification, maybe. But I think Bitpanda's menu, their service menu now looks like this, when in reality, they offer 3 services. And I think they're overcomplicating. It looks like they tried to be kind of an easy way into crypto, for their clients. And now I think they're overcomplicating many things. So I don't know. I'm kind of unclear on where they're headed. Yeah, the new Borat movie, yeah. Yeah, I didn't, the guy, Sacha Baron Cohen's movies are like usually either super cringeworthy, where like you can't even laugh because you feel if you laugh, you could be by yourself in a room and you feel if you laugh, you're going to lose your job. Like literally that's his, like, what's his, Bruno. I saw the movie, I went to the movies to see Bruno, and there was like an 8-year-old sitting next to me. And then there's a scene with the dude on the bike and the whole, I'm not going to explain it on the live stream, but, like literally watching that in your house by yourself, you're kind of like, if I make a comment or laugh at this, I'm going to lose my job somehow in my house. I'm not sure how, but that's what's going to happen. And so, but the Borat one, yeah, it's kind of like the same jokes over and over again. Crude at some points, but not crude enough to make it kind of Borat worthy. And where it wasn't crude, it was just kind of ridiculous. Like you already knew what they were going to say. Like when the daughter got up in front of those women, you knew what she was going to say. You kind of understood what was going to happen, so it took a lot of the punch out of it. I don't know. There was a couple highlights here or there. But yeah, definitely was lacking something, 100%. I agree. Where do you see XCM price end the year, this year and next year? Speculation. It's a good question. I expect XCM price. This is a hard one to answer because I don't necessarily want to be sitting here speculating on our utility token price. I think that the CoinMetro is going to see decent sized growth between now and the end of the year, and next year is going to be a record setter for CoinMetro in terms of growth. And what that tells me is that should be increased demand, that should be increased pressure on the price, and it should reduce circulating supply. All those things tell me one thing, that price should increase over time. As far as pinpointing end of year or next year, hard to say, especially towards the end of the year. You have the election, you have the uncertainty of the election leading into a gap in time where either that policies may continue or they won't. I expect to see volatility across traditional markets through that gap, which obviously will probably affect crypto in some way, shape, or form, and which eventually could affect XCM. So I think growth, regardless of growth, we may see some volatility. That volatility definitely could be the upside, that's for sure. And then going into next year, I think we're going to see a fantastic year for CoinMetro. So I think sky's the limit on that one. To be fair, we don't need to do we don't need to create that much awareness for CoinMetro to 10x its current size in terms of volumes, in terms of everything else. And that might not correlate to a 10x in price, but it very well, it could, for sure. 2020 seems to have been a very suspect year for CoinMetro in the face of obvious global problems. How do you view 2021? Yeah, I kind of just answered it, but just to go on a little bit more, I think ever since, 2018, we've been kind of building building up, every year kind of accomplishing certain goals, either building out a structure, creating, whether that structure be from the product side, whether it be from the regulatory side, whether it be from the, building out the business compliance-wise or support-wise, et cetera. I think we've created organic awareness throughout that time. And we've gotten through different iterations of products, even from our onboarding processes. Everything's gotten better over time. It's gotten more solid. The community has been instrumental in making that happen, because without the community's feedback and without the community sticking with us, a lot of the stuff we've done we never would have done. We wouldn't have known that it should be done, or we may have done it in a completely different manner, which may have left us not being able to service the clientele that we actually want to service. So definitely been instrumental there. I think 2021 is going to be a banner year. I honestly think we're going to see growth like we've never seen before. I think the growth we've started to see in Q3, you guys have seen like a 7x in signups and 5x in revenue. I think we're going to smash those in 2021. The Paxful partnership is huge for CoinMetro if you get to be the partner for their sellers. And are there any other partnerships like that in the pipeline? Yeah, there's another one with a debit card provider in the U.S. that's moving into Europe that also needs instantaneous kind of fiat on and off ramps to be able to handle the floats on their cards. That one's early talks as well, but I've had a few talks back and forth with the founder of the company, and I think we both kind of see eye to eye. We're both trying to do similar things. We'll have to see how it pans out. There's a few things that we need to get done on our side so that the partnership will work for them, adding some assets for them to be able to trade that they allow their clients to move in and out of those cards that we don't currently offer. But I don't really see that as being a problem, so we should be able to get that done. So yeah, I think over the next few weeks, we'll definitely get more insight on both of these partnerships. I'm in contact with both sides. They're kind of it's kind of on my shoulders right now to make sure that these things move forward. That doesn't mean they will, because obviously it's not just up to me. But open discussions and good open discussions right now with both of those potential partners. What is this? I sent you a link on Telegram. Map containing the New Hampshire votes. Thank you, Harold. Very important. Let's see. I don't know why I'm singing like the circus song, why I'm looking at Telegram, but okay, Politico. Yeah, that is definitely better. Okay, let me see if I can pull it up. Yep, I see him. Good old New Hampshire, very good. I'll try to get the Politico one up here in a bit. What kind of volume would this debit card company bring to CoinMetro? I don't know their specific volumes, but they do a decent amount of business in the US. Don't know what they would do in Europe. They have some partnerships as well, which could bring them quite a good amount of clients in Europe. So I don't know. It could be $1 million a day, $2 million a day. I don't know, something like that. Paxful could be something similar, even grabbing a certain portion of their sellers. If we were to grab 20% of their sellers, it could be upwards of $2-3 million a day as well. And that's to start, rather. That would be a starting place. What do you plan? When do you plan to increase leverage? I think we're close to increasing leverage. Actually, I don't know. I can't give you an exact date, unfortunately, but it's on the cards. We have new liquidity coming on board before December 20th, and that new liquidity, as soon as that happens, we'll be able to increase leverage. We may be able to do it beforehand, but definitely when that happens, we'll be able to increase leverage. Haven't seen it. Have seen the cover and stuff on what, Netflix, I guess, but I haven't watched one yet. How is it? It's a good. Are you making a recommendation? Should I have a look? Let me know. What's the next big thing for CoinMetro now that the bond is launched? There's lots of stuff still for CoinMetro, to be fair. Lots of it is dictated. A little bit of it is dictated, obviously, on how the bond does, because we're talking about getting into other licenses, MTF licensing, and things of that nature. Also talking about, I think, big thing is probably going to be staking and collateral. I guess is probably the next kind of big thing. I think that's a big one. I think that could be quite big. Debit cards obviously still on the table. Once we get clearance. Getting additional licensing on the EMI side, EMI agent licensing is another one. which will allow us to do third-party payments off the platform. That's another big one. So yeah, I think a lot of the neobank services, licensing, MTF, and building out more and more of the securities marketplace. I wouldn't go above 25-1, considering that that's currently the ESMA limitation for other leverage markets, and I'd probably stay at there or below. All right, I guess I'll have to take a look. Appreciate that. Next time I'm sitting around and I need something to watch, I'm going to give it a shot. MTF, multilateral trading facility, allows you to trade any transferable security. So right now, inside of the sandbox, we will act like an MTF on the secondary market. But once that sandbox period ends, we will need that license to be able to offer those same services. Essentially, a secondary market, an exchange-like market, order book for tradable securities. So debt, bonds, equity, convertible notes, etc. Any security, basically. Allows you to trade just about anything. Derivatives as well. Let's see if we can get over to Politico here. Yep. All right. This one's an interesting one. Ways left to win. All right. Anyway, so yeah, we got Politico up here now. Cool. Trying to find the map. Anyway, come back to that. Anyway, so when are we going to get some new tram managers? Well, good question. I guess we gotta ask all the trading community out there when somebody's going to come in and put their money where their mouth is. Everybody likes to give signals and show charts on Telegram of how great they can trade. Not many are willing to put themselves to the test, though, to show they actually make money. So that's called all you traders out there, all you guys that trade and want to show people how well you trade and make some additional money trading by not doing anything else than you would normally do, trading your own account. Tram might be the perfect solution for you, so come on down. We do have private trams for sure. Some of those private trams may eventually ask us to go public, and we'll take a look to see if that's possible. But for now, it's always been, even at FXPig with the PAM systems, which were essentially the same thing. PAM systems, I saw thousands of systems over the years. But in terms of PAMs, I think probably only really saw maybe 30 that actually stepped up. And out of those 30, maybe 5 or 6 that actually could really say that they were any profitable for really any amount of time over let's say a long period. So it's not too common. Everybody says they're a trader. Like I said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. Marketing's progressing, definitely ramping up around the bond. You'll see some more stuff coming out over the next few days. Like I said, in fact, we had some PR that was supposed to go live today, but I haven't seen it yet. Not sure what happened. So we'll see. Maybe it's going to come out tomorrow, or maybe it hasn't been published yet. I'm not sure. I think it's coming out of the U.S. So. You said some time ago you had a third tram manager on board. Yeah, we still have that person on board. That specific person is very good at trading bubbles, and they're good at spotting like rug pulls before they get pulled. But this would mean that we would have to list things literally almost instantaneously to when they go live on Uniswap, and then delist them, probably in quick succession. And it's not really something I'm willing to do just to placate one manager. So he's not, I don't think he doesn't make tremendous amount of money trading much less volatile assets. He's much more about finding that kind of needle in the haystack picking the right ones, riding them, and then knowing when to exit. But yeah, not something we can really support. And obviously, we're here to support him with more stable assets should he choose to go down that road. But yeah. Just, yep, post your questions, guys. Just gonna get stuck in my phone here for a second, see if I got any things I need to respond to. Looks okay from my side. I think I'm okay. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, all good. All right, so yeah, we're 6.5 hours in now. Jesus, quite the long one. Yeah, commend you guys for being here this long, to be fair. Quite commendable, I think. Anyway, guys, over 6.5 hours in. Post your questions if you have them. If not, I may run off for a bit. Maybe we catch back up with each other in the next maybe 90 minutes or so. So obviously you can post questions during that time. When I come back, I'm going to start answering them. We can set a clear time. This way everybody knows when I'll be back in case you have some additional questions or you want to hear the answer to your question. I might pop in from time to time between those 90 minutes, to be fair. But it'll allow me some time to catch up on a bit of work as well that I've missed throughout the day here. Yeah, so that's what we'll do. So I'm going to take until it's now 8:47 local time. So I will come back at 10 p.m. local time. That is in 1 hour and 13 minutes. You may see me in and out of here from time to time between that. If you have a question, I'm going to post here just that I'll be back. So if you do have a question, if you're listening now and you have a question, you can post it. I'm going to do the same thing, man. I got to do a little family time as well and plus catch up on some work. So if you have a question, you can post it here. I'm going to post here. Kevin will be back at 10 p.m. EE, which is, what is that? It's 20 UTC. How does a boomer who is stockpiled enter BTC market now? Oh, wait a minute. Give me a second. So we got a Trump 2020, right on. How does a boomer who is stockpiled enter the BTC market right now? Well, just like anybody else would enter the BTC market. I think you shouldn't really look at price, to be fair. If you're under the belief that it's a scarce asset and it's going to increase over time, just like saying how would a BTC player enter the stock market right now? Look at the prices. It's obviously everything's pretty much at a high. But if you're under the belief that what's going to happen is what normally happens is that you have an average of 8% growth every year. Yes, you may have some down years. Yes, you may have some down months. But if you're just going to hold, then price should be relatively meaningless to you. Obviously, yeah, if you would have got on a lower price, yippity doo dah. But if that's the game you play, you're never going to get in at a good price because there's always a better price unless it's at zero. And even then, we've seen with oil this year, there's better prices than zero. So I would say if you want to get into BTC, just get into BTC. That's it. Cost average, buy in. Buy in and set your kind of date, set your alarms, set your buy-in dates. Be structured with your buys. Dollar cost average. It's never too late if you're under the impression that over time it's going to continually increase in value. That doesn't mean from day to day. You're not day trading the thing, right? So it doesn't mean from day to day it's not going to kind of move in the wrong direction, just like stocks. But if you're a long-term holder or hodler in this case, dollar cost average, man. That's it. Doesn't matter the price in that case. Raised on stocks. Yeah, well, anybody who was raised about any type of investing in the last 50, 100 years, whatever, it's all stocks. So, but yeah, dollar cost average is the way to go for sure. I helped onboard a 79-year-old ex-mortgage broker who wants to roll his everything into crypto. Today's price is irrelevant. What he's excited for his next year. That was you, huh? I've seen that guy now. That guy's been buying up Bitcoin left and right, actually. His dollar cost average size is probably bigger than most. But nice to see you here, Crypto 101. I was just about to step out for like an hour and 9 minutes at this point now. But if the questions keep rolling in, I will stay, and we can whiteboard some stuff. We did a few whiteboarding lessons throughout the day today that I think were kind of good. At least I thought they were good. Maybe nobody learned a thing and everybody thought they sucked. But yeah, I can hang around for a bit if questions keep rolling in. If questions kind of stall out a little bit, then I'm going to take an hour break, go catch up with the family, try to get some work done, and then pop back in here at 10 p.m. local, 8 p.m. UTC, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I guess. The flip chart. Yeah, I could write it on the screen, though, too. I could put it on this banner, but you're right. Let's see. Let's put it in nice CoinMetro color here. Can you see that? I don't know. I probably should have just written it in black. Anyway, we can go like this. Why 7-hour AMA? It's not actually an AMA. It's just this is kind of like a day in the life of a startup. So it turned into an AMA, that's for sure. But we were doing all kinds of things. We've been whiteboarding lessons. We've been talking about all different types of topics. We talked about disintermediation. We did a little thing about how traditional finance works compared to alternative finance. Done a few things actually. So it's turned into quite a long AMA. But really the idea was just to see what CoinMetro kind of looks like, what we do here on a daily basis, what's going on. It's also part of the bond launch today, man. Big news. So as you can see at the bottom of the screen, it's also about getting people their questions answered on the bond. If they have onboarding questions, they can't get in, they're too excited, whatever. Hey, what else? Very good. All right, so now you can read it. So post your questions. Which is probably absolutely unreadable. But post your questions. I think I'll post it up here as well, might as well. So that maybe it's somewhat readable here. Let's create a new one. So back at 200 UTC. Post your questions. See you shortly. Here we go. And let's show that one. There we go. Check that out. Modern technology, fellas and ladies. I still don't know if we have any women in the audience, but I like to acknowledge them, just in case they exist. I heard there are women in crypto, so we have a few of them here. So we're representing, yeah, all right. Oh, Jesus, Crypto 101, you're throwing, okay, here we go. I'm gonna get to, I saw this one come up, so I'm gonna have to answer it. What are the benefits of putting cash in the bond versus just lending stable coins for a competitive return? Good question. So I don't know what current rates look like on lending stable coins, to be fair. I know that they can fluctuate, and I know they do fluctuate, and I know that as demand rises for that interest, it will fall. We've seen that happen already, simply because this kind of lending market is very immature. And so at this point, you have actually the amount of people looking for credit outweighs the amount of people looking for return. And that's why you see such high returns. But you've seen with like Circle and Coinbase, who dropped their APR on their own stable coin down to like point something percent. I think it was at 3, 4, 5, something. I don't remember what it was. And that's simply because, well, demand caught up, demand for interest caught up to demand for the credit. With us, this is a fixed rate of return. So you're putting your funds up initially into a loan, right? So you're giving us a loan. It's a bond, essentially means you're giving us a loan. And you're gonna get 8 to 12%. And rather, if you're an ICO contributor, you get 12%. If you're not an ICO contributor, it's pretty easy to get to that tier 3 on CoinMetro is by buying 50,000 XCM and just sticking them in there for a bit of time. You get 11% interest. So a pretty high rate of interest. It gets paid back to you in fiat. You're not getting paid a governance token. We're not gonna give you some other token that's worthless on the open market. You're gonna get euros back. And you're gonna get those paid to you every day. Not monthly, not weekly, but every day cash flow back into your account. And you're able to watch CoinMetro grow over the course of 2 years. And in those 2 years, you have a secondary market. You can always sell those bonds, get your principal back at any one time. Those bonds can fluctuate in value, but because the interest is paid on the issue price, it should keep the price quite stable. So you shouldn't expect to see a very high price or a very low price, but it should keep it quite stable, which means that liquidity will be centered around the issuance price. So liquidity should be decent. Should be able to sell out. But if you hold all the way to the end, you've had 2 years to kind of see how we deliver. And if at the end of those 2 years you feel you want to be a part of CoinMetro, we give you the option to convert into an equity-like instrument, a growth token, that actually you get converted at today's valuation, not the valuation in 2 years. So you're locking in, without having to say yes or no right now, you're locking in the ability to buy in at today's valuation, which won't be the valuation in 2 years. Right? If the company continues to grow, that valuation is going to change. If anytime during those 2 years, or at the end of those 2 years, you're still holding the bonds, but you say, well, I don't know, maybe they didn't grow as much as I wanted them to grow. Maybe I just don't hold enough, and I don't think that small percentage is going to mean anything. Or perhaps I just want to go back to cash. You can actually redeem those bond tokens into XCM, into our own native token, and then cash them out on the market. Simple as that, at a rate of 50 XCM per 1 bond token, which at the cost of 10 euros, that means it's 20 cents per XCM, higher than today's price. But will it be higher than the price in 2 years? That's a question. We don't think so. Thus, you can make an even substantial return right back to cash just by trading back in or redeeming back in for XCM. So I think there's a lot of different facets to this other than just lending stable coins or getting a variable interest rate. You get a fixed interest rate, you get paid interest daily, you get paid interest in euro, you can do whatever you want with that euro. You can sell out in the secondary market anytime you want. If you hold to the end of those 2 years, you get into equity at today's valuation, or you can decide to redeem into XCM, which potentially could be a multiplier of its own, depending on what the price of XCM is in 2 years. So I think it's a pretty unique offer. I think it blows away most other offers in the DeFi space in terms of fixed or variable revenue on the back of lending. Plus the risk that the lending pool is going to blow up and everything else that gets tied. Contract might break, blah, 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 non-audited, whatever. You don't have those risks here. So yeah, same to me, Crypto 101, and I'm glad you think the same. So yeah, I think it's a great offering, to be fair. I think there's a lot, there's a lot of pieces, which means I think that regardless of what type of investor you are, there's a way that it kind of suits what you're looking for. Yes. So that 12% interest rate, it applies to the bond, if you're an ICO contributor, all the interest rates apply to the bond, whether you buy them in primary or secondary. The only difference is if you buy in the secondary, let's say the price goes up to 12, then you're gonna get 12% based on 10 euros, not based on 12. So you're gonna lose 20% of that interest. You're basically making 10% at that point. On the flip side, if you buy the bonds maybe for 8, let's say, for example, if you have somebody willing to sell at 8, and you buy at 8, you're getting 20% more interest. Now you're getting 14, because the interest is paid on the issue price, not on the market price. So another interesting facet, not only for the secondary market, but as I said, to be able to keep price stabilized. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break, really have to do it. It's just an hour now, it's gonna be exactly an hour. Post your questions if you have them. If you wanna come back and ask them live, feel free. I will be back in 1 hour on the dot to continue this conversation. Thanks everybody for participating up to this point. See you guys in an hour. We're just gonna let this thing roll. I may come back in before an hour, I don't know, but definitely in 1 hour, you're gonna see me here sitting in this chair. Appreciate it, guys and gals. Again, I'm gonna say gals again. Seriously, if there's any women out there, you guys gotta lift your hands up, because I'm kind of interested now at this point. I wanna know what I'm doing. Anyway, guys and gals, see you soon. And chat with all. Here he is. Started. I gave some tips to basically like that. Just that it needs to pop on. It needs to be less text and just more emphatic. People reading a lot. And kind of bullet points, words, not sense, almost sentences. Just scroll right there. Exactly. Like first page to what page, second page to what page, third page, maybe 5 pages. Oh, no financial, no shit. Really direct. And if they want to read more, they have questions, they can send one doc. But the other little change I have to go through, I think is definitely be spruce up. No, it's just this one. Scroll down, let me see that. Scroll down. I started this in this kind of talk for that's that's the pitch deck. So I'm just going to sit the way through it. Try to see a little bit of work going on. And like I said, if they handle everything, if I like you said. Yeah, so you just but then have to deal with the else, they all know how they work inside, so they can. But yeah, but I see, I was looking at this more that they all. Even from the US, I think we have a blind man. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many people who go along with that. But they know, it's like a situation, I mean, people in that, you should be. What you don't want is to get an insurance. Where, yeah, it's one of the, that is like, one of the states, they don't, maybe explain the thing, they don't know. And no, it's wrong. Expect it. To be honest, it's the way I'm trying to do it. We doing it for years. Plus, the whole, I mean, there's no regulators, what happens in the past, but what we. No, because they actually really like. Yeah, well, they look at the website, they'll go over the website, soon. So how is it, how do you know exactly how to structure these products? No, because I think it's not an education, because they expect you, this is part of the company, you can trip up. Plus, well, look, right on, because they're trying to do that, saying, I think, absolutely probably. Yeah, but that's one of the semantics, because literally we do exactly what you said. It is cool, but there's nothing not cool. But on the front, it's not cool. Your assets, you see your assets in your account. And your assets you never see them call in with something in your account. But they're not. As in reality, they're all. Everything on it. So yeah, that was. Yeah, really. way, I'll be online. Oh, shit. We lost the TV. We also lost a. It's all right. Still seems to work. That's good. All right. All right, I got 2 more minutes, guys. I'm taking them. Okay. Oh, excuse me. All right. Everybody? All right, let's see what, somebody asking where I am. Guess they didn't see the message. Yes, asking if there's, that's what I was asking that before. Wasn't really getting any responses. Okay, so Brian asking, will PRQ Boost be available today? From what we see in the parcel channels, people want to dump them as soon as they will be available on Uni, and so do we. We will be able to do it today. I see in the background that there's been some communication between our CTO as well as the guys at Parsec. We should get credited with them. Question is if it's going to be tradable, and probably not. Simply because we were going to make it tradable, we were going to add up the details over the weekend, but we didn't get them over the weekend. So since when we got the USD pairs live. So more than likely no, but probably tomorrow we can at least get them withdrawable. I guess somebody can go, if they want to dump, they can go dump them. But yeah, I guess I'll get some more information on that as the night goes on here. Yeah, Lynx is right. That's what the comment was. So yeah. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, me see if I can do a little bit of work done while I'm sitting here. 1 second. Oh, I don't even know. I don't think I have a free USB port. Interesting. Let's try this. Let's see if this works. Not sure it's gonna work. No. Yep. Failed. All right, I'm gonna unplug my mic for a second, guys. So bear with me here. All right, show you back in business. Sorry about that. Do something. Don't have no USB ports left on this poor computer. Too many things plugged in. All right. Yeah. So anyway, I'm back. Got my whiteboard clean. Yeah. We probably aren't going to see any elections results in the 10 hours. To be fair. Well, it's obviously on election day, but probably won't see any results until at least, I don't know, 4 p.m. I think results Eastern Standard Time start coming in maybe. Is it 4 p.m.? No, it's not 4 p.m. What am I talking about? First results probably come in around next 4 hours or so. So around 2 a.m. local. And then I think from there, there's still going to be another couple hours before you really start to see any type of final results. So, thank you, Anonymous. I am back. Thanks for the welcoming. What do we got going on here? All right, that's people on Facebook. Hey, everybody on Facebook, YouTube, where else is there? Twitch. We got somebody on Twitch. First time streaming on Twitch. Anyway, but yeah, if you're out there, say hello, ask a question. It doesn't necessarily need to be crypto related or CoinMetro bond related, even though we just launched the CoinMetro bond. Check it out. I'm trying to get to 100K today. I think we're at 72, maybe 78 with some of the pending. So we need another 22K. We got 2 hours to do it before we shut off. It would be a nice way to end the day, get into that nice 100K level. Yeah, let's try to get there. I'm going to get into, like I told you, I'll get into a real giving XCM away mood, I think, if we hit it. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, guys, questions. I have my famous whiteboard up here, famous as of today. So if you have something that you want me to get up there and do a big quick lecture about or little lesson about, you let me know and I'll knock it out. If you have a question about crypto, question about finance, question about, well, anything really. Obviously, if you want to talk about the bond, I'm all ears. But yeah, absolutely anything else, let me know. I know it's getting late. So some people have been here. I took an hour break. So I'm officially going into my 7th hour. being live. Even though we've been 8 hours into the stream, I took a 1 hour break. I had to, guys. I just needed to sit somewhere else for an hour and do work from somewhere else. Not really much of a break, to be fair, but had to step away for a bit. But yeah, just about coming up on our 8th hour. Let me see here, what's it? So anyway, guys, you post the questions, I'll answer them. I'm here. Oh. Seems like we got an issue on Facebook. Not really sure why. Oliver's doing all right. He's doing a bunch of feedback actually on that version of the mobile app, I think. Lots of feedback there. Lots of stuff to write about. So I think he's been doing that most of the afternoon here into the evening. So yeah, long night at the office, but definitely needed. So plan his part, I guess. Trying to get up on this. Anybody got a quick link? I know Harold sent me the link for Politico for the map, but now I'm just trying to find it. Let's see, presidential results. Political predictions for 539 remaining electoral votes. Okay. Yep, Politico showing New Hampshire going to Trump. 60 so far. There's only been how many votes now? 26 votes. And Trump has 61.5% to Biden's 38.5 with 1% of the expected vote in. All right. And that's literally all we have on the map. So. Excited about the parsec. Should be in 2 hours, right? Yeah, I guess they made this announcement about 40 minutes ago. We weren't really given any heads up, so I still have no idea how much tokens are going to be distributed to us. Somebody made a comment in the Telegram group there that our main Telegram group that there's 45 million in total, but there was talk earlier about. I think we just lost Facebook. Was anybody on Facebook and had to revert to like? Looks like Facebook just died. Maybe we went too long. I don't know. Let's see what's happening on Facebook. Hold on. Your live video has ended. All right. Yeah. So it looks like for some reason we lost the Facebook stream, but all right. We're still on YouTube. We're still everywhere else. So I'm not sure what's up with Facebook, but we'll go ahead and remove them. I guess 8 hours is long enough for Facebook. I think they gave up. So anyway, yeah, it should happen in 2 hours. We planned to get it tradable over the weekend, but we didn't have any details over the weekend to do so when we got USD pairs live. So yeah, I'll have to see what we're going to do. Haven't really been in touch with the team here. I've seen a few messages on Telegram between Parsec's team and our team. So apparently they know how many tokens we have, and I guess they'll be ready. We will get distributed into those wallets, the PRQ Boost. But we're going to have to distribute that to everyone else on the platform, which obviously we're not ready to do simply because, we didn't really have too much of a heads up. We knew it was going to happen. We didn't know exactly when, and we just got a heads up kind of with everybody else 45 minutes ago. So I'll have to see how we handle it. I will once we kind of go offline, I'll definitely have more chances to dig in and find out what's going on in terms of PRQ Boost. Try to get some information now. I wanted to be able to connect here. Problem is that I don't have any. I can't unplug any of these things. Plug in my other laptop. Maybe. Hold on. Maybe. No, maybe not. Okay, so yeah, I don't really have a solution, to be fair, or an extension cord long enough to come up with a solution. So. Not a CM question, but how's the food in Estonia? Food's actually surprisingly decent. When I first, before I got here, on my way here, I was coming from Georgia. Again, I've said this a few times already tonight, but it was the country, not the state, in case you're anybody watching from the US. And the, Georgian food is spectacular. Obviously, it's like, you better get ready to gain some weight, right? But all the breads and the beans and I don't eat the meat, but anyway, the meats and all stuff, Georgian food is quite spectacular. So having, coming to Estonia, I had this vision of like potatoes, barley, and like, I don't know, potato pancakes or something. That was kind of what I thought. Cabbage, I don't know. But surprisingly enough, there's actually a pretty decent foodie scene here. Lots of variety in such a small city. Lots of fresh food. Some of the fresh produce here is some of the best I ever had. Like cucumbers, tomatoes, strawberries, apples. Fantastic. So yeah, it's surprisingly good actually. For the size of the city and its location, it's quite surprising. Obviously, I've been in other cities around the world that have better cuisine or maybe, but in terms of location, in terms of size, and in terms of cost, it can put most cities for a run for their money when you take into account all those different aspects. Even if you just take in cost versus quality, it's up there. It's quite surprising, actually. I was surprised. So obviously, being now like on a Huel diet for the most part, I don't partake much, and also being non-lacto vegetarian, which is essentially vegan. Vegan, by the way, is not a diet. It is a lifestyle. Literally, the vegan means you don't wear leather shoes, you don't have a leather couch, you don't wear anything that was ever tested on animals, you don't use any products that are tested on animals. So I'm not necessarily a vegan. I'm wearing leather shoes right now, for example, but non-lacto vegetarian is the diet. So obviously, I don't partake in everything that exists here, but yeah, like I said, I was pleasantly surprised, and quite so comparatively to what I thought, what I was expecting versus what I got in the end. So thanks for that, Elsa. Appreciate the question. Yeah. Well, it definitely is. It's not actually a diet. So the proper term for the diet is usually I think it's a non-lacto vegetarian. There's also an ovo-lacto vegetarian or something. Jesus, what was that? I heard some weird. Anyway. But yeah. It's definitely the word vegan actually means or actually denotes a lifestyle, not just a dietary choice, for sure. Interesting to know that there's good veggie food in Estonia. Seems kind of cool there. Also fun that a woman asked a question. Yeah, right. Thanks, Elsa, for raising a hand. I was talking. We did this Women in Crypto show the other day. I had Gillian Godsill on, who is a journalist from Ireland, quite involved in crypto, quite well known. Obviously, a woman, and we had a live stream where we had 50-50 between men and women that were supposed to attend. That was when you look at the attendance. But only men were asking questions, and no, the women didn't want to raise their hands, didn't want to say anything, which wasn't that doesn't. It's nice to get a different perspective on things, right? It's a bunch of dudes just posting questions all the time. So, yeah, thanks, Elsa, for bringing in a bit of a different take on things. It can be refreshing, especially after 8 hours, 10 minutes, and 20 seconds. To be fair. So yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to be here another 2 hours. So right on. Again, you got anything that you want me to throw up on this bad boy? Let me know. If you have questions about the bond, get the link at the bottom of the screen to check the bond out. Please let me know. Post them, and I'll answer them. Also, if anybody wants to jump on with me, come on live. Can be voice, can be video, however you want to do it. We can do that too. I can post a link. You guys come in here live and chat with me about anything you want. And I can bring you on here right onto the show. And yeah, get your perspective right from the horse's mouth, as you know, so to speak. Not calling anybody out there a horse, just saying. I told you the story about the Texan I used to work with who had a saying for everything, so I guess it's stuck. So yeah, right now we're looking at roughly, I guess, with the reserved amount on the bond, looking to cross the 80K margin here pretty soon. Looking to get to that 100K level by the end of the show here. We're close. So we started off, I think, in the high 50s before we started the show. So we're close. We have about roughly another 20K to go. So let's see if we make it. Link's asking, will CM ever list Monero in the distant future? It's a good question. In the recent past, most regulators that I ended up talking to, one of the first questions, or banks, or EMIs, electronic money institutions, people that move money on the behalf of other businesses. One of the first questions asked was, do you support privacy coins? And we don't, but if we did, we probably wouldn't have gotten those accounts or potentially been asked back to talk to those regulators. Now, you've seen, like in the US, for example, that some of those regulated bit license holding exchanges now list privacy coins. And I've been in some talks with some central banks, as well as some finance ministers, as well as some regulators, where the discussion has been around that, cash is anonymous, and that up to a certain level, the regulators should be okay with a certain amount of anonymity because, well, Trump transactions should be private, and there shouldn't be a reason for them not to be private. And so there is, at some point, we may get a loosening from the regulator for those currencies. Right now, the regulator in Estonia and the current banking providers we have, no. Could that change in the future? I would suspect lots of things will change in the future. This definitely could be one of them. But for the current, I would say short to midterm, the next months to maybe years, next 1 to 2 to 3 years, I wouldn't expect too much change, to be honest. But you never know. Again, there's going to be a certain level to which the legislators and the regulators will be okay with a certain amount of anonymity, which, but for now, it just makes things harder on us for the most part as we move through into different jurisdictions, new licenses, etc. Is this live stream going to be saved on YouTube? Yeah, it should be, yeah. Everything that we do is kind of saved on YouTube. We're streaming to YouTube, so yeah, it should be saved. It's going to be quite a hefty video. It's going to be quite a... Hefty. I was trying to think of another word to be fair, but isn't there a difference between privacy and untraceability? Yeah, Bill, I would say that those two aren't mutually exclusive, but Monero, as far as I know, especially if you send anonymous transactions, basically does what it can to obfuscate. Jesus, this word always kills me. Does what it can to hide the origin of those transactions. So privacy is one thing, and I think even if you ask most regulators, they're okay with people having private transactions. But private transactions means that the guy got cash from somewhere. He got it from his job. He went to the bank to get it. He got it from his job, so he paid taxes on it. He got it maybe under the counter, but it eventually makes it into the banking system. Where from the crypto side, it may be some anonymous transaction that literally never touches anywhere else in the financial ecosystem. And I think that's what kind of freaks them out. So yes, there is a difference between something not being traceable and something being private. Pseudo-anonymous. Bitcoin, for example, is pseudo-anonymous. Ether, for example, is pseudo-anonymous. It's not anonymous because it does carry some data points, and you can trace it, which makes it pseudo-anonymous, which means at some point you can probably trace back to actually who owns those assets, even though there's not a name on the account, which is why it's pseudo-anonymous. And yes, you can have privacy and be pseudo-anonymous. If you're entirely anonymous, then things, and if there's any technical wizardry that happens between transactions like mixing or anything else, sharding transactions into lots of small transactions, et cetera, that tries to hide their true origin, then they become untraceable to a certain extent. What are the things you're most looking forward to on the CM Ignium side in the coming 2 years? Hey, Matthias, it's a good question. I think that, so on the Ignium side, obviously they're both pretty intertwined in some aspects. So on the Ignium side, obviously growing out the whole idea of Ignium becoming this hub where it's where the digital assets sit. Whether a company comes to Ignium to get, let's say, services related to cap table management or simple services related to, maybe just creating, tokenizing or digitizing their current cap tables, or coming in for any other type of service, but not fundraising. We still hold those assets. We become the central custody agent for those assets. That's where the assets sit. If somebody wants to trade those assets, they're coming to us, they're connecting to us to be able to actually allow trading of those assets on their platform. And so in the next 2 years, we really want to see the first MTF starting to connect to Ignium. One, that's because that's where really the money sits. All that high throughput transaction volume is where the money maker is really going to be for Ignium. Everything else from fundraising to cap tables to digitizing and all these things will create revenue streams, but the real money starts to flow in and the real growth starts to happen once the MTFs connect. And in the next 2 years, I think that's the main goal really for, one of the main goals at least, for Ignium. On CoinMetro side, getting that MTF license, becoming one of those first MTFs, being able to provide continuity through the issuances that we do through this platform now, and also being able to provide continuous trading of CoinMetro tokenized equity, the growth token, as well as maybe even future bond tokens, very important to us. Growing, obviously growth on the CoinMetro side. We've built a system now that in many aspects far exceeds what our competitors have on the market, whether we're looking at competitors in Europe as competitors in North America, et cetera. So it's about getting awareness around that product. It's about making sure people know we exist. It's about growth. And obviously that means marketing, and that means expanding our marketing team. That means bringing in marketing professionals from other parts of the world. That means really starting to hone in and take all the tests and all the data that we've done up to this point and through maybe the end of the year as we start to expand on marketing, and then really kind of push it home next year, or perhaps even at the end of this year as well. But we've built up a lot of data over the time that we've been testing. As we start to come out of testing and more into kind of scalable actual advertising outside of that testing scope, taking that data as well, and then really pushing it home 2021. So I think for CoinMetro, Ignium is still building its product. It's still coming. It has a functional product, a product that works. It actually works. We're using it right now for the CoinMetro bond. Everybody that invests in the CoinMetro bond is using Ignium services. So obviously there is a platform there, but there's different services being built out. We're going down different paths with different, looking into different collaborations. Ignium just made a collaboration with a company called Fundwise here in Estonia. So Ignium is kind of, in some ways, behind CoinMetro in terms of where it's at. Ignium at some point needs that awareness as well, but they're still kind of on the building track, creating the first clients, getting the first revenue in, proving additional concepts on top of just settlement and custody. And CoinMetro on the other side has kind of proven all of its concepts, and now it's about growth and awareness. So yeah, I think both companies will look obviously for growth in the next 2 years, just like any company would. And we're pretty aligned in many of the areas that we want to see growth. Obviously, with the digital securities marketplace, we're super aligned. And yeah, definitely for CoinMetro, we want to get that MTF license in the next 2 years. That's a definite goal. Yawning has started. Anyway, guys, again, appreciate all the questions. I'm scrolling up to see all these things. Actually, you can't even see them all anymore. They don't even show me all of them. But definitely appreciate everybody's time spent here, coming in, chatting with me, asking questions. It's been an experience so far. Definitely one of the longest, the longest live stream I've ever been on, that's for sure. I think the longest outside of this might have been 3 hours or so. So we definitely killed that one. Broke that record for sure. I don't think this will be the last one we do, to be fair. I think we will do more of these. Maybe they won't be 10 hours. Maybe they'll be 12. But we're definitely gonna continue to do things like this. I think it's interesting. I think it gives people a better perspective about what we're doing. I think it definitely helps with awareness. Having people see what we're doing, the fact that we actually are real people sitting in a real office doing real work, I think helps people get a perspective on who we are and what we're trying to accomplish. So I think that's cool. So yeah, anyway, like I said, glad to have you all here. Please continue to put your questions. We're still on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. For some reason, Facebook decided after 8 hours that was enough. But whatever. I mean, they can do what they want. It's their platform. Maybe that's some type of set limit. I have no idea. Maybe we set it up that way, to be fair. That also could be it. But I definitely thought 8 hours was enough for us. Elsa, what's your preference, still or sparkling water? Nice question. Still, actually. I prefer still water. It's pretty much all I drink, to be fair, except Huel or whatever. I guess you can't. That's kind of that's drinking. I don't know. I used to make a lot of green smoothies and a lot of smoothies at home with fresh ingredients. But yeah, now I've been doing this Huel thing for a while. But definitely, yeah, still water. I don't necessarily dislike sparkling water. I like very light sparkling water. There's a Georgian sparkling water. Starts with a B. I forget the name of it. But that one I like quite. It's a very light sparkle, if you will. And I appreciate that one more than others. But generally, if I had to choose, I'd go with still. Nice and easy, But I guess you're grasping at straws there for questions, yeah? Oh, well. That's okay. Still a decent question. As I said, it is, well, it's not really an ask me anything, I guess, but generally I will answer anything, so. But yeah, I'll see. Stillwater, 100%. Trying to see if we got any more votes here in New Hampshire. No. 16, unless I got a refresh. That'd be kind of ridiculous if you had a refresh every time. But let's see. Nope, same thing. Apparently New Hampshire can only count about 26 votes every 5 hours or something. Either that or there's probably, just to be fair, it's probably one county where there's only 26 voters. So they closed because they got everybody in the town or in the district. That's probably what it is. But funny to see that Trump's currently leading 16-10 in New Hampshire. Wouldn't expect that generally to stay like that for sure. I think you're going to end up with a Biden win in New Hampshire, but with its 4 electoral votes. But still interesting to see that, or one whatever little tiny gerrymandered section of North New Hampshire, sorry, that it's a Trump, that they went for Trump. So interesting. Oh, here we go. Now we're really getting into the questions. Do you like bunnies? Bunnies, huh? Not necessarily. Not really, no. I mean, my diet's kind of vegan. I have a vegan diet, let's say. Like I said, it's not really a diet, but people understand it that way. So I'm a vegan. That doesn't mean I just love all animals, to be fair. Now, I didn't really go vegan because of the animals. I just went, well, to be fair, I'll tell you the story how I became a vegan if you'd like to hear it. But yeah, how I became a vegan is I came home one night from a business trip. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that. I was living in Mexico at the time. Walked into my house, all the lights were off. I saw my wife on this couch. I could only see the light, this aura of the TV surrounding her. She had a blanket on, and she was sobbing. And I looked over at the TV, and she's watching one of these Netflix documentaries with like some lady in a lab coat throwing baby chickens into a blender. Now it's 3 a.m. I just got back from a business trip. I don't even remember. I don't remember if I was happy, upset, or whatever. I knew I was dead tired, and all I wanted to do was sleep. Literally, you could have thrown any proposition out to me at that point, and I would agree to it just to go to sleep, to be fair. So I kind of laughed a little bit when I saw the baby chicken going in the blender. Not the best reaction, I guess, but it was 3 a.m., so, in my defense. So I kind of snicker, did one of these, and then she looked at me with this, tears in her eyes, whatever, and then said, not us, but we, not the colloquial we, you need to stop eating meat and animals. And I said, because the best thing to do in that circumstance, as any guy will tell you, is to be sarcastic. So I said, yeah, might as well just go all in vegan then. She was like, yeah, that's a good idea. I said, cool. And I went to sleep. I kind of forgot about it, to be fair. I just figured, that's it. Next day I woke up and I was vegan. And that was about almost 8 years ago now. Yeah. So I have to say though, like in my life, I seldom know when to throw in the towel, good or bad. So I'm just going to be a vegan now because at 3 a.m. I happened to laugh at a chicken getting thrown in a blender. So there you go. So make sure when you make sure you're always aware of your surroundings, I guess is my point on this one. So bunnies, this is a funny answer to a bunny question. I particularly don't like bunnies. They shit a lot. As pets, they're kind of worthless. I don't know really what they do in nature that makes them required. I don't really fit where they fit in the food chain, to be fair. Easter Bunny wasn't really a favorite of mine as a kid. It's like, what a fucking joke. I mean, you got Santa Claus, the big man brings the presents, awesome. Even the Tooth Fairy, man. Tooth falls out, I get some money for it, cool. Wasn't much money back then, to be honest, but it was something, right? I mean, it was for a tooth. What was I gonna do with that thing anyway? What do you do with teeth? So the Tooth Fairy was okay. But the Easter Bunny, man, just some whacked out, like, bunny, I don't know, probably smoking a bit of weed and then coming out and painting eggs and then hiding them so I had to find them. I never got that. I never got that holiday, man. I didn't understand. I mean, obviously the holiday is kind of nonsense, to be fair, but out of all the kind of kid holidays, maybe that's why I don't like bunnies. Plus, I remember one time my mother bought me to the mall, like sit on the bunny's lap, man, and I just didn't get it. I'm like, the fuck is this? Like, I'm gonna get a hard-boiled egg. Like, what? I mean, I don't know if it's sadistic, weird, or just plain useless, the whole idea of the Easter Bunny, to be honest. Santa Claus, at least, come on, man, that was, I mean, imagine if you were the guy picked to be the Easter Bunny, like, at least Santa Claus gets some praise and some, I mean, the Easter Bunny, Christ. All right, talking about Bond's favorite Bond movie. Well, Sean Connery just passed away. So I think still probably was my favorite Bond, Sean Connery, because most of the movies that came out by the time I would be interested in those movies, Connery was Bond. And then obviously you went into the younger Bonds, you got your Pierce Brosnan and now James Bond, who's been around for a bit. Jesus, what was the other guy? Right before Connery, was it before or after? I think it was before. Is it Peter? Jesus, can't remember the actor's name. Anyway, I'm trying to think. Favorite Bond movie, which was definitely a Sean Connery one. Octopussy was kind of cool. I'd have to think about that one. There's so many of them. And I actually had the whole trilogy. I was going to say trilogy, Christ. I had like the whole box sets on DVD back in the day. They took up like a whole bookcase. It's like 1,000 Bond movies, man. It's crazy. Could you explain how margin trading on CoinMetro works in detail and why it's better or worse idea than regular trading? I'm kind of confused what all the buttons mean and how to use them correctly. All right. This would have been a great question for the beginning. I've had a long day already, but I'll give you a basic overview. So main idea behind margin trading is you can trade more than you currently have on deposit. So margin trading works with a collateral mechanism. So basically you put up some collateral and then you're able to trade 5 times that collateral. So you can open up trades worth 5 times that amount of collateral. Now this isn't deliverable positions. So for instance, if you put up 1 Bitcoin, let's say, now the limit I think right now in collateral, we might have just raised it. It was 10K. I think it might still be 10K to be fair. Anyway, let's assume you put up 1 Bitcoin, just as a simple explanation. You put up 1 Bitcoin as collateral, that means you can trade up to 5 Bitcoin. So instead of being stuck trading only that amount of money that you have on your account, you can trade additional money because we basically provide you with that additional margin that's required to open those trades. But instead of actually buying the Bitcoin and having it delivered to you, you're basically buying. You're buying kind of and I don't want to say anything outside of the ordinary from a regulation standpoint, but you are buying the Bitcoin, but you're not actually taking possession of it. So you get the profit and loss from that position. So if you had 1 Bitcoin in collateral, you can buy up to 5 Bitcoin. Let's say you buy 4 Bitcoin. So now every time the price moves, you're getting 4 times the profit or loss. So if it goes in your favor, you're actually getting 4 times the profit. But when you close that trade, you're actually going to receive what is the profit and loss of that trade, not the actual Bitcoin. So if you make money, you'll receive that profit paid back to your account. And if you lose money, then that money gets deducted from your account along with any fees. So the main thing that you're doing when you open margin trades here, let me see if I can give you a quick, give me a second. A little quick screen share here. Let me find, I don't even know what I'm sharing. My screen share died actually. Let's do it again. I'll go to this one here. Okay, so you can see, so I'm currently, let me take away your question here so you can actually see the screen. So obviously currently on this presidential thing here, so we're gonna go away from this. Head right here. So, I'm not gonna log in, but I'll show you. So you can see your collateral value right up here on the top. And you can see that collateral value either in Euro or BTC. These are all based on your main settings, by the way. You can set your main crypto and your main fiat pairing from the settings, which you find right somewhere. Where's the settings? Because I haven't logged in, that's why. Anyway, if I was logged in, I could go into the settings. Actually, I can get them right here, probably. I know these are, so if I was logged in, you can go to the settings menu and you'd be able to set, you'd be able to set how you can see other your main fiat and main crypto pairs, but let's say. So here you see your collateral. This is the amount of money you're putting up to be able to trade. Here you see your open profit and loss, and your free margin and your available margin. And this is the amount of free kind of margin you have in terms of percentage. So in order to initially use the margin platform, you need to add collateral, and that you do. You can see this collateral panel right down here. Whoops, just close it. So right now, obviously, it's 0 collateral because I'm not logged in. So obviously, I can't add collateral. But what you would want to do in order to trade is, well, add collateral. Once the collateral is added, you're then shown up top here how much collateral you have. And then you're able to trade just like you would on any platform. You can, open up an order. Let's say right here, we have XCM Euro, for example. And I can go ahead and enter in my order, whether it's a market order, stop order, limit order. I can go to an advanced size for take profit and stop loss. I can set IOC or FOK. Time and force simply means immediate or cancel. Means if your order is hit, it will fill whatever it can fill. So if it can't fully fill your order, it'll fill whatever it can fill and cancel the rest. Fill or kill, it's either going to fill everything or cancel the entire order. So you can set how you want that to work. And then you go ahead and place your position. Now here you can see your margin fees, owed and paid, because they're paid every 4 hours. So you can see as they tally up there. You'll see both your open orders, if you have any pending like limit orders that haven't hit yet, and your open positions here. And you can do partial closes, you can reverse the trade, you can double down on the trade, etc. The only real difference, other than that the layout's different, is that instead of just going in and let's say taking the euro you may have on deposit or the US dollars and immediately going in and buying an asset, this you're putting up collateral and then using that collateral plus the margin we give you to be able to trade whatever you want inside of that margin platform. So if you let me know exactly what buttons might be freaking you out, I can go back and give you a quick rundown. On margin, yeah, we've been working on that. We have some more liquidity providers coming on board before December 20th. That's the deadline to get them on board. So when that happens, when they do come on board, and I think it may even happen in the month of November to be fair. But once they do come on board, then we'll be able to raise it. Not initially to 25, but probably to 10. And 25, I think, would be our limit, regardless. Deducted from my account or just from collateral? Sorry, I didn't catch when you said that, so it was probably in connection to something I said. If you're talking about margin fees are deducted from your account. Collateral, your collateral is just affected by your open, your collateral actually gets affected by the value of your collateral. So if you put 1 Bitcoin up, your collateral is obviously going to change. Based on the value of that Bitcoin. It's going to stay 1 Bitcoin, but if you're talking about euro value, it's going to change as Bitcoin fluctuates in price. But the margin fees are deducted from your account, not from your collateral. When CM lends money for margin, don't you actually buy, sell the underlying position? Isn't that what bucket shops do? So let me read this again. When CM lends money for margin, don't you actually buy, sell the underlying position? Currently, we use deliverable liquidity. So if you're buying Bitcoin, we buy Bitcoin. We don't go against your trade. We're not selling Bitcoin when you buy it. We're not hedging your position. We are STPing your position. So no, that isn't what bucket shops do. What a bucket shop would normally do is either nothing. So they would allow you to get into that margin trade and would do nothing. There'd be no position anywhere. They would just assume you're going to lose money. Or they would be trading against you. And no, we actually open up a similar trade, but using deliverable liquidity. When we bring on synthetic liquidity, it's going to allow us to raise that margin level because we won't need to be using our own capital to support that additional margin. Good question, though. Thanks, Bill. Gonna get the bond page up there. Everybody can see it. There we go. All right, anyway, any more, let the questions flow in. 8 hours and 40 minutes into this bad boy. I don't know, I think we're setting some kind of record, man. I don't know if there's like a Guinness Book of Crypto Records, but if there was, we should be in it. All you guys should be in it too. Some of you guys have been with me here the whole time, which is crazy. I mean, I'm the one here sitting here doing all the talking. It's one thing for me to sit here this long. And it's a whole other thing to sit here and listen to me this long. So kudos to you guys. Yep, just bring out the bond page here. Want to hit that 100K mark. We're a bit off. If you add in the reserve, we're about roughly 80K. So I think that's pretty cool. But hitting that 100K today would be awesome. So anybody that's kind of sitting on the fence that hasn't jumped in, 2-year convertible bonds, 8 to 12% interest paid daily to your CoinMetro account. Secondary market coming after the primary ends in the next 88 days. And then you have the option to either, if you're still holding, you've seen this for 2 years, you've seen the growth we've had, you've seen everything. If it looks like it's something you want to be involved in, you can convert to this equity-like growth token and actually take a piece of our equity, all starting from an investment from just 10 euros. And if at the end of the day, you decide, well, you know what, I want to cash out. You got to get the option to convert back into XCM or redeem back into XCM at a rate of 50 XCM per bond token. And that's at the issue price, that's 20 cents per XCM in 2 years. I think that's pretty conservative. I think there could definitely be a multiplier waiting for everybody at the end of that as well, if that's the choice you choose to make. But it gives you a choice, and it gives you 2 years to make that choice. Will you keep streaming until 100K? I would love to do that. We have 10 hours was the banked amount of time. That's 1 hour and 20 minutes from now. Look, if questions keep coming in and good questions are coming in, I'm going to keep going until there's no gas left in the tank. But if we start to see a slowdown, then at 10 o'clock at 10 hours in, I'm going to cut it. That I'll still probably be in Telegram for a bit. I'll be hanging around. This won't be the last time we do one of these. So appreciate that. Digirably full. I probably butchered. Maybe I didn't butcher it. That was actually pretty good, I think. I don't know. Do you honestly believe 20 cents XCM in 2 years? Yeah, I do. I honestly do. I think it should be conservative now. It's simple. It's another thing. It's awareness. CoinMetro in 2 years, still operational, and following our plan, following our path, and continuing any type of growth like we've seen in the last quarter. It's conservative. I don't want to give away, specific projections because I don't think that's fair, to be honest. I don't want to seem like someone that's just creating a bunch of hype just because I want people to buy into it. But I also don't want to undersell. And to be fair, I think if you look at any other tokenized platform and look at the value of their token versus the value of their underlying IP, the value of what they bring to the community, the amount of banking connections, licensing, et cetera, that they have, I think currently it's extremely undervalued. So I think it's very conservative, to be fair. I think even if we had the awareness of 5%, 10%, 5 to 10% of the crypto community, only the crypto community, the size of CoinMetro, the amount of volumes that CoinMetro does would be 100 times larger. So it's really just about awareness. So I think there's so much potential upside compared to the downside. Is kind of the way I would put that, I think. Hey, Don. Nice to see you. Invite your friends, get the questions in. Let's see 100K. Thank you, Grumbling Unicorn. I think we can do it, man. I think we can push it. No doubt we can do it. What were some of the biggest mistakes you made in life and business besides not selling the ICO funds? Well, that was a pretty good one. Definitely. I definitely wouldn't chalk that up to the biggest mistakes of all time, at least in my own life. I don't know. In life, I made a lot of mistakes in life. I think everybody makes mistakes in life. There's no manual, right? No matter even, and to be fair, I think even if you were to relive your life 15 times, you would probably make some of the same mistakes, unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess. Look, I look at mistakes almost better than I look at the successes. I think failures and mistakes taught me a lot more than success has taught me. Success is you definitely learn from success. You learn from other success, but falling down hard on your face and face planting, man, is painful. But it also makes you react quick, and it turns you from being a reactive person into a proactive person. And being proactive is hard to learn, to be fair. So biggest mistakes in business. That one's probably easier. I think, I made most of the mistakes I think I've made is sometimes overestimating your own abilities, thinking you can get everything done by yourself, thinking that bringing somebody in is like showing a weakness instead of just knocking it out yourself, not being able to give up control and trying to, again, think that everything needs to happen. I need to do everything, and if I give up control, again, it's like some type of weakness, and I don't know, something may happen, etc. Lots of mistakes on that front. Not trusting myself enough to trust someone else definitely caused us some issues, both in, I guess, personal life as well as business life. Yeah, I think, but a lot of, to be fair, when I look back, and I think a lot of us, everybody on this channel has made a lot of the same mistakes in life. Business, well, those are varied, but business mistakes tend to mirror the mistakes you make in life. But when I look back, I don't see them as mistakes so much because they led me to where I am today. And definitely CoinMetro, we've made some mistakes here as well. I'll be the first one to admit that. And that's okay though. Making mistakes is okay when you know you've made mistakes. When you can own up to that mistake, accept it and move on and learn from it. Making mistakes is fine. Being able to admit mistakes is difficult. It's not something that everybody can do. In fact, most people have a hard time doing it. I had a hard time doing it throughout 20s into my 30s. As you get older though, you start to realize that, fuck it, right? You make a mistake, just own it. In fact, owning that mistake, the quicker you own the mistake, the quicker you can rectify it. So, for CoinMetro, definitely not selling the ICO funds. In hindsight, it was a mistake. But if I went back in time and sold them, I can almost guarantee you there would have been some banking issue where funds were frozen. Unfortunately, this hindsight thing never really works out because if you would have made a different decision, the entirety of that decision tree would have changed. And I can guarantee you, I'm not a religious person per se. I don't really believe in fate. I know that energy exists, so I don't have to believe in it. So there is energy in the world, and I think energy can kind of guide people down different paths for sure. There's different types of energies. But to be fair, if you did have the ability to go back in time, and I guarantee, and you made a different choice that you thought would alter your future, it probably wouldn't. The butterfly effect, definitely, there's a case to be made. But I guarantee if we would go back in time and exchange all funds right at the height for euros, instead of holding on to crypto and losing half of it, Kraken would have went out of business. There would have been some issue with Kraken's bank. Funds would have been stuck in some compliance loop for months, would have caused some same issues. Life, that's just the way life is. I think regardless of the decisions you make, it's like you start here, you end here. You may have to do this to get here, and others may just go like this, but the end result is the same. So, and sometimes it's, the things that happen on that path aren't hindrances. They are the path. It literally is how you get to where you're going. And as I said a million times, the road to success is not quitting. So eventually you get there. How to get a bonus event? Use your referral link. You can give people your referral link, and if they sign up to the bond, you're going to get 5% paid back in XCM. We haven't made an official announcement on that, I think, yet, but that's a big one. So just share your referral link, share it with your friends. If your friends invest, you're going to get 5% back in XCM. So if they invest €1,000, you'll get 50 euros equivalent in XCM. They invest 10,000 euro, 500. They invest 100,000 euro, 5,000 euro in XCM. So it can add up pretty quickly. Something similar to what we did during the ICO, actually. The JB actor you had in mind was Barry Nelson. Was it Barry? There's a Peter in there too, man. I'm almost sure. Barry Nelson, though, that's another one, that's for sure. Fair enough. Thanks, Kev. Hope you're right. Thank you, Jet Fuel. Appreciate the questions. Also, please tell us something about upcoming listings. Last time there was a project like 23andMe. Yep, still up and coming. They are working. Fortunate for them, the SEC raised the crowdfunding exemption in the U.S. to 5 million. So instead of being able to cap at 1.07 million, weird number, they now can raise up to 5 million with retail investors in the U.S. So that's super cool. But they're working on their sales copy. So as soon as their sales copy is ready, it'll be passed over to us once it's through their legal team, and then we will compile it onto the front end, get their sales copy ready, get their sales page ready, and they'll be ready to rock and roll. So I expect that to happen in November, and that's obviously through the securities marketplace. It's a bit different than just a standard listing. We have a few potential listings out there, but to be fair, most listings come to us either through myself or Oliver. And we've been pretty busy with other stuff. So unfortunately, listings haven't been the first thing on our mind. But there's a few pending. There's a few sitting there pending. Don't really want to mention exactly what they are because I'd rather get it over the line first. But there are a few pending that really need fiat on-ramps. So what made you switch focus from FXPig to CoinMetro? Let's see. Lots of things, actually, but it wasn't necessarily FXPig. It was FX in general. So I really like FXPig. I still like it. I still love the branding. I still feel a connection to it. I think it's a great brand. I think it could really, really, really grow far beyond where I grew the business. Simply because we never really did it. We never did any advertising. FXPig wasn't really made to become a top FX broker. It was there because I couldn't find a place to trade. I wanted to provide a place for like-minded individuals to trade. And I wanted something to do. I wanted a job. I wanted something to be passionate about. And that's what FXPig was for me for a decade. But FX became just monotonous. Everyone has the same technology for the most part. No one really has anything proprietary, but every FX page says proprietary technology, smart order routing, deep liquidity, blah, blah, blah. They all share the same liquidity. They all buy liquidity or get liquidity from the same prime brokers, prime of prime brokers. Nobody really offers anything different. And it gets so bad that even as a CEO, talking to another CEO, it's just like talking to another salesperson. They're selling you on the same garbage that everybody else sells you on. And it got to the point where I just couldn't take it anymore. It got to the point where we had clients that I would help make money, right? So we had clients that would come from other brokerages because they were placed on B-book feeds initially, meaning that they were getting traded against or simply nothing was happening. Their trades were just getting filled instantaneously because most traders lose. They start to make money. The broker would move them to an A-book feed or a feed that's passed on to another broker to avoid the risk, and they would lose money. And the broker wouldn't do anything to try and help them maintain their strategy. So they would come to us, and that's what I would do. I would spend hours and hours a day with clients finding ways to make sure that they continue to make money. I would fight with liquidity providers for those clients, tooth and nail, man. I would have email exchanges, phone call exchanges, shouting matches with liquidity providers who would have blatantly basically take a client's trades where the guy makes money and just erase them and say, no, against our policies. And I won lots of those disputes. I would give up liquidity providers simply because they were operating what I thought was in a disingenuous manner. And it got to the point where it became so ridiculous. I think the SMB event, SMB 2015, says Swiss National Bank depegged the euro from depegged the Swiss franc from the euro. Was trading with one of our main trading partners was a bank. That bank priced the Swiss euro Swiss and the Swiss dollar pairs Swissy all the way down to like 30, 20 cents or something, some nonsense like that, the lowest price in the entirety of the market. And we were fortunate enough where we saw the writing on the wall in October, before this January event in October. We increased margin requirements on all Swiss pairs. So we only had one guy go negative. I think it was around by 20K. There were brokerages that had hundreds of millions worth of negative balances that they were never going to see again. Brokerages went out of business. I was pissed because we had one client that should have made money. The guy literally, as soon as this happened, was filled by this bank, and then was filled on the way out. Made a ton of money, and they reset all his trades. I was hyper pissed, and that led onto almost a 1 year back and forth battle, and slowly starting to see how the banks would start to redefine what they considered toxic trading to literally include almost any type of trading that simply had a higher probability of winning. And look, I will agree with banks that there are certain types of toxic trading that's done. For instance, taking fast feeds versus slow feeds, trying to take advantage of slow tech. I'm not saying, and to be honest, it's kind of a cutthroat world, dog eat dog. But if in terms of service, I wouldn't be so upset at those type of moves. Look, if you're a brokerage and your software is slow, you're going to get hit, and that's your problem. But anyway, it just became a toxic environment, and I wanted something different. And when I had been involved in crypto on the personal level ever since 2009, 2010, to be fair. I don't know, I don't remember if I read the Bitcoin white paper in 2009 or 10. I think it was 2009. I was living in Cabo San Lucas at the time. But when I read it, from that point on, I was kind of personally involved. I did a lot of reading, did some mining, different things. But I started to see the communities, the micro communities, the macro communities being formed around crypto, went to a few meetups, got to feel kind of this where, yeah, there's always going to be an asshole in the room, but people were generally looking to help each other. People were trying to figure out ways to make things work. There was so much emotion in the room. It just kind of pulled me towards the industry, and seeing that obviously it was going to get regulated. Obviously KYC was going to come into the picture. Obviously regulation was going to roll into the picture. I kind of felt like the old guy in the room, like I should be the guy to go out there and hold the torch and be like, this is what's coming. And that's kind of what I did initially, and with CoinMetro. But that's really what pulled me. It wasn't necessarily FX Pig. It was FX in general. What would I have to do for 100,000 XCM? Well, 100,000 XCM, let's think about that. 100,000 XCM at current price is roughly what, 3,000 euro, 3,333 euro, 3,300 euro, something like that. So if you get 150,000 euros worth of into the bond through posting some tweets with your referral link, and people jump into the bond, that'll get you 100,000 XCM. 5% kickback in XCM based on your referrals bond purchases. So quite an easy way to pick up some XCM, I think. I remember going through past streams when I heard you say success is not giving up. It hit me like a brick. Thanks for that, really. I wish it was more complex. I wish I could say that success was all this other stuff, and that you had to get all these things and blah blah blah, blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears might be involved, to be fair. But trust me, I've met a lot. You've had to have met someone in your life, and I know you're just happen to be somewhere, you're talking to some guy, some girl, whatever, and they're like, just got this new boat, I got a couple Ferraris, whatever, and you just listen to this person, you're thinking, what? And then you ask them what they do, and they maybe explain it to you, maybe they don't. But you're not taught, this person is definitely not smarter than you are. They're not more gifted. They weren't born into the money. So how did they get there and you didn't? Why haven't you gotten there? And there's a simple fact behind that. They simply were, at some point, sometimes they were too stupid to give up. Because at many points in life, you get to that point where everything's against you. Everything. You got shit coming down from all sides. And kind of the smart side of your brain might be telling you, dude, risk on, man. This is starting to get ridiculous. I mean, we might be homeless in the next month. You need to give this up and just get a normal job, And you get a lot of people telling you that stuff, and then, maybe that's what you do. But the guy that says, nope, going forward, at the time, maybe a stupid decision. But that's the guy that, fortune favors the bold. Sometimes you just need to grab life by the reins and go for it. Now, you may fail, and you got to be ready for that. But again, what is failure? Failure isn't an end. I've had businesses where I started out and shit just didn't go the right way, and they failed, but I pivoted. I didn't just stop doing something. I took that business and I pivoted it into something else. I was at a lecture actually at Caltech here recently, Talon School of Technical Wizardry or something. I don't know if it's wizardry. That's probably not wizardry. Maybe it's in Harry Potter. I don't know. Talon Technical School of Wizardry. Anyway, so I was at Caltech, and I played a little game with the students. We were talking about being agile startups, and I said, okay, anybody ever have a business that kind of failed? And one guy raised his hand. He said he had a construction business in Turkey, and that they pulled all his permits at one point, and he couldn't get them back because there was some dispute, whatever, locally. So he had all this equipment, and he couldn't make any money, and his business is just sitting. Now it's just sitting there, and he's paying money for storage on the equipment, and he can't get it's been years. And I said, well, why don't you just lease the equipment to people who do have the contracts? And he said, oh yeah. And to me, that seemed like a rather simple equation. But you see, when people get caught up in this, in their dream, in their focus, and part of that dream is taken away, it's hard for some people to pivot. So to him now, that's just a failed business. And now he's got all this equipment he can't do anything with, and he's paying money to store it. So I gave him an idea, and maybe now he's able to pivot and make some money, and maybe even restore enough money into his business, enough revenue where he can get those contracts again, and be able to pay for those permits. So yeah, just don't give up. Now, giving up doesn't mean keep going until, you're homeless living in a box. No, you have to be smart about it. Giving up means at some point doesn't necessarily mean keep doing what you're doing. You may be doing something that's failing. You need to recognize that as well. But pivoting is part of that. You can fail at something. Like we launch a product here at CoinMetro. Let's say we launched, I don't know, candy-coated Bitcoin popsicle sticks or some nonsense. And we thought this was the best idea ever. And then we launch it and we find out, well, shit, this doesn't work. Well, you pivot. I don't know what the pivot would be on that, to be fair. It's a bad example. But you pivot. You take that idea, you roll into something else. You find some other way to use that. And yeah, so anyway, glad it hit you. I'm not glad it hit you like a brick, but I'm glad you took some value out of that. It's a simple phrase, but it's a heavy one. Wrote in Telegram about a pretty amazing and generous surprise for all our active affiliates. Yep, that I think I already opened the bag on that one. So yeah, 5%. So take your affiliate link, advertise the bonds. Don't be too overt, please. I'm asking you. Push your affiliate out link, say check out the CoinMetro bonds. Don't start talking about, you can talk about specifics, don't go overboard. But anyway, anybody signs up to the bond using your affiliate link. So you take your affiliate link, you paste it somewhere, someone clicks on it, friends, family, etc., and they end up at the CoinMetro bond page, make a purchase. You're going to get 5% of that purchase back to you, paid in XCM. Peter Lorre, that's another ballgame. I don't know why I got the name Peter in my head. Can somebody list all the bonds? Who's got a list of all the James Bonds from the movies, all the actors that play James Bond? So I think I just released it actually. I think I just released it to you guys. So that's it. It hasn't been officially announced. This is still kind of unofficial, I guess. This is like between friends. But definitely, guys, it'll definitely help us push us over our goal, which will be awesome. Still waiting on another roughly 20K to get over the 100K mark this evening. So it'd be nice to see that in the morning. So if you guys know anybody that might be interested, don't leave that 5% to somebody else, man. Don't let somebody else pick up that 5%. Pick it up for yourselves. Use your affiliate link. Get that 5%. Get some XCM. It's a pretty cool offer, I think, on top of everything else. Let's say you have an idea for a business, but you lack the skill. Do you skill up and then start, or you just start and let the wind take you? Depends on what type of person you are. I personally have been on both sides. So I had, let me count some of the businesses that I had that have had no experience in whatsoever. I owned a restaurant bar, no experience, didn't go too well. to be fair, but not necessarily because of the fact that it was a restaurant or bar. It's just bad timing really for me. But I had no experience, but I figured I can do this. I can figure this out. And I hired people that knew what they were doing. So I owned real estate company without ever having sold real estate, but I've sold a lot of stuff. So I figured I could probably sell real estate, figure it out as I go. When I got involved initially in FX, it wasn't really a business per se, but I had no idea what I was doing. Lost a lot of my own money. Was kind of painful. So I guess for me, for the most part, most of the things I've done, except, I mean, obviously moving from, when I opened the FX brokerage, I had a knowledge of FX, I had a knowledge of the industry. I'd been doing it, and that was kind of the next step forward for me. And when I got into a crypto, I had a knowledge about crypto, I had a knowledge about traditional finance. So it was kind of, again, the next step for me. But it really depends. I guess it depends on how sure you are of yourself, what type of willingness you have to devote yourself to that business, understanding that it's going to be a long road ahead. Initially, you're going to spend a lot of time, a lot of hours, a lot of frustration, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. I don't think there's any problem with getting involved in something that you don't necessarily have a background in. Granted, if you're getting involved in something where somebody who does have a background may take them 20 years to get there to be successful, that might not be a business you want to jump into. If you're going to get involved in something where you need to know about international trade finance and you don't, well, you better hire somebody or have a partner that does. If not, it might not be the best business for you. But if you're talking about, building a small business, you'll have time to learn for sure. And obviously part of the learning process is going to getting the business started. And again, don't ever be afraid of failure. Just plan. Don't plan for failure, but plan around failure. Understand that it may not work, and have something that you can take from that and continue on with something else. So I wouldn't let that scare you. The fact that you might not have, if it's the most important thing, just like, look, the happiest people in the world are those that like their jobs. If you like your job, life is going to be pretty easy for you. So when you create a business, create it about something you're passionate about. You have to be passionate. Doesn't mean you need to understand everything. You have to be passionate about it. If you're like, oh, I heard car washes make a lot of money, and then you're just going to be sitting there all day with a fucking, crooked face on and hating life, then who cares if car washes make a lot of money? Yours probably won't, right? To be fair. So if you're passionate about something and it's yours, you're going to put the time and effort into it. I don't think it matters if you don't necessarily have the experience, to be fair. Cybersecurity grad. Hey, by the way, we need some help on cybersecurity over here. We've been looking for somebody for quite some time. If you need a gig, I don't know where you're based, but it can definitely be remote. You should get in touch with us. We're trying to build out a cyber team as well as sysops, DevOps, etc. So, meanwhile, Justin's Sun live stream has 32,000 viewers. Still a long road for CM. Yeah. I mean, the guy gets views. I think it's kind of like it's kind of like when there's a car crash and there's like some bloody head on the street. Everybody's got to stop and take a look. He's a hot mess, so he gets a lot of views. Look, we're going to get there, guys. We're going to get there with your help, obviously, with the community's help. We will get there. To be fair, we didn't do enough publicity around this live stream to get a whole ton of people in. But it's the first live stream, and there will be more. And we do live streams all the time, to be fair, AMA and everything. So I think, again, it's about awareness. Yeah, at least you're not on that stream. I mean, that's got to be brutal. Favorite drink? Water, actually. I like water. So my alcoholic drink, maybe? Alcoholic drink. When I did drink, not that I was like an alcoholic or anything, but to be fair, I usually, throughout my life, I've almost never drank. I've had periods where for a couple months or whatever, I'll, not every day or whatever, but on the weekends or whatever, I'm out with some friends or some colleagues. But in terms of like my adult life, literally twice, 3 times a year is when I drink. I don't really drink that much. When I did enjoy a drink though, I like the harder alcohols, so cognacs, whiskeys. Pretty good. I'm a decent cognac fan. I've had a lot of different cognacs over the course, some really spectacular ones. And wine with dinner on occasion, you know, every once in a while. I'm okay with a decent bottle of wine as well. Barry Nelson, David Niven, Sean Connery, George, Roger Moore. Roger, that's what I was thinking about, Roger Moore. Timothy Dalton, yeah, Pierce Bronson. Yeah, Roger Moore was the guy I was thinking about. Peter, it's pretty close, Roger, Peter. Thanks, Harold, appreciate that. I can throw my details at whoever, who should it be? Also, good day from down under. Yep, nice to see you. I guess you got a scarf on in your picture there. It must be pretty cold in Australia right now. Isn't it like, anyway. So yeah, shoot, hit up me or Oliver on Telegram, and then we'll engage from there. Crypto giveaway scam. That sounds like Justin Sun, to be fair. Isn't that what Poloniex is? Crypto giveaway scam. Haha, really, okay. And cognac and a nice chocolate. Yeah, right on. I was partial for cognacs, to be fair. Yeah. But I haven't had one in quite some time. Actually, I think we actually have some. It might even be brandy. Somebody gave me something for my birthday here. It's like it's a little. Let me see. Hold on. Now I'm gonna have to bring it out. I think it's not cognac. Hold on. Let's see. All right, so actually there was two things for the birthday. I got some cider, 12% cider right here. And then this Russian concoction, which I think is a brandy. My Russian is non-existent, to be fair. But yes, that's like a Russian cognac, basically. I actually tried at the WEF, not this year, but not last year, but the year before. I was at, Armenia, an Armenian cognac, one of the only cognacs that's certified cognac outside of France. Quite good, actually. Have you named the wacky flailing inflatable flailing arm tube man? Yeah, his name is Oliver. Yeah, you should be able to tell. You see the hair up top? This was after quite a long day in the sun. He's still happy though, so you got to give it to him. Favorite sport to watch or do? When I was really young, I played baseball, which was kind of, you had to. Then I got into American football. To be fair, in my school, I was like the only white kid growing up in my school, and nobody played soccer. I mean, that was like, you would get destroyed, man, if you showed up with a fucking soccer ball. Destroyed. And then at some point I got into basketball, and in high school I played basketball, and it was definitely my favorite sport. So for playing, still, I actually, long time, Remo and I, Igni and Remo's got a hoop at his country place. It's actually on grass. Try playing basketball on grass. But actually played a few games for the first time in a long time, and it was fun. So basketball is probably my favorite to play. To watch, I can't watch sports on TV at all. Can't do it. No way, no how, can't do it. They don't excite me. I don't get any adrenaline rush. I feel like I'm watching a bunch of young kids. It's meaningless to me. Live, however, I'll watch any sport. I've been to almost any type of sporting event live. Boxing is probably one of my favorites to watch live. But outside of boxing, I guess, any sport, really. I've watched soccer, football. I've watched American football, baseball. Baseball is slow as shit, but still, going there live, different experience. I'm okay with it. So that one's a hard one to answer. On TV, I can't watch any of them. I don't get it. I don't get how grown men get so enthusiastic about watching other grown men play with balls. But, that's me. To each his own. It's a big industry, so right on. But I don't get it. I don't get it. Even if I have money on the game, I don't get it, to be fair. I don't even want to watch it, to be fair. I just take a pick and then see what happens, right? But yeah, I never got that. But anyway, I guess I'm weird. So whatever. No chocolate coins, cognac, and merino and hoodies in the merch shop. Time to add those. Good point, Harold. I have to see where we can actually source those things. Right now, obviously, we're sourcing from from a company called Printful. I don't think they make cognac or merino wood hoodies. They definitely don't have chocolate coins. In fact, I could see an issue if you had all those shipped at the same time with like a hot region where shipping tends to be kind of shitty, like any part of Latin America. You'd probably end up with your merino hoodie covered in melted chocolate and spilled cognac. But yeah, we definitely need to look out for the stage 2, the epoch 2 of the CoinMetro store. Curling, yeah. I've watched some curling. You ever when the Olympics are on TV, you just end up watching like some of the most random nonsense. So yeah, I've seen curling. It's brutal. Always waiting for some guy to completely dislocate his wrist or something. It's kind of like when you sit around waiting for a hockey game, for people to fight. Any advice on trading? I've sent you a few questions on Telegram. Yeah, I saw the question. Sorry, I haven't gotten back to you. I've just been busy. I will get back to you personally though on Telegram. So I will get back to you. I've given a lot of advice over the last 9 hours or so. A lot of that's been on trading. For those of you that have been here, I'm going to repeat myself, but the first thing that I always talk about when I talk about trading is that in order to be a good trader, you need to go against human nature. You need to take the emotion. You need to literally train yourself to be a psychopath. Take the emotion out of the game, and that can be difficult. As you're doing that, it's about setting a plan and sticking to the plan. If you're just starting out to trade and you want to trade off a chart, don't take smaller time frame charts. Go for longer time frame charts. Finding support and resistance on longer time frame charts should be easy, even without indicators. You should be able to spot it. And if you do spot it, and when you do spot it, those are much stronger support and resistance levels. You may not be getting to a trade every day, but when you do get into trades, you'll have a much better opportunity to actually see that trade get into profitability. Don't get into a trade unless you have a plan. 3 to 1 is probably where you need to start. That means if you're looking to get a $300-400 move on Bitcoin, you want to have your stop loss, if it's 300, at 100 away from maximum. You want to have a 1 to 3 ratio between your stop loss and your take profit. You want to be able to monitor those trades, trail stops, be able to move stops with the market so that you're locking in profits. Don't go against your plan unless there's a specific reason that's also part of the plan, which is news that comes out, which could be that causes volatility, etc. That's probably one of the only reasons, to be fair. Don't take small profits and sit on long losses. Make sure you follow that plan. That would be my first advice almost to anybody that starts to trade. Make sure you stick with the most liquid assets at first. You don't want to be stuck with the most volatile. You have to learn from the most liquid. If you're in FX, that's euro, US dollar. If you're trading stocks, those are large cap stocks, blue chips. And if you're into crypto, that's going to be Bitcoin, pretty much. Stay away from anything that's highly volatile. Understand first how you trade. Understand the methodology. Get some type of assurance. Get some confidence built in yourself that you're able to read a chart. Don't look for magic, indicators. Don't worry about all the oscillators and overbought and oversold. All that does is take chart data and show it to you in a different way. If you can read a chart, you're better off than 90% of everybody using indicators. Just learn how to read a chart. Learn how to spot support and resistance. Read a little bit about charting patterns. There's a book by a guy named Tom Williams. It's called Volume Spread Analysis or something like that, around those lines. That was one of the first books that I read that really hit me and hit home and helped me fine-tune my own trading strategies. Don't get too caught up in nonsense. Like you say, you'll see these guys all over Telegram posting pictures of charts that look like fucking rainbows. And when you look, they're like, wow, those really did catch all the price movements. Nah, not really. It's things like moving averages, these oscillators. The 200-day moving average is a joke. The 200-day moving average is essentially telling you what the average close price, the last 200 candles are that you're looking at. You could just open up a chart with 200 candles and look at the trend. And price is always going to bounce off of it because it repaints itself with the last 200 candles. So at some point, price will meet the average price. So anyway, and it's meaningless. The only thing that gives it meaning is that people watch it. So again, raw charts. Start with raw charts. Don't get yourself confused. Keep it simple. Stick to a plan. And as Harold says here, last resort is always give some money to someone else to trade for you. Yeah, always good advice. Okay. Whoops. Trying to respond to this here. Oh, ridiculous. There we go. Rainbow trading makes great chart doodles. Yeah, they look impressive. I think people do that a lot because they newbies, when they see that, think it's impressive. But I can tell you, old dogs like myself don't at all. When I see that, I'm not impressed. Look, there are people that trade all those different colors and not lines and nonsense and actually make money. But I can guarantee you they can make the money without all the lines. They're kind of like crutches. It's kind of like you can walk, but instead of walking on your own, you're in a wheelchair. You could walk though. You just don't want to take the step. You know how to walk. You just decide to use the wheelchair. And that's what a lot of those things are. But anyway, let me know, Nino, if that helps. Like I said, I do have your messages. I just simply haven't had time to respond, but I will. As soon as I get time, potentially sometime this week, you'll get a response from me. But yep, they're still here. I'm trying to find them. I get way too many messages per day, to be fair. And the problem is sometimes, don't be afraid to re-tag me on messages. What happens is I will look and say, okay, I'll get back to this guy a little later or whatever. But then there's no more notification. So when I go back, there's no notification. I forget about it. And it's not because I don't want to respond to you. Actually, there's a few that I'm looking at right now that I need to respond to. So yeah, anyway, I will get back to you. So guys, 9 hours, 21 minutes, and 44 seconds in. Awesome. You're very welcome. Thanks for reaching out. Thanks for asking questions here too, by the way. Thanks for participating. Very much appreciate it. So guys, 9 hours. It's quite an accomplishment, I gotta tell you. I should take this out of here because this looks like we're like a bunch of drunks here. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. Yeah, that's how we're gonna come in. I'm gonna fill up my water as well. Again, guys, you got questions, you let them roll in. We got another 38 minutes, 37 minutes and 14 seconds to be exact. Just me and this guy. You should call your staking stations something. Keep with the train theme, I like it. Let me think about that one. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I think we might go back out. It's the first meeting, but it's really just about getting clarified questions. Yeah, we can always move it in real time. Probably not a big deal. All right, cool. See you in the morning. Everybody say goodnight to Oliver. Bye, guys. All right, so So yeah, actually, yeah, so that fits with the train thing. I think we have this now space motif as well, but even then, stations make sense. Hey, I'm new. Nino actually introduced me. Nice to meet you, Ziga. What would be the best few starting tips for someone who has no experience in crypto? Well, I would say if you have absolutely no experience, then trading probably isn't the first thing you want to be doing. I would say that, as I told somebody else, somebody had asked about, am I too late? How do I get involved in Bitcoin at the current price? I think price is generally meaningless. I think if you're getting involved, you're under the impression that Bitcoin, crypto in general, is going to be worth more in the future, right? That's the premise. That's why you're getting involved. So the price point is meaningless, whether it's perceived to be low or perceived to be high. So the best thing to do in a market that over time has proven to rise is to cost average your way in. Which you say, if it's for investment, you know how much money that you can allocate towards that investment, and you allocate monthly, weekly, whatever your case may be. You have a certain amount of money, it's allocated, you buy into whatever assets you want to buy into. And over time, you end up getting an average price because you may buy in at this high, then maybe it falls, but then you buy into that low, and then you keep buying on the way up, and then you buy at a new high, and then you're buying into the low. But over time, you end up with a pretty decent average cost. And again, if the idea is, which is what the crypto market has done for the last 10 years, is that over time, prices do rise. Just like stock market prices tend to rise roughly 8% per year on average around the world, at least since the inception of stocks, then that's probably the easiest way in. We also have this thing called TRAM, so you can have other people trade for you. I have Harold in here. You can see has been posting. Harold runs a TRAM called CV Reflect, which is done pretty well for itself. So having someone else trade for you is also another option for sure. As you kind of, if you may want to go down and start to learn about trading. That's great. You can trade demo. You can trade fake money and try to understand a bit more about how everything works. But from an investment angle, I think TRAM and cost averaging is probably the best way to get going. And then obviously we have referral programs. You can earn additional crypto that way. Right now, you can refer people into the CoinMetro bond, for example, and get 5% paid back in XCM, which is a pretty good offer to be able to build up your crypto portfolio on the XCM side. So yeah, that would be my initial advice. I think you don't want to jump in, head first. So get your feet wet first, kind of have a feel for the market, set a plan for yourself, and then just like with trading, stick to that plan. I think our whiteboard's getting lonely now, guys. It's been a while since we popped anything up there. Right on, big stuff. I don't know, man. I guess so. There's always big stuff going on here. So that's always the case. Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up on a few things. Had a lot of things happen throughout the day, and I'm sometimes trying to get caught up here can be difficult. It's amazing how much can happen in a few hours. All right. Oh, wait a minute. What would win in a fight a horse or a dog, but the dog is on fire. All right, is the dog wearing like a fire repellent suit and he just happens to be on fire, but there's no actual damage to the dog? Or is the dog literally on fire? What kind of dog is it? What kind of horse is it? Does the horse have any protective clothing on, or is he just, because obviously if the dog's on fire and he touches the horse is probably going to catch on fire. Maybe. And then how do you win the fight? Is it a fight to the death? Or is this just whoever runs away? Because if it's just who runs away, like the horse is going to give up, man, if the dog's on fire. Horses are pretty smart. So yeah, it's a hard one. The dog is fine. Okay, so the dog has some. All right, so the dog is fine. So that means the dog has some suit that's actually on fire around him, or he's like, Mr. Torch, so he can just catch himself on fire with no actual damage to himself. All right, he is a pug though, so he's a small breed. Still don't know what kind of horse is, but the horse is packing a Glock. Now, the horse doesn't have an opposable thumb, I imagine, so he can't really do anything with the Glock. It's a battle of street. Okay, it's battle of street countdown. All right, so horse has a Glock that he can't shoot. He potentially could put it in his mouth and whip it at the dog, which might hit the dog in the face, but the dog is on fire. So actually, the Glock hitting the dog in the face while the dog's on fire may actually ignite one of the bullets, which could shoot out and kill the horse, depending on how agile the dog is and how good he is with his fire Glock capabilities. And being small means that the pug can be a bit more agile maybe than the horse. Get underneath him while he's not expecting, burn those nether regions. Probably be a bit painful for the horse. I'm going with the dog on fire, man. Plus, I think the horse having the Glock kind of meaningless, to be fair. Not sure how he's going to fire it. So yeah, not sure that's the right answer, but I'm going with the pug. That's my. That would be my conclusion, actually. Sorry, guys. Trying to schedule a video identification call here. There we go. Ever do any sports? Yeah. I think I talked about this just a bit ago. I played baseball when I was very young, and then elementary school. Then started to play American football, and then basketball into middle school, high school. Basketball became my favorite sport. Did a little sparring like boxing as a younger adult in late 20s. Never had like an actual. I never had an event, but I did some sparring and kind of just workout or whatever. But yeah, that's about it. I tried hockey, I think, once. Didn't like it. Never was a skating kind of guy, to be fair. I played other sports, obviously, but as far as like team sports and actually like going through a season, that's about it. Hey, nice to see you back. Jesus, we've been on this. So you were there, you were here, you went to sleep, came back, we're still here. Been amazing. You did wake up in time. Love the reasoning. Yeah, you got to reason through everything in life, man. It's never as it seems. You got to play out all the scenarios, try to figure it out. The pug would win though, bro, hands down, I think. Parsec drops soon, Kev. Yep, they are. Unfortunately, I still don't really have any specific information from the Parsec guys on my side. Haven't really been keeping along with their own thread since we've been sitting here this whole time. But yeah, let's see how it goes. I'll at least know what they dropped over to us. let's see. Yeah. Yep, still don't really have any information, so. All right, moving on. If someone offered to put 1 million into CM Bond, if you streamed yourself saying CoinMetro gang 100,000 times, would you do it? Sure. It's pretty easy. Let's see, 100,000 times. Let's say I could say CoinMetro gang every 2 seconds. Let's say 5 seconds, just because obviously at some point I'm going to be slowing down. So that means I would say what, 12 per minute, 720 per hour. So yeah, it would take some time, man. This would be a long stream. 5 seconds might be too long. What do you think? Let's see. CoinMetro gang, CoinMetro gang, CoinMetro gang, CoinMetro gang, CoinMetro gang, CoinMetro gang. I guess maybe let's say I would probably keep it up to maybe 3 seconds. That would give us 20 per minute. That would give us 120 or what? 1,200 per hour. So that means I'd have to do it for 80 something hours. Yeah, 84 hours, something like that. Jesus. I'd give it a shot. I don't know if I'd make it, man. I'd have to take some breaks, to be fair. All right, cool. I'll have to check it out. Anyway, you find the guy to put in 1 million, man, you get the 5% affiliate rebate or kickback or whatever. So you'd actually make 50K on that. So I'm sure you'd be rooting for me. But I'd try, man. It would be a long 4 days, 3 days, 3.5 days. Like I said, I'd have to be able to take breaks. So it'd be pretty. I think it just wouldn't be fair if I had to do it without taking breaks. I think so. It'd have to be some type of break schedule. Yeah, but sure, why not? I'd give it a shot. Don't see a reason why not to try. You know, I mean, might as well. Jesus, sometimes looking at Twitter, man, I just don't even know what to say at some of these posts, man. It's ridiculous. Anyway, do you think this airdrop will be as big as Uni? No. I mean, I love the Parsec guys, man. Friends of mine, I'll support them on pretty much anything they do. But no, I don't think so. And you're saying now in terms of value per person. Well, I don't know. I just heard a number of 45 million versus the 116 million. So basically, it's roughly 2 to 1. I mean, it's still less than 2 to 1, but let's say it's 2 to 1. For every 2 Parsec you hold, you get 1 Uni or PRQ boost, which means if so then no, I don't think so. To be fair. Well, I mean, it depends on how many you hold, right? Because everybody for every wallet that was connected, you got what, 400 Uni tokens, which was equivalent to about $1,200 US, I think, at time of. But not everybody's going to get that much PRQ boost because you'd have to have at least 2,400 worth of PRQ at the current price to meet that. So not everybody has that. So I guess the answer to that question would be no. How do you think the U.S. election tonight will affect BTC? To be fair, that's a hard one to answer. What I would say is that it probably will affect BTC. The election, as votes come in, before you really get to a point where there could be a winner, won't affect it too much. But once that you start to get close, where a winner could potentially, you start to get an idea who might win, I think it will affect price, and it'll affect price. Price will become quite volatile. I think a lot of the institutional money that sits in the market is probably going to be on the sidelines. You're not going to see a lot of trading from them. Liquidity will probably be thin, which will lead to more volatile price movements. But yeah, it's hard to say, to be fair. I think for most people, it's probably should be hands off the trigger finger throughout the election here. How about a risky question? Favorite tax haven? Ooh, favorite tax haven. Would that be like to visit or just to use as a tax haven? Yeah, not sure I can even get into that one, to be fair. Favorite music. So growing up as a kid, I think I mentioned I was like one of the only white kids in my school. So listened to lots of hip hop, to be fair, back in the 80s and 90s. As an adult, and my parents were into rock, and my mom was into alternative a bit when she got a bit older, before I left the house. Or when I got a bit older, I should say. Well, so did she. Everybody gets a bit older. So I pretty much any song from the 70s into the or mid 90s, I could go word for word. I can sing it. Doesn't really matter what genre it is. As an adult, I like all kinds of different music. I don't think there's a single type of music that I absolutely hate. Not a big country fan, but don't really mind it all that much. But definitely as a kid, hip hop was it, and that was the music for sure. Well, yeah, if you have 34,000 PRQ, then you're going to get roughly like 15,000 or so PRQ boost. Drop has started. All right, cool. Not sure that it started on our side. I don't know if we got the PRQ boost yet. Let's see. Let's see if I can find. See if I can see some Etherscan action here. So nope, don't see anything on one of our addresses. Let me check this other one. Oops. So yeah, no, nothing yet, guys. Nothing yet on our addresses for PRQ boost. I held 90 PRN in a random wallet and got 41 boost. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Not bad. Almost 2 to 1, like we said, or 1 to 2, whatever, however you want to. But nice to see that it started. Good to see that they came through and got it done. So that's cool. Like I said, as far as our wallets go, up to right now, I don't see anything hitting us yet. But we will see once it does. All right, so yeah, anyway, moving on, guys. Do you think blockchain is a good solution for elections? Yeah, potentially. I mean, any solution that can offer some type of immutability, and that can track changes and things like that is already a better solution than what most countries have. You know, maybe not any standard blockchain that currently exists, but to be on DLT in it by itself is already a better solution for most elections, to be fair. The technology in itself, like I said, it's better than what most countries already have. So yeah, it's a good solution for elections. That doesn't mean that current kind of blockchains that currently exist are specifically made or would be a perfect election solution. But there are companies. There's been elections run on blockchain solutions in Africa. There's been elections. Well, actually, parliamentary elections, I think, in Estonia have been run on. Well, almost everything in Estonia is run on DLT. Merkle tree by guard time, which is the same DLT Merkle tree solution we use at Ignium. So yeah. Yep, 9 hours short. Well, 9 hours, 45 minutes, and 37 seconds. Obviously, I took about an hour off, roughly 50 something minutes. So running up on 9 hours without leaving the chair, I guess if you take that hour away. But we're coming up on the 10th hour. Another 14 minutes and 6 seconds from now, we'll hit that 10-hour mark, which is it's a long day, man, long day. Yeah, I usually work later than this, actually, to be fair. I'm usually up till about 1 a.m. And yeah, while I may be watching the news or I may be, chatting with my wife or doing whatever, I'm always working as well. So I always keep an eye on things, usually get some work done. So my normal working day, I would say usually around between 8 and 10 p.m., I try to separate myself a bit. But there's definitely days, especially on days where required, where we have some deadline or whatever. Where just last week I was here with Maris, who's my assistant. We were here till 3 a.m. Getting regulatory filing put together. So days like that happen still. That's what entrepreneurship and startups are all about. So you reckon PRK Boost will increase in value short term because of uni hype? That's a hard question to answer. I think a lot of people that supposedly that lost some money on Uniswap may just go and sell it to try and recoup their losses. So initially, I wouldn't expect too much of a burst. I think it may go down at first, but it all depends on, the whole governance token thing kind of surprised me. Like the Uni token those tokens generally shouldn't be worth much. They're governance tokens, but the fact is that they just simply garnered a lot of support and people started to trade them, and they were given to people for free. I mean, in any real theoretical market situation, you would expect those to be almost near worthless. So it's hard to speculate on that, to be fair. I think that because Parsec is kind of doing the right thing here, building up support around their own community, their community supporting them in what they're doing, that potentially could hold value over time. And the fact that holding it will get you more bonuses for providing liquidity means that liquidity providers on those decentralized exchanges are incentivized to hold it. So yes, over time, I think it potentially could rise in value, but initially I would expect it to fall a bit from wherever it starts, because some people may decide to dump right away, get rid of that token to try and recoup some of their losses. Is there an on-call Rhoda for devs in case of downtime on the exchange? Just curious, as I do it myself. On-call Rhoda. All right, Jet Fuel, you lost me on this one. Maybe it's just too late in the evening, but is there an on-call Rhoda? I don't know what a Rhoda is. So yeah, anyway, you got to clear that one up for me. I think what you're asking me is there someone around in case of downtime to alert like devs and get things back up? So yes, if that's the question, yes, there is. Opinion on the Bitcoin creator debate. Who do you think it was? Well, Hal Finney, I think it was multiple people. I think many of those people we already know about. We know about Hal Finney. We know about a few other mathematicians, people that were kind of in the room. I don't think it was one single person. I generally think there's two options in my mind. It was either one single person who Craig Wright absolutely knew who it was and knows that they're not coming to say anything. either they're dead, in jail, etc. They're just not able to come forward, and that's why he went ahead. I think he knows more than he's telling in that respect. And on the other side, either that or I think it is a group, and the group just made a conscious decision not to come forward. Simple as that. Yeah, Adam Beck is definitely on that list as well, Dread. Hal Finney is as well. Like I said, I think it was a collaboration of many people. If you go back before Bitcoin, you will find multiple papers that were written about electronic money. You will find multiple things about decentralization. When you tie in all the lines together, I think there are multiple people that kind of culminated to actually create that white paper, even if it was only written by one individual. And Adam Beck definitely could be that person. How do liquidity providers work? Do they just have loads of money? Not necessarily. It depends. It depends what kind of liquidity provider it is. Some liquidity providers warehouse trades and simply have different algorithms that they hold a certain amount of exposure on every asset, and they hold that exposure for a certain amount of time, and then they resell that exposure and they try to make money on speculating as to the amount of profitable trades that are going to flow from each connected source. Other liquidity providers will arbitrage. They basically take your position and immediately open a different position somewhere else. So they do have money to be able to have a float. They have money at an exchange. They have money in another exchange, another exchange, another exchange. And they basically will be buying Bitcoin here, selling Bitcoin here, offsetting prices, maybe adding in a bit of margin into those prices so they can make not only commission or potentially percentage of commission, but they're also making spread, and they're also making whatever gains they can across that arbitrage that they're setting up. So it depends. You usually do need a decent amount of liquidity to be a liquidity provider. So yes, there are ways. There are liquidity providers that essentially are just wash trading, which was at some time most liquidity providers in crypto, where they were basically just wash trading, which doesn't really require any money, to be fair. So yeah, it depends. It depends. Adam Beck is Craig Wright tier. Well, Craig Wright, I think, is a guy is on his own tier, but yeah, according to Etherscan, they already sent 45 million. All right, well, let's see. Let's see if I have an update on my side here. Let's see. We have Parsec Boost, yes. So I can see in one, just to give you guys an idea, in one wallet, which is our cold wallet, we have 10,924,291 PRQ. And we now have 4,745,534.60 PRQ Boost. So it's been received. On our smaller wallet, give me a second. On our smaller wallet, where we hold 189,000 PRQ, which is our hot wallet, there's 52,432 PRQ Boost. So yes, it's been received on our side, and I will have a discussion right after I get off this live stream with our CTO to see what we're doing. Let me see if I can actually send a message while I'm here. Let's see. All right, so I'm on it, guys. To be fair, we didn't have too much of a heads up here, so I think we can probably knock this out at some point tomorrow. So unfortunately, it's not going to be right at the same time, but to be fair, no other centralized exchange got PRQ Boost. So absolutely, Adam is Satoshi in my opinion, but how Coded received first BTC and Adam took influence from various guys around the time. Sasbo, yep. Dies B Money, yep. Dread, I think I agree around the same time. I'm not 100% sure Adam is Satoshi, but I think he's definitely part of the group if there is a group. I can't imagine other exchanges sitting here and just casually checking out their balances on stream. I like how transparent CM is. Yeah, I think, I mean, you should be able to figure it out anyway, I guess. Hopefully, that's what blockchain's all about, is transparency. But yeah, there you go. I think we will sort this out tomorrow. If there's, I don't see us sorting it out this evening. Unfortunately, we just didn't have enough heads up and really understand when the thing was going to go live until sometime today. And unfortunately, with the live stream and everything else, Polynics 4 has some PRQ boost. Well, that would surprise me. Is that maybe people have already maybe deposited it? You think that might be or did they actually get some in the airdrop? That would surprise me after what they did, to be fair. I'd have to bring that up with the Parsec guys. That would be yeah, that would be questionable in my eyes. But okay. Guys, we're about 4 minutes away from our 10-hour accomplishment here. So just to remind everybody, we're here because of the CoinMetro bonds. It's been a long day, but it's been a cool one. Spending time here with you guys all day long, answering questions. It's one of the things I enjoy doing. I got to tell you, I always look forward to Fridays and the AMA. This was definitely one of the longest AMAs, the longest AMA I've ever sat through. I appreciate all the questions. I really appreciate the support. Appreciate everybody coming in and spending their time, spending their day, spending their evening here with me. Yeah, I think it's quite amazing. Shows how much of a tight-knit community we actually have. And I think that's a super accomplishment, man. Outside of everything else we've done, there was times in the beginning where the community kind of got out of hand, and people thought that I used to actually get people commenting about how, I don't know, the community, I was going to come in and put in an investment, but I don't know. And I think we've come light years ahead in how the community comes together, how everybody, is able to chat. I really think it's one of the most interesting tight-knit communities. Tight-knit communities. It looks like Trump's going to take Florida. Really? Another round tomorrow? Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know if it's going to be 10 hours, though. I'm trying to pull up, so I haven't been looking at anything on the, check out Trump here, let's see. I forgot there was an election, to be fair, in the last few minutes here. I don't even see any votes from Florida. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong place here. What time is it anyway? It's 12 o'clock. That means it's just coming up, 5 p.m. in Florida. Right on, Dread. That's a tweet. That's a tweet right there for you. All right, guys, we got 1 minute and 20 seconds, man. We're going to hit this 10-hour mark. So I'm going to start counting down when we get close enough. Even this in and of itself, man, we spent 10 hours. There was literally people in here for 10 hours with me. Lynx, where's Lynx? Lynx has been in here, I think, the entirety of the time. Hats off to Lynx. I know almost everybody else has been here or jumped in and jumped out. I think Null even went to sleep for 8 hours and came back. We were still here. Yeah, there's been no updates on votes. It's only coming up on 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so wouldn't necessarily expect there to be any major updates yet. So down to 30 seconds, guys, 27 seconds to go. I'm going to thank you guys again. Normally after an AMA, I say, how much XCM do you get for riding this out? Well, all I can say is I have no idea. But I will see what I can do, guys. We'll have to discuss that on the next AMA. We're down to 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10 hours, guys. 10 hours. Wow. Amazing. Thank you guys for coming. Normally at the end of an AMA, I say, spend time with friends and family. And it's only Tuesday, though. Oh, it's Wednesday now, at least here. So it's only Tuesday. Friday, there will be an AMA. Maybe we'll run it a little longer than usual. Probably keep on the bond topic. I really enjoy messing around with you guys. I enjoy getting your questions. I think we should do this more often. I really appreciate everybody coming. Lynx has been here for 10 hours, man. Right on. Definitely appreciate it. We're definitely gonna have to do one for New Year's because the countdown thing was kind of cool. Anyway, man, can't express how much I'm kind of in awe of all you guys for hanging out, and girls, by the way. There's at least one of you out there for hanging out, doing this thing with me. Thanks, Dread. Thanks, Null. Thanks, Harold. Thanks, Lynx. Thanks, Piracy. Thanks, Elsa. Thanks, Xkeys. Jesus, I don't even know. Zuri, everybody. There's a lot more. I can't thank everybody, but thanks, guys, for being here. Thanks for hanging in there. If you have more questions, man, tag me on Telegram at Kevin Merkel. You can tweet me on Twitter at Kevin Merkel. I will see you on Friday on our normally scheduled AMA from the normal location. Nice green screen behind me. 4 hours to go for the election. Well, we didn't make it through the election, guys, but we'll be here tomorrow and we can discuss the election then. Maybe I'll even do an impromptu show. Tomorrow we usually do the news. So maybe I'll do the news and then right after we'll do a little impromptu about the election. How's that sound? So I'll see you guys tomorrow at some point. And anyway, really appreciate you guys, like I said a million times now. Have a great evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are in the world. 10 hours, man. Woo! We did it. Chat with you guys soon. Thanks again. Cheers.